Hi there, this is educational content. Content created for educational and analytical purposes. In our discussion, we may reference or display sensitive subject matter, including sensitive language or other sensitive images. This content is presented in a educational context to provide analysis and historical documentation and is not intended to promote or glorify any illicit acts. Again, this is educational content. Thank you.
Saying, not me. You know, I want when they see me, they know that every day when I'm breathing, it's for us to go farther. You know, every time I speak, I want the truth to come out. You know what I'm saying? Every time I speak, I want to shiver. You know, I don't want them to be like, they know what I'm going to say because it's polite. They know what I'm going to say. And even if I get in trouble, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that what we're supposed to do? I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. And that's our job, is to spark somebody else watching us. We might not be the ones, but let's not be selfish, and because we're not going to change the world, let's not talk about how we should change it. I don't know how to change it, but I know if I keep talking about how dirty it is out here, somebody's going to clean it up.
Some say the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I say the darker the flesh, then the deeper the roots. Give a heart to my sisters on welfare. Tupac cares, if don't nobody else care. I know they like to beat you down a lot. When you come around the block, brothers clown a lot. But please don't cry, dry your eyes, never let up. Forgive and don't forget, girl, keep your head up. Tells you you ain't nothing, don't believe him. And if he can't learn to love you, you should leave him. Sister, you don't need him. And I ain't trying to gas you up, I just call him how I see. You know it makes me unhappy. Brothers make babies, leave a young mother to be a pappy. And since we all came from a woman, got our name from a woman, a game from a woman. Why we take from our woman, why we rape our woman, till we hate our woman. I think it's time to kill for our woman, time to heal our woman, be real to our woman. If we don't, we'll have a race of babies, hate the ladies that make the babies. Since a man can't make one, he has no right to tell a woman when and where to create one. So will the real men get up? I know you're fed up, ladies, but you gotta keep your head up. Ooh, things are gonna get easier. Things will get brighter. Ooh, things are gonna get easier. Will get brighter.
Hey everybody, welcome. Let me make myself bigger for this, while we get started. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Oh my goodness. Welcome guys, welcome. Good morning. Okay, so we're gonna hit the ground running right away because I want us to do a review of yesterday. After yesterday, I was so exhausted. I was like, I'm fried. Like my brain was fried. So I couldn't even really get all the information that we were supposed to get. So we're going to start right there. I'm going to drop the link because I think we have some time maybe to give some commentary, to hear everybody's opinion and whatnot before the the hearing starts. Okay, we'll do that. But one of the things I want to tell you guys too is that once the hearing starts, then everybody that's up here is going to drop down because we're going to get everything set up for the court and everything and whatnot. Yesterday was very interesting, I might say that, but there were some aspects that were very, very hard to capture, I will say, especially that last part, that specific recording. So I want us to go right away. Hold up, y'all. Just so we can get everything that these officers are saying, right? So yesterday we had, what was his name? Fred Miller, who was like a former LAPD retired officer, right? And there was something that he said, and he was having like some technological difficulties and whatnot. And I want to go back a little bit to this because this right here, I was like, am I hearing this correctly? What is going on? So the DA is asking him, and Dia Giacomo, that's his last name. He goes, during the course of your investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Duane Davis might be the suspect of this homicide? And this is where he kind of dropped, but he let some nuggets that I said, oh, what the hell is this? Listen, okay?
Investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Duane Davis might be a suspect in this homicide?
Yes, we did.
I think he's from.
He says, yes, we can do that. And then the DA speaks and says, I think he's just okay. And then he adds, hold up.
Just a, okay. And in addition to that, did you learn that Duane Davis was present at the the Peterson Automotive Museum during the party?
Was Keffe D present at the Peterson Automotive at the party? Okay, why is this important? Well, this is where Biggie was shot. Okay, he was killed. All right.
Yes, he was.
Did you also receive information that he potentially had a motive to harm Mr. Smalls because of some sort of monetary dispute?
Objection is a leading.
Before the lawyer objects, he says, this is a very important question. He says, potentially, did you also receive information that he potentially had motive to harm Biggie Smalls, Mr. Smalls, because of some sort of monetary dispute? This is key. He's asking if Keffe D had motive to harm Biggie Smalls. Okay.
What's your response?
I'm just trying
There
to
was
lay a
some-
foundation through video.
Overruled. I'll allow it given the circumstance.
I thought that was a very, very interesting question to ask because, first of all, Keffe happens to be around when the shooting of Biggie occurs as well. And everybody's got a different version of this, right? You've heard Mr. Gene Deal give a different version of this. You've heard different people. First, it was a drive-by. It was never a drive-by. Like, people are saying different things. Somebody was sitting there scoping out, waiting for, as they would say, lying in wait, right? Lying in wait to shoot at Biggie. So that stood out to me. I was like, damn it, I can't believe we had a sound issue. There's, like the guy was having issues with his stuff there. So, and I want us to go real quick because this is what I wanted us to quickly. It's a lot. It's very dense, right? I wanted us to talk a little bit about this little situation right here. Okay. This little situation. So, Brandon says, think about it. 6 months after Tupac dies, Diddy didn't pay him for taking him out. So now Biggie dies. Some financial situation. It was told that Zip was the one that got the money, right? This is interesting, Brandon. This is interesting, right? I was like, oh, this is the shit cut off. But people, we have to go back a little bit to understand what was said. Now, hold up, y'all. This little breakdown right here, because it's very, very confusing and it's like muffled and it's not the best sound quality. But I'm just going to give you guys like a little overview of what this whole thing is. We're not going to read the transcript or anything. It's too long. So the transcript captures a voluntary, keyword, voluntary police interview between the LAPD detectives, including Detective Fala and his partner, a witness. Who's the witness? From Compton, and the witness legal counsel, his attorney, okay? So the witness in there is Keffe D, and you could hear he gets all kinds of loud and everything, right? Keffe D's attorney is in this interview too. The interview takes part as the LAPD's massive canvassing of investigations into the murder of Christopher Wallace, Biggie Smalls, who was killed outside the Peterson's Automotive Museum after party on March 9th, 1997, because witnesses initially reported a dark four-door car fleeing the scene. Investigators received hundreds of tips, tracked down owners of a dark Chevrolet Impala SS. Hold up, y'all. Let me clear my throat. Okay. So there was a dark four-door Impala fleeing the scene. Investigators received hundreds of tips, tracked down the owners of the dark Chevy Impala SS vehicles, including this witness who drove a dark green 1995 Impala SS to the event. So here we have key participants. We have Detective Fala. Okay, he's the lead LAPD investigator questioning the witness, including to pin down a timeline, vehicles, and potential eyewitnesses. Okay, you have Mr. Paul, the witness's defense attorney. He strictly monitors the questioning to protect his clients, Keffe D's, criminal exposure, local police harassment, and unrelated civil and financial matters regarding the car. Okay. Then there's a witness. Of course, we know that's Keffe D. He says a Compton resident who attended the party with his friends. And he attended with this party because you guys were like, well, who? Tayshaun Prince. How is this relevant? Well, Tayshaun Prince was essentially there with a person by the name of Wonder Mike. Okay. They drove a dark green rental lease Impala SS and was caught in the parking garage when the shooting occurred. All right, so we're breaking this down real quick section by section. So you have Detective Fala, who introduces the interview, explaining that they are working in the Christopher Wallace, Biggie Smalls murder investigation. He notes that approximately 1,700 people attended the party at the Peterson Automotive Museum, and police are methodically interviewing attendees and checking vehicles' descriptions, such as dark Chevrolet Impalas, to eliminate suspects or find witnesses. So a little bit of the context. The detectives reassures the witness that they are not here for a minor traffic infraction or warrants or unrelated issues. Their sole focus is the murder case. So this is what's being said. The witness states he arrived at the party between 11 and 11:30 p.m. He drove a dark green 1995 Chevy Impala SS, a rental or a vehicle that was still under dispute, accompanied by his friend named Tayshaun Prince, and Wonder Mike. Okay. They parked on the first level, backside of the parking structure. The detective cross-referenced this with surveillance footage and witness accounts to verify where cars were parked and whether anyone had seen anything suspicious. Now, the night of the shooting is where the chaos started. The witnesses claim he did not hear gunshots. Okay? Instead, he was waiting near the parking garage for his car when the crowd suddenly started running inside, shooting, "Biggie got shot! Biggie got shot!" A few minutes later, the valet brought his car up. A tall police officer in the middle of the street was frantically waving cars out of the structure and onto the Fairfax Avenue, directing everyone to turn right, which would be north in that direction. The witness and his friends followed instructions. They exited onto Fairfax and headed out of the area. Here's a little bit more of the context. This matches the chaos immediately following the shooting outside the museum, where security and police rushed to clear the area. Now, let me tell you something. One thing that I do know is that when you owe money to somebody, if somebody did you a favor and you don't pay back their money, there's always an exchange for something, right? You didn't pay this. We did this favor for you. Okay, well, looks like you might lose your left leg type of situation. Oh, you didn't pay that? Oh, you looks like you might lose a right finger. That's the kind of situation, right? So it lends credibility, or at least some credence, to the theory that if Keffe D wasn't paid the money that he was told he would be paid, then all right then. Well, shit, you took out Tupac, let me take out Biggie. Why not? It lends itself for that, right? Let's keep going. It says the context, this matches the chaos immediately following the shooting outside of the museum where security and police rushed to clear the area. Now, here is a post-party alibi, all right? So after leaving the venue, the group drove to the jury's Hotel Inn in Marina del Rey to eat, okay? The witness arrived home and went to bed around 2 to 3 a.m., he says. Context, here's more. Detectives try to pinpoint the exact timeline to verify if the witness's movement aligned with the timeline of the shooting and the police responses, okay? So a little bit about the interrogation here. So this is what's being said. So a major friction point arises when detectives press the witness about the dark green Impala SS. Keffe gets loud, right? They asked who purchased it, who owned it, and its registration status. So the attorney, okay, Keffe D's attorney steps in and he says, blocking question about financing, GMAC, repossession, and legal title. The attorney argues that there are civil and contractual matters completely unrelated to the murder investigation and intended only to protect his client from any kind of exposure. The witness explains that the car had been parked in his backyard covered up since August 1996 or pulled back there to avoid repossessors and was rarely driven except from occasional, prom or trip or whatever. So he's trying to tell these detectives, listen, the repo man's looking for me. Okay. They're trying to represent me. I didn't pay the car note. Okay. So instead of just turning in the car, I just hit the car and put it in the back and I'm avoiding it. And we only take a car out for special occasions like the prom. Okay. That's what he said. Like the prom. Because that's what everybody does. We all hide our cars when we owe a car note. All right. This is why I don't purchase cars, guys. Don't. Such a waste of money to buy a car. I'm just saying. I learned that in my big age. The witness explained that cars have been parked in the backyard covered up since August because of the repo. So because a dark Chevy Impala SS was a focal point of vehicle descriptions in the case, detectives are hyper-focused on proving or disproving whether this specific car was involved or modified. Now you have local police harassment and community fears. All right. So the witness and his attorney expressed frustration with the Compton Police Department, claiming that the local officers, such as the officer's name, Brandon, targeted and harassed the witness's family and nephew immediately after the murder, acting on obsessive assumptions rather than facts, he says. The attorney and witnesses explains that the people in their neighborhood are terrified of being labeled as informants, snitches, because getting associated with high-profile murder investigations puts their lives in direct danger. Watch your head, man. Okay. So then here's more context. The transcript highlights the deep distrust between the residents of Compton and local law enforcement in the late 1990s, complicating cooperation in high-profile investigations. Now, overall, you have Detective Fowler who defends his team's approach, noting that they're simply doing their job to humanize the victim, chase down every lead, recognize that the witness is hesitant to name other celebrities or associates due to concerns and safety and legal boundaries. Detective Fowler proposes stepping out to chat privately with the attorney to streamline the rest of this discussion. And that's where they stopped. They had like a good 40+ minute conversation. I want to say something real quick. Notice the highlight. Who was the celebrity that was highlighted in this thing? Puffy was mentioned here, right? So I started thinking about this. I said, oh, I didn't even think of this, right? Because it's like, yeah, I mean, gay, cartel, gang life, gay culture is if you are somebody lends you money, you don't pay that money back. And it's within that association because you're expected to pay back. You're expected to pay your dues. That's what you're expected to do. But you don't do that. I mean, that is the ultimate disrespect, right? Then you're dodging them. You're not, answering back or doing anything. Okay. So like I said, I let you borrow this. I'm going to take your, pick the body part as payback, right? So it's something. It's an interesting theory, but I was sitting here thinking about what the DA was doing too, right? And what we're really arguing about this too. I don't even think this is about whether we have evidence, whether he shot or didn't shoot Tupac or Orlando or even because even though, and to be clear, what are the exact charges that we have? Hold up. I really started thinking about this. I said, so what do they have to make sure that he is held accountable? Okay. Core of the charges is first degree murder with a deadly weapon. He doesn't even have to be the shooter. He doesn't even have to be the shooter. So even though we're giving different accounts, well, it wasn't really him who shot it. It doesn't even matter. Keffe D doesn't have to be the shooter. Okay. Davis is charged with orchestrating and obtaining the firearm used in the 1997, September 7, 1996 drive-by shooting near the Las Vegas Strip that fatally wounded and killed Tupac Shakur. Under Nevada law, prosecutors do not need to prove that he pulled the trigger himself, but rather that he actively participated in planning and executing the killing. That's it. He might as well have been the one to have shot the weapon because he's being charged at the same level as somebody who was there. Let me give it to you this way. If I rob a bank, I'm robbing a bank. I'm taking Pika with me. Pika, JT, Teresa, Brandon, we all robbing a bank, okay? We gonna be rich today. We're gonna go rob a bank, all right? All right, so let's say that we're in a car, we're robbing a bank, and I'm up in the passenger seat. Pika's gonna drive because she's a mod, she's a good driver. She'll get us there, right? Not like Ingrid, she's like losing her shit and everything, okay? But we're there, right? And Pika's like, you know what, Rabbit? I don't think, go ahead, girl. I'll stay in the car. Someone needs to stay in the getaway car. All right. So I'm going to go in there with Brandon, we all robbing this bank, okay? Pika's going to stay there. But then Brandon's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't think I want to go there. I think I'm going to stay here with Pika. I'm scared. I can't do this. All right. Well, we're going to go over there. We're going to go set it off. So we set it off. All right. Even though we have Pika and Brandon who decided to stay in the car. All right. All right. Then years later, 30 years later, all of us somehow we're no longer here. I decided to, I left and I was like, fuck this. I'm going to the Bermuda Triangle. No one has seen me since. The only surviving person here right now is Pika. Pika, even though she didn't go in there and rob the bank, right? She didn't shoot anybody. She didn't do anything. She might have driven the car. And Brandon, he's over here and I don't know, he decided to go and, do something he's found later on. I mean, they can both, under Nevada law, be held accountable, especially if somebody dies in the commission of that crime. Even though, it's been years later. They didn't rob the bank, but they were in the car. They might as well have. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. JT's like, I'd be Ingrid though. I was wearing Versace that day. Kind of like that, right? It's like you kind of like that, So it gave me like, okay, we got this. We understand what the implications are. We understand, we get it. So he's being charged just like he might have well has committed the murder at this point, even though that's been up in the air, even though it's been pointed to Baby Lane Anderson, even though it's been pointed to other people. He might as well have been the one to have robbed the bank or, killed Tupac, because this is where we're at. The law covers that. And then there's this gang enhancement theory or charge as well. And this is very important for prosecution to drive their point. This is so important. And notice how when they're presenting their case, they don't want people to forget that, especially the jury, because the enhancement basically adds it's like the layer of everything. Okay. So in added sentencing, enhancement alleges that crime was committed with the intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal gang. Southside Compton Crips is a criminal gang, right? That's what they're saying. Specifically the Southside Compton Crip. Okay. So where we're at. So this is a, it's interesting because it's like people aren't paying. People really need to pay attention to this trial. Yes, of course, we understand it's Tupac. That's him being the victim overall. But the reason why people need to pay attention to this trial is because we have so many young people out there that are singing, writing books, and doing different things about the crimes that they have committed. Okay. So there's this idea that because certain laws get passed, that somehow you cannot be held accountable to that. That's far from that, right? You can't. You just don't know jurisdiction wise how they can use your words against you. I think it's important for people to understand what this means and why people need to pay attention to this. So, this high profile trial officially began again opening statements yesterday, nearly 30 years after the initial crime. While being held at the Clark County Detention Center awaiting trial, Keffe D also faces a separate local battery charge stemming from an altercation with another inmate. Yeah, that was pretty big, and that's what was available. So, I'm going to do this. It is now 8:13 8:13 in the morning in Vegas time. I'm going to drop the link, and you guys, now this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you guys right now. I'm going to have you guys up here once the trial starts. I'm going to need everybody to come down. If you don't have to come up here, completely up to you, but I mean, give me your opinions so far. What is still questionable? Maybe there's something that I'm not considering. A lot of people were telling me like, hey man, what about this and that and the other? Give me your theories about what y'all think about this. I'm going to paste it here, and you guys are more than welcome. If we have 2-3 people up here, try not to overtalk each other, but just know once the trial starts, I'm dropping everybody respectfully so we don't have a lot of interruption and noise. Okay. But let me shout out some people. Good morning, y'all, because we just got we got the show started and we were just, committing crimes here and everything. Oh my gosh. Kiva, and now while somebody comes up here, I'm going to email you. I just remember. Shout out to Kiva, member for 49 months. Shout out to my boo, Kiva. You just reminded me when I see you in the chat. You know what I'm talking about. Kiva has been an OG member 49 months. Y'all drop some hearts for my wonderful friend Kiva. Come get this commentary. Thank you, Kiva. Fitz, thank you so much. Thank you for your 19-month membership, love. Thank you. Thank you. Robin, thank you for the jewels. Teresa, thank you for the gold coins. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. You said, I know she's come get this commentary. She's like, longtime friend, you guys. I'm working, so I'll be listening. Thank you, Belen. Shout out to y'all. Now, don't get fired, people. Don't get fired. If you cannot be listening, I'm not responsible for anybody's, work. I heard somebody tell me one day, they were like, I got in trouble because I was listening to you and something happened. I was like, oh my God, I don't feel good about that at all. That don't feel good to me at all. Oh man. But welcome everybody. This is I'm really like learning a lot. There was so much that I learned yesterday, guys. I was surprised. I just dropped a link for those that want to come up. I was surprised about the fake gun. That was the other thing that took me out. And I was like, oh my God. It makes sense why, some folks, to me, it's like, a big conspiracy. It makes sense why some folks, they don't want this solved, guys. They don't want this solved at all. And I can't even like, I don't know, man. I'm at loss at words. It makes sense why some people feel like they they don't want this solved, if you know what I mean. But yes. Hey, Super, how are you? Uh-oh. Super's Hey, can you hear me okay? Oh, Super, you got some background noise. Hold up. Let me see if we could fix this audio real quick. He's got some pretty bad background noise. Go ahead and fix your background noise, love, and come back. Because it was like right in the ear. You said was it a toy gun? I think it was just a random gun. They gave like a fake gun to the LAPD, or the LAPD gave to Vegas. And I don't understand that shit. Like, I don't get that. You said all the one detective notes removed, right? Oh my God. And don't forget that. Let's talk about the witnesses because we do have a list, guys. We do have a list. I've been keeping notes. So Gary Dale, he was the cop police who was on bicycle. He talked about the fact that Tupac and Suge were stopped initially. Okay, they were stopped because they didn't have any plates on their car, and they didn't want any plates because they had been shooting like a music video. They had been shooting some stuff, but also, if I remember correctly, this was also a point of contention in the grand jury. This was brought up. They didn't have any plates. And so they were stopped initially before the shooting. Bonnie's journey, they say that they're going to be bringing Mr. Suge Knight. Now, when I was reading this, they have 35 to 40 witnesses. JT, it says your devices are not connected. You're going to have to give StreamYard permission for your camera and your voice. Otherwise, I can't bring you up, love. But it says nothing is connected. So go ahead and try again, love. Try again. Get all your devices. When you guys come in, make sure you're connecting everything. You have to connect everything. You got to get permissions. Okay. JT's like, okay, yeah. Come back, though. I really want to hear what you got to say. Let me come back. Connect everything, JT. Because it says nothing is connected on. You can't show anything if it's not connected. They say he's on the witness list. Is Reggie going on? I heard that Reggie Wright will be up there too. But I don't know. People yesterday were dragging, and rightfully so. I started thinking about this. This is some BS. Like, Reggie Wright is a witness. Do we have anybody that's like a straight shooter here? That's what I want to know. Hey, Joe.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm all right. What's good in your hood?
Well, what's good in my hood? Well, listen, I just got done robbing a bank with a bunch of people in the chat. Don't consider that a confessional.
Yeah, it's a work of fiction.
Yeah, it's a work of fiction. Tell me what you think, man.
So far, I still think it's a bust.
You think so?
Yeah, not even kidding. I think it's a bust.
Well,
and overall,
say more.
it just sucks. Say more. Well, let me see. I'm trying to remember something. I just woke up, so I'm trying to remember something specific from the opening statements yesterday, and it stood out to me initially. The fake gun thing is part of it, and I don't remember if he specified. He only said fake gun, right? So he didn't say wrong gun. He said fake, as in this isn't a true firearm.
He said,
yeah, that's
hold up.
a weird thing to me. He said, it's not.
I'm going to pull it.
Okay.
Let me pull it exactly. Look at this. This is when he said it. In the hour, LAPD tells him, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it in that. Hold up. Let's see if we can play that part real quick. One sec, guys.
LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's like these departments were playing games at the time. And I'm like, well, shit, the departments should be on trial at this point. Because
I think that's what I was thinking of. Because I remember he was talking about the way the different departments were communicating with each other, how Compton PD closed down because of the corruption. There was something else in there. Still trying to remember what it is. But all said and done, I just still think this is a bust. There isn't enough to actually pinpoint Duane Davis at the scene of the crime. Not just in Vegas, not just at the same hotel, but I mean exactly where the crime occurred, period.
Yes.
There's just nothing. There's nothing there. This honestly shouldn't have even gone to trial. It's a terrible case. You're using all this third-hand information from people who heard something, and that just shouldn't be a trial.
Some people have said this too. Well, and for those that don't know, Compton Police Department officially shut down in December of 2000. The Compton City Council voted to disband the local force and contracted police services out to Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department due to the rising crime rates, financial strain, and internal department scandals. So this did happen, guys. I mean, can you imagine having a whole police force shut down. Now I got Super in the background too. Let me see if I can add him in. How are you, Super?
Good. How are you?
Good. You tell me what you think. I was trying to get you up earlier, but there was like some lagging issues. I mean,
I'm sorry. I was in the gym, so it's a little.
you were at the gym. All right.
The connection is really bad.
Shout out to you for going in the gym. We need to all go to the gym.
I wanted to shout out, you and your mod, Storm, the
Yeah.
boss, the only one that agrees with me. And
Now, are you
Pika.
shouting them out because they're agreeing with you? Because look, everybody's allowed to disagree. I just want to make sure.
No. But I'm just saying,
Okay.
because Storm always like disagrees with me. But I respect somebody with their own opinion, as long as you can back up what you're saying. So I definitely respect it.
Gotcha. So tell me what you think so far. Tell me what you think so far.
To me personally, I went into the case with an open mind, of course. I did feel like the presentation was on and off. And I did feel like the last witness was the best one because I felt like the lady, she kind of was all over the place. I forgot her name. The second
Ingrid?
one yeah, I felt like she was all over the place with her statements. And I just feel
Okay.
like that's a big loophole in the story, like them crashing into a white car. Like, did she not say that?
In the book, she said, and this is the part that I don't understand, is that the way I see this is that her head was ducked. She's dodging these bullets too. She
Yeah.
ducked down and then she pushed on the gas with her own
Yeah.
body. That's what I remember. So to me, it's like if you I'm sorry, but like unless you got eyes where you're not supposed to have them on like other sides, how do you know? I know it's a convertible, but if you're ducking
Yeah.
down, I'm thinking you're not really looking up and you just pushing the gas. How are you seeing that you almost hit a car? There were so many things that I didn't understand from the witness
Yeah.
that could have even been pressed further too from the defense if he actually wanted to press the issue, but he didn't. I think this was a strategy of his part.
I agree. And I also
Mhm.
felt like the fake gun and autopsy photo that was done by a dirty cop is a big question mark too. Because they said that the autopsy photo was something that a cop, somebody had his chain and they brung the chain in there to take the photo.
Yeah. They
That's a
leaked the
little,
photo. There
yeah.
was only 3 people. Y'all, did you guys pick this ish up? Okay. They leaked the photo. So my understanding, if you go back to the grand jury, there was only 3 people in that autopsy. It was this detective, Brent Becker. I think that was his name. Hold up. Let me look at my notes. Brent Becker. Okay. There was another detective. And then there was the doctor that was performing the autopsy. Yes. And by the way, guys, I did link the if anybody wants to come up and give an opinion, you're more than welcome to. Well, before we start. So Brent Becker didn't even want to get into it. Did you notice that he got a little bit like, I don't know if he's the one that leaked it or somebody leaked it. Let me see if I can pull the exact time frame. Daily Mail. Joe, what do you think about that? Oh, did Joe drop? Joe dropped too. Hold up. Leaked photo.
And I just feel like it's kind of weird that you know, we all have loved ones, and imagine your loved one, something happens to them, and the person that supposedly killed them is yawning, farting. Like it seemed
Mm-hmm.
like he didn't. It seemed like he didn't even care.
The what part didn't care?
I felt like Keefe didn't care most of the trial. He was sleeping. He was
He did
farting,
look like he's
burping.
sleeping. He
Yeah.
was
The
fart.
only
Was he farting, y'all? Because I was like, did he?
well, no, so I guess somebody did, but it just felt like he did look nervous in some parts. I forgot where, but I remember the chat said he did look nervous. I think when the thumb guy went up.
Yeah. I heard that. I mean, in a certain age, y'all, you just can't control it. You just gotta let it go. So maybe he's like, well, fuck it. I'm in a tight ass, suit. I might as well just let one rip. And sure as hell he did. I was like, I thought we heard something, but I didn't want to say that he did, if he didn't actually fart on camera or anything.
I
Let me play this
mean,
part
I
about the
guess.
leak photo. Let me play this part about the leak photo, guys. Watch this.
We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Bundy number.
Okay, hold up. We're
Does
gonna
that
get
suggest to you you're looking to see who Orlando Anderson was, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are and
look at this and Super Saiyan Snacks. Ooh, I said it correctly this time.
You actually did. That's crazy.
I know. I had to read it slowly, y'all. Medication is kicking in. I'm medicated this morning because I gotta watch my reactions. I was like, yeah, I probably should get on, at least try 1 in the morning and see how I do. That's why I'm a little slow today. So notice, guys, we were talking about receipts. We need receipts, right? Because they're trying to pin him that he was actually in Vegas when all of this went down. These are phone calls between them. Okay? These are phone calls between them and everything. These are Orlando Anderson. I mean, if you didn't want them to identify you in a room, why would you put your legal name in the receipt or in the check-in room? You could have put a different kind of name in there. His name is up there, Orlando Anderson. Now, Orlando Anderson can't escape the fact that he was there, right? Because he was on footage captured. Okay? But Keffe D, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Before I forget. Didn't they say Orlando?
Oh.
Sorry. Didn't they say Orlando and Suge worked together at some point? Was that not in something the case? Somebody said that.
Yes, they did work so somebody said that. Hold up. Who said it in the chat? So this was after the shooting. Was it Brandon? I think it was Brandon who said, here you go. You know, Suge paid Orlando $60K to keep him out of jail for beating Orlando.
So that wasn't an official statement.
Paid Keffe D $60K. This was after the murder. Orlando testified for Suge to keep him out of jail. At some point after the murder of Tupac, these men decided to get into business together. Does that make sense? It came up yesterday in court somehow. So it's like, wait a minute. You know, imagine if you are a mob Pyru, you're going to pay a Crip and he just took your friend out. This is why, like, at some point, these people start, and I think I even made the comment yesterday that says, why are people breaking bread with the devil? Like, once you fall out, why would you do that? I mean, there's no loyalty amongst these individuals. Clearly, you know, they fall out with each other and then they're at each other and then they make business with each other. But yeah, you're right. You're right. But this is the part. Who leaked the photo if it wasn't anybody from LAPD? All right, let me play this part real quick.
The Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be 9 if it's.
Hold up, I think it's right here.
In our office, we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it outside interest, especially with the media.
Mm-hmm.
And I became concerned about it. So I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
It's insane.
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports.
Super. You know what a floppy disk is, right? I know you're young, but you know what a floppy disk is,
Yo,
right?
why do you keep saying why do you keep saying I'm young?
Because you just sound so young. This is a compliment, love. That's a compliment.
Listen. No, I'm not offended. I'm not offended. But listen, I was raised by my parents like I was in the 90s, so I'm an old soul, right?
Okay. Well, do you know what a floppy disk is?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
So you know that there's a floppy disk, there's a hard disk, and then it went from what?
Yeah.
Disk to then jump drives, and then now it's like a cloud. Okay, I just want to make sure because some people don't like, young people like let me give you an example. My sister, I have a sister in her 20s. She doesn't know what a floppy disk is. So
Well,
that's
yeah,
why
I was
have
born
to
in like
ask you.
96, so I'm 29. So I was like right on the verge of like when everything changed. But
Gotcha.
I know what a lot of stuff is.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had a CD player.
You had a did you have a Discman?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Yes, I did.
all right then. Okay then. Well, shout out to your parents, man. They're pretty old school. That's a lot. All right, let me keep playing this, yo. So he tells this guy, he's like, they called it a floppy disk.
Reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a PIN register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared.
Wow.
And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody
like
walk into the.
Say that again.
He's very carefully wording it.
Yes.
Like he's saying, I can't say that I've seen some. Like he's very carefully wording it, and that's the only time you see Keffe look somewhat like intrigued or nervous. It's interesting.
It's funny you say that, right? Because if there was only a couple people in that autopsy and he was one of them, okay, then did your partner, did somebody in the autopsy place, did they have a Polaroid? A Polaroid is a very specific type of photo, right?
Yeah,
you're not talking about your instant camera type of situation. So it's one of those things where it's like I feel like even though we're talking about Keffe D, it's almost like the LAPD, Compton Police, Metro, they're all on trial right now because they're reviewing their processes. And this is why I said, you guys, if this man gets off, it's truly just on a technicality type of situation. It's on a process because of the way that they would do things,
I was telling my girlfriend about the case.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about the case, and she's way older than me. She's way older. She's 37, and she works in the medical field, and she personally feels like we'll just never know what happens. It's just gonna just be us, like a hamster on a wheel type of thing.
Yeah. So your girlfriend remembers the shooting of Tupac too, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But
she's not watching it with you.
No, she keeps tabs on it, but she feels like it's just gonna be a bunch of he said, she said type of thing.
Yeah. It's been so long. And it's interesting because a lot of the people that, you know, I've heard a lot of people say this has been so long. It doesn't even seem like when they didn't pay attention to it before, why are they now paying attention to it? That's what I get a lot of
Yeah.
pushback from people on that too. Like, why are we talking about this now when it wasn't a priority then? And I do feel bad because I saw Tupac's sister did an interview with Law and Crime. We could look at that before we get started. But yes, you're absolutely right. Let me keep playing this. So they talk about the autopsy photo and the leak, guys.
And what
The
about the chain?
autopsy.
What was that?
I'm sorry. What about the chain that they brung up? That they said that somebody brung the chain before they took the picture. That's
Did
a
they talk
big.
about the chain in the
I heard them
hearing
talk
here?
about it for a little bit. They spoke about it. They said
But
that
not
was
on the
something that
autopsy.
no in the autopsy photo that I went back and forth with Storm in the chat about it. They
Yeah.
did his chain was on him in the autopsy photo. If that's the photo they leaked,
Interesting.
his chain was on.
So that's the Daily Mail photo that you're talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I refuse to see it because I don't want to, but I might look at the article. When was it? What was it? 1997 it would have been written, or 1996 that the article would have been written?
I think it was
Probably.
1996. They said
Let
that's
me
what
go
they
see if
said.
I can find it. I mean, I might have to go to the Wayback Machine. If anybody has access to that article, if you want to email it to me, please do, because I would really appreciate it. I don't have to look too far. But let me hit play on this.
Room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an
Very interesting. He's like, we're not taking Polaroids. This is a very interesting point, right?
autopsy. We had no reason to.
Okay. Let me put something out here. In 1995, when Selena Quintanilla was shot, right? She died. Somebody went in there and they leaked a bunch of her autopsy photos.
How did I
And
bring
they
up
were
Selena, man?
Well, I bring Selena because it's interesting of the time. You're talking about Tupac died in 96, Selena died in 95, right? So when
Yeah.
Selena died, I'll never forget because it became a huge deal that they were leaking her autopsy photos. They were like actual photos. There was a janitor that was working at the place where they do the
I didn't know
autopsies.
that. I've never heard that before. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is a huge deal. And so her autopsy, I mean, you can still find them out there. Her autopsy photos were out there. They made magazine covers off of it and everything. So it wasn't a police type of, because they use very specific photos. There were Polaroids as well. So this mean that the Polaroid had to have come from either a reporter or if it was one of them, and then they just posted out there and leaked that information the way that they did. Very well could be the case as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was Tupac's, situation where they just leaked that stuff or somebody paid for it.
Yeah.
But this
But
guy
I
is
do
saying that
think,
stuff was leaked.
yeah, the way he's wording it, I feel like he knows more than he's letting on for sure.
He's trying to be careful. You notice how a lot of these
Yeah.
people are careful the way that they talk too. That's interesting. Now it says right here, hold up. Trayvon Lane, the day that he was wearing the chain. Okay, so we went to the chain. This is in the mall, right? This is the DA opening up on this. Did you find it interesting how the DA did their little TED Talk PowerPoints?
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was
what do
kind
you
of
think about that?
that was it reminded me of my college days when I did debate class. I'm not
Oh,
gonna lie
you
to you.
So it said, disrespect of pulling the death row chain and the brawl. Okay, they get into the death row chain. Let's talk about the large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing the gold chain around his neck? He says no. So remember this cop right here, he was the bike cop. I know, right, Sylvia? He was the bike cop, okay? The bike cop actually stopped Suge and Tupac the first time before the shooting, okay? They go back. He's at the scene. He's saying he didn't see Tupac wearing that gold chain anymore. This guy saw him first before the shooting. Shooting happens. He sees him again and the gold chain is gone. Is it possible that they shot him and then somebody took the gold chain, or he took it off before he went in the car? And if that's the case, where did he put it?
Yeah.
Did he give it
Very
to somebody?
possible.
Because he
I
was
think
with
it's possible, for
Kiara.
sure.
Right. He was with Kiara before anything. You said body double. I don't know about that, but okay. And so then here, this is Ingrid who's talking, and then here they get into the chain. Well, me and Chain, we were going to change seats. I think she meant to talk about it says Chain, but the driver. I was going to drive and I was more aggressive driver. She was nervous. Okay, I want to go back up here. Hold up. Because this was a very interesting statement. This cop right here. This is the first witness, guys. For those that didn't watch yesterday. Okay, he goes up here. Let me go up here a little bit. Here we go.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as state proposed exhibit number 33.
Did he collect personal items off of Mr. Shakur? Look.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
He didn't have the gold chain anymore at the hospital.
So now the chain has entered the chat.
The chain left the chat.
Has entered the, okay.
Because here's the deal. It's like, remember you said the chain at the autopsy? They're saying here that the chain wasn't even on him anymore.
Yeah. But now that I think about it, with how his ego was around that time, I don't feel like he would take off his chain. Like if you live in the street, a lot of people tuck in their chains or they, whatever. But he was already with death row, so he wouldn't tuck in his chain. And I don't think he would do that. So I don't know. That is a little strange.
Isn't
something
it?
they're leaving out. For
There's
sure.
some, but the thing is about these people, and even Dirt Rock, even all these people that are now talking, I mean, they're very careful about the things that they say. I even think Ingrid is very careful about what she's saying too, because she is worried. And I mean, rightfully so. You're talking to people that don't have anything to lose at this point. 30 years later.
Nah, Ingrid just because about her designer that was on the curb. But everybody else was, I don't know. I feel like maybe today would be a little better in terms of presentation and them actually remembering details and not a lot of their sentences were dragged on.
Yeah.
And if you study body language and how people talk, you could say that somebody's nervous about their life, especially Ingrid. So if she does know something and you have Keffe sitting right there, it's easy to say she would be scared.
Yeah. I mean, Keffe's there, but I think Suge Knight is probably, if I was scared, I'd probably be more worried about Suge Knight than Keffe, to be quite honest. Because even,
Suge is crazy. Suge is a crazy person.
Well, Suge is crazy. And this is why I try to tell the people. I said, people underestimate the reason why he's not talking. The man is still a shot caller where he's at. A lot of people that go to prison for years, they're still shot callers and calling shots behind these walls, those walls. Like you get that, especially if you're knee deep in.
Rabbit.
What was that? Oh, can you hear me?
Do you think that Suge was actually shot that night? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think the bullet grazed his.
Do you think
I can believe that?
That night?
I can believe that he was shot. I believe that they just kind of threw shots just to see everywhere. They just wanted to get him hit. Okay, Super, you're going in and out. I don't know if you hear me. Okay. Okay. Oh, we lost him. All right. Super, if you want to try and come back just to give a little conclusion, I'll give you a couple minutes because we're about to get started. JV says, Rabbit, if it wasn't a reporter, they use a 3mm camera. They would have had to take the film to the developer to get prints, risk the developer stealing or flagging the photos. JB, and then think about a Polaroid makes sense because back then Polaroids were like instant cameras, right? So think about that. But the thing about Polaroids is when you're using a Polaroid, I used to have when I was a kid. I was so excited, because I remember watching Home Alone. And I was like, "Oh, I want a Polaroid." So I got a Polaroid one year, and I'll never forget. They were like $10 or something like that. No, it was like 25, and then the film was like $10, like every time, and then it only came in tens, right? Like in tens. So when you would take a Polaroid, you had to be careful because if you put your hands on the picture that's developing, your fingerprints would show up in that Polaroid. That was the risk of the Polaroid. They're very specific about the kinds of film that they're talking about. They're talking about Polaroid. So to me, it wouldn't make sense for a cop to use Polaroid in a crime scene because they're not very like lighting. It had its own light, but also if you touch the actual film, the film would fuck up in the development of it. So yes, Polaroid was only instant. To me, it would make sense that they would use a 3mm. Matter of fact, the grand jury transcripts, guys, it even said in there. The guy that worked for the defense, he was like a defense filmmaker or whatever. He was taking pictures of crime scenes. He said he was complaining about the fact that now you got these people that don't know what they're taking pictures of. So they take like 2,500 photos of crime scenes when in reality, you don't need that many. You just need to take a specific area. That was interesting. So they weren't going to be using Polaroid back then to risk compromising evidence, right? Yes, he said, didn't the detective say the gun was found in someone's backyard and the dog found it and that's why the gun was destroyed? No. We found out that the gun, I'm assuming this is what they said. Okay, let me go back because this shit really did stand out to me. This was like, say what now? Look, this is the defense speaking. This is the defense speaking. Hey, Joe. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Tell me what you think so far.
Oh, while I was coming back in, I heard what somebody said about developing the photos and how nobody flagged it. People didn't flag stuff back then. They said it was whatever was on the photo was your responsibility. That's why you got all kinds of shit on photos that nobody ever reported. It's not like today, guys. Back then, it was a completely different day. So if that's the way it happened, yeah, that's the way it happened.
Tell me what you think about the photos being leaked to the Daily Mail. Tell me what you think about the photos being leaked to the Daily Mail.
Remind me, what's the short version?
So, Detective
the LAPD leaked those?
No, we don't know. We don't know.
They don't know who did it.
They don't know who did it. So the Daily Mail, there was a Polaroid that was leaked of Tupac's autopsy. And Detective Becker's talking about how he had to lock his shit up because you had people in there within the department leaking stuff. So it's almost like, even though this is a trial of Keffe D, it's almost like we're, at least from the defense side, it's like we're putting all these agencies on trial because when they had the chance to charge him, they didn't. They waited. Then you got to talk about a fake gun.
Right. So yeah, they had a fake gun. And was the autopsy, do they mean the body or do they mean the report?
No, the body. They took a Polaroid.
All I can say is it makes sense to me because back then, people just wanted the story. It was a big name dying on the streets. You'll usually hear about that a lot, right? And people didn't die as much back then, believe it or not. Some of those streets were really violent, but yeah, I wouldn't say it was dime a dozen like what we're seeing today. Not like 30 years ago was really different still. I'm not surprised somebody broke in just to take a photo of a body, just to show people it was real. Because look how many people still think it's not real. They think he's still alive in Cuba somewhere. It could be. It's not like he wouldn't blend in, but
there is somebody out there that looks like him, though. It's kind of weird. Have you seen those
I
photos?
can imagine. No.
Oh
But I
my
can
God.
imagine people can look like each other. Now, does it look like the right age? Does it look like Tupac should look right now? You see what I mean?
Look at
And
this.
even still, let's look. What's up?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, even still, if is he dead or not? First of all, because if he's not dead, then that Polaroid's not a big deal. That's not a leak. That's just we don't know what that is.
I think he died, but I'm gonna say I think that Tupac is no longer with us. But this is what Marta says. Google 1996, the absolute industry standard across law enforcement CSI units. Medical examiners was the 35 millimeter film single lens reflex SLR camera, heavily supplemented by the Polaroid instant camera. Interesting. Now, Marta, when you say heavily supplemented, what do you mean by that? Like at some point, was it something else that was used instead? And they took the Polaroid or what? See, and look at Kadisha says it's odd that it was a Polaroid because this time even the paparazzi use film cameras, not Polaroids. All right, that's interesting. All right, so Joe, do you want to give us some of your concluding thoughts? Because I'm going to allow super saiyan snacks up here.
Super Saiyan. Saiyan. You gotta say
Super Saiyan. Excuse me.
Anyway,
Thank you for
no,
correcting
my
me.
thoughts are still the same. I still say it's a bust. The way the evidence is unfolding, and I'll touch on that maybe next time since I know you got to go.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah,
the way the evidence is unfolding, it looks like the evidence is being admitted for the wrong purpose in a way that'll confuse the jury. And even if he is convicted, this would get reversed on appeal, and then we'd either come right back or it would be. I think the prosecutor would still have power to refile, but not with the evidence that the way that they're doing it today, because the appellate court will say specifically this was an error, so the prosecutor wouldn't be able to do it again, and the judge won't allow it because judges will not go against appellate courts. So all said and done,
why would Vegas waste so much money on a trial that they know they can reverse on appeal? Does that even make sense?
It's a show trial. This is what I was talking about. When you put these trials on cameras, then the courts act different.
Yeah.
And look no further than 3 major murders that were reversed this year alone, and they were all on camera. And
they were huge trials, guys.
Yeah, huge trials, and all for stuff anybody would have predicted. I think anybody who knows the law would have said that this is going to get reversed on appeal, but they go with it anyway. So that's what it is. It's a show trial. It's not like the legal weight of it is irrelevant because the consequences are real, but someone out there is doing it for attention. I just couldn't tell you who it is yet.
Yeah, no worries, JT. All right, Joe, I'm going to drop you so I can put Super Saiyan snacks up here.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. JT says, Rabbit, I'm sorry I can't call in. No worries, love. I'm at the office in the hospital, but no door. Oh, I always wanted to hear what you had to say, love. I can still have my headphones on and listen, though. All right, shout out to you, JT. All right, Super Saiyan snacks. Tell me what you think, man. Closing thoughts, because we're about to get started here pretty soon. Can you hear me okay? Super Saiyan snacks? Hold up. Let's see. Oh, he dropped again. Dang. Hold on the elevator. All right, hold up. I got to show you guys this photo. I got to show you guys this photo. This is why they say that Tupac's still alive. Look at, I mean, the guy does look like him. This picture on the left, which was allegedly taken back in 2015, shows someone who looks very like, they meant to say very much like the rapper Pictured Right back in 1995. Look at that. He does look a little like him. The video game version, I would say, but that's not Tupac. Look, see, ever since I started looking for death row chains, I'm getting nothing but fake jewelry promotions on my advertisement. Lord have mercy. Now I've seen better looking at TikTok. Y'all don't think that that's him? Look. Okay, Chris Carroll at the intersection where Tupac was shot. The retired cop was there. The moment that Hold up. The moment that he died despite conspiracy theories. Okay. Last photo. Oh my God, look at this. This is the intersection during the daylight, guys. Las Vegas intersection between the Strip and the Paradise Road where the shooting occurred. Man, Carroll was just a mile away from the scene in a routine patrol on his bike, he says. Okay. Just some photos. Y'all don't think that this is... You see, someone... Tupac... Timu Tupac? It does kind of look like him. Okay. Angel, your devices are not connected, love. It says your devices are not connected, Angel. You're going to have to come back and connect those, please. But we're about to get started. We got 2 minutes before we get started, guys. So we might have to drop the link so there'll be no more calls. I'll have Super Saiyan Science Snacks maybe join us next time because we're going to get ready for the trial now. Welcome, guys. Okay, do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button, okay? I am not your law and crime. I'm not your court TV. I am just a regular person on the internet, and we are about to get started. Okay, here we go. Link is done. Let me make myself smaller. Okay, thank you. Let's remove some of these comments. Okay. All right. Oop. Let's see if we can get things going here. One sec. Everything's ready to go on my end. Let's see. You're locking in now? Locking in now, man. We ready to go. Hold up. There's no sound yet. No, let me just double check something real quick because I want to make sure that everything's correct on my end. Okay. No clue what's going on. I don't know. He was trying to call through because I was trying to call through on my phone. Angel, was that you? That was you, Angel? 818 State of Mind. You have to accept everything, but right now we flag the link because we don't need the link right now anymore. We're about to get started, guys. So we're getting started right now. I'm just checking to see where everybody's at. Oh, hold up, y'all. So we'll drop the link later so everybody can come up if they want to. Okay. Yeah, we're waiting, y'all. Make sure that I hold up. Make sure everything's set up. Okay. We're right on time. Normal speed. Shout out to everybody. Google blocked my mic. Yeah, you're going to have to accept it on the back end in order for it to work. Welcome, everybody, guys. Welcome. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. We're about to get started. Let me shout out some people while we waiting. First of all, 6-7. I don't know what to put here. I don't know what to put there, so I put this. So I put this name. Girl, that is so long. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for that. Oh, we getting started now? Officer speaking. No sound yet. All right, here we go. All right, Keffe D comes through the door, guys. Here he is. Still no sound. Should be starting pretty shortly. I'm checking on the other end as well. There's no sound yet on anybody's end, guys. So just be patient. I got to get me a water bottle too, so I'm going to run and get a water bottle. Thank you, Canadian Crystal. Yo, you guys got to make sure that I shout everybody out. Sarah Lynn, thank you so much for the jewels while we wait. Thank you, Robin. Thank you for the jewels and the sparkles. Robin, thank you for the flowers. Nanya, thank you for the gold coin. Thank you, thank you. SJ, thank you for the floating heart. Derek, thank you for the thumbs up. Nebby, thank you for the gold coins. Maramello gifted a membership. Thank you, Maramello. Thank you if you've been gifted. If you received that gift, put a heart in the chat. Hey, Mel gave me a thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Canadian Crystal, thank you, thank you, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for doing this. I have waited 30 years for this. I think we all have, man. Thank you so much for all of this, you guys. This is amazing. Thank you guys for the support. It really does help the channel. You said you notice he touched his nose every time he walked in the door. I don't know, for good luck. Welcome, guys. Welcome. We are here. I mean, the guy has some like sinuses stuff happening or something. I was hoping we'd get the closed caption because sometimes it's very hard to understand him. Well, look at Keffe. Came in looking sharp and ish. And must have heard all the backlash on the, well, because he was wearing blue suit. I was like, we should have saved that blue suit for some other time because it's not the time of the day right now. Yeah, no? The blue suit. Thank you, Zoe Thompson, or is it Zoe Thompson? Thank you for the gold coins, love. Thank you, love. Y'all do me a favor, please hit the like button. Okay, please help us out in the channel. All right, as you can see, we are, we got to be able to get up there and stuff like that. Hopefully, we'll track some new people and everything that can get us up there as far as sharing this live and everything. Good morning, Gray Lady Okie. Thank you. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Thank you, thank you. You said number 162. Hey, y'all, I'm with Tupac today. He can't stop laughing. He been waiting for this too, he says. And then I rock. Hi, Christine. You said waked and baked, caffeinated up. I'm ready. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Wake and Bake crew. Shout out to y'all. Much appreciate. See, I can't do that. Now that would put me to sleep. I'd be like, I'm watching the trial. No, I'm not. Shout out to you guys. You said I got a Temu badge. No, Jasmine. Nobody's coked up. We talk about the wake and bake is different from that. Y'all hit the like button. What is your like number? Put it in the chat. We're waiting for the sound to turn on from these court professionals. Hitting the like button increases your chances of YT choosing you when people give free memberships. That's right. And not only that, it's like good karma. Good karma. Okay. If you've been having a shitty week, you hit the like button. Who knows? You might have a good week. I don't know. You said I'd be asleep too. Yeah, no wake and bake for me, man. That would put me to sleep. That will put me to sleep. Everything else doesn't. Not as much, at least. I don't know. Y'all won't hear me talk. Thank you. Don't trip. I said it. Says locked in from NY. Shout out to you. Thank you. Jasmine. Puff puff pass. It's a high pain day. So they're gonna finish the recording, guys. Don't forget that. They're gonna finish the recording from yesterday. The back and forth. I gave you guys a little brief rundown. The Keffe D is a witness. The recording is a witness there. Or the recording, I'm sorry. The detective is there. Keffe D's giving his version of events. Okay. Keffe D's lawyer is there too. They're going back and forth. They're probing questions because they want to get a good timeline of what happened and who was there. Now, this is Biggie in the murder of Biggie, right?
Yeah. We're on record in State versus Davis C-377-407. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
Not from the state.
No, you're not.
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Stand for the jury.
The parties to go to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a restful evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. So at this time, I'm going to turn to Mr. DiGiacomo. Who's your next witness that we're going to be calling?
We're going to finish that recording and then call a witness.
Okay, sounds good. You may proceed.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay, I'll go back and ask you a question again. While you were there in the parking structure and you heard the commotion of people running to be south on Fairfax or back in towards the parking area, did you recognize anybody that my concern is that may have been further north on Fairfax on a sidewalk, may have seen the shooting or heard something? Anybody that you saw that?
I seen running.
Yeah.
They was standing there with me, Keyshawn Johnson, the football player,
Okay.
and Ricky Bell,
The
the singer.
And they were with you, or they were?
They were standing there with me. He was waiting on his
Oh, they didn't run around the corner. They were with you.
They was
Oh,
they was waiting on the green Benz. This green Benz. And my car came out the hills, and we just drove out.
Yeah, but you made sparks around the corner. You didn't recognize anybody that you might know, singer or any actor. Okay. That's. Yeah, we saw Keyshawn and some of the pictures that were taken inside, and Ricky.
Yeah, I was on those pictures with him. I had on the blue jumpsuit.
You know, now that I see you in person, because my impression you were like 6'2".
Tall guy.
Yeah, right. And
Thought you were bigger.
Yeah, I did. Well, no, that's why I said. Now that I'm looking at you, I think I do remember seeing those pictures.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to answer tonight, and I'll put out. Did you see anybody with the stereotype considered a gangbanger dressed down anything like that in the party? Okay. What about outside in the parking lot where you're either parking your car and coming to or going back to your car? In the parking server there? Okay. Now you ask.
I just wanted to verify some things earlier, I think. Okay. In the parking structure, you see some people running
towards the, coming in from Fairfax.
From Fairfax.
Hollering and stuff. Yeah.
So, and you, from there, are you in your car this time, or are you outside?
I'm outside.
Are you near your car?
No, they was pulling up cars. Everybody's waiting on.
Oh, okay, you waited for valet to bring your car up, correct?
Right.
Okay, when the car comes up, I mean, when was the first time you heard that Biggie had been shot? Was it there in the parking structure?
In the parking structure.
What people were saying, Biggie's been shot, or any particular person tell you?
Yeah, they were just running. The crowd was in. The whole crowd. Biggie got shot. Biggie, like what?
Okay. Then you were directed by as you're leaving, directed by a police officer to turn right as you're coming out onto Fairfax.
He directed every car that came on by there. A tall.
Okay. You left, you're going down, did you go all the way through Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I made a right.
You made a right turn on Wilshire? Okay, so you're northbound Fairfax you made a right turn? So it would be eastbound then, or westbound?
Eastbound.
Oh, okay, that's right. Eastbound Wilshire. Okay. Then, did you go all the way down Wilshire, or what, was there another turn that you made?
On the bridge.
Did you make a left or a right? A right on La Brea? Then where'd you go?
To the 10.
10?
Yeah, went to the line.
10, went to 10 freeway?
Yeah.
Okay, and you went directly to the marina to go eat? That's you, Wendell, and Wonder Mike. Jerry's Deli. Okay, you were at Jerry's Deli, about what time were you there?
Jerry met before. Yeah,
Oh.
Compton Court. About,
What time did I get there?
Yeah.
Oh,
remember,
it was,
I was on the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
at the Southside Slater in, West Jonesboro, that's her name.
Well, you and I were speaking with
That's
some
right,
defense
that's
attorneys.
okay.
I think, Mr. Fall, you were there.
Probably so.
Fred and I were talking about homicide
Yes,
investigation.
yeah.
I think you were there.
Yeah, I think so. Rags, Ragsdale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just searching my mind.
And your son went to elementary school with my son when you lived in Phillips Ranch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How-
I remember seeing you there.
That's true,
yeah.
that's true.
You no longer live in Phillips Ranch.
Yeah.
That was years ago. That
Yeah,
was what,
yeah.
91 or
That's
2.
quite right. I still have a house there, though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You rented it out? Or?
Yeah, I didn't sell it. I have family members living.
Okay, just want, about what time do you think you got to, what time did you leave the parking structure approximately, do you recall?
oh, you know, I was watching the watch and I was like,
Okay, you said you arrived at the party about 11 or 11:30. You were inside the party for about an hour. And then, okay, so that would either make it 12 or 12:30. And when you left the party, so, and okay, driving time from there to Jerry's Deli, figure right around what, 1?
Just about one.
About 1 o'clock, would you say?
Yeah.
1 a.m., okay.
I'll say about 1:30.
Okay, between 1 a.m. and 1:30?
Yeah, about 1:30.
Okay, and how long were you at Jerry's Deli? I mean,
No, 10 hours.
Okay. About 1 hour, so that would make it at this point,
Got home about 2:30.
okay, well, that means if you were at the deli about 1 hour, it would be 2 a.m. to 2:30.
Yeah.
Okay, now you gotta drive from the marina, where you went
I
straight
dropped
from
Wonder
Jerry's?
Mike off in the same area.
Okay, then you dropped off,
Wonder Mike.
Wonder Mike in Compton, right?
Yeah.
And then, I'm assuming Wonder Mike and Wendell live
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
close?
yeah.
Okay. Wendell in Compton. About what time, would you estimate that to be? If you left Jerry's Deli?
I got home about 2:30.
Okay.
2:30.
02:30, arrived approximately 2:30.
Yeah, all these.
I wasn't watching the watch, though.
Yeah,
no,
we're all approximate. All the times are probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got home, was there anybody up, like your mom or brother or sister or girlfriend or her mom?
Her mom came open the door for me.
Okay. So Paula's mom opened the door.
Yeah,
Was she up already, or was she,
she was
you had to knock on the door?
I rang the door.
Okay. And then,
Blue and with the white, you know, the Michael Jordan jumpsuit we got, that blue one. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, when she opened the door, did you talk with her? I mean, did you tell her anything about the events that happened, like Biggie had been shot or anything?
She's 73 years old, you know.
Oh, so,
You know.
so
rap music, huh?
No,
she was the only one up at that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you go head straight to your bedroom and go to bed?
Yeah.
Did you talk with anybody upon entering the house? Did you speak to anybody, either in person or on the phone at all
when I talked to Paula, I told her that Biggie got killed.
Okay. You and Paula slept in the same room together?
Yeah.
Okay. So you told Paula?
Say Biggie got killed. I don't know whether he got killed or not. You know.
So, did you talk to anybody else besides Paula?
Just us two.
Okay, Wonder Mike and Wendell.
Yeah, we was like, dang, that's messed up. You know.
Okay, from the time you were was about ready to leave the party to the time you arrived home, the only people you talked to were Wonder Mike, Wendell, Paula's mom. You may not have said anything, but Paula's mom. Okay, and then you talked to Paula. Was there anybody else that you talked to?
Before we left, Keyshawn said he was going to some other party, and I'm going home.
Okay, which party was that?
I don't know, you know.
You don't know what party that was? Did Keyshawn ask you to go to that, or?
No, he just said he was going to the party. And I was,
which party was that? Was this another
after
party?
Yeah, another after party.
Okay, do you know who held that party? Was it a star that had the party, or?
I don't know. At some mansion or something. I don't know.
At a mansion?
Yeah.
And where at?
And up there where the matches be, in Beverly
Hills?
Yeah, or Hollywood, wherever, I don't know. He just said he's going to a party.
Okay, and you had no idea where that party was? No.
You know, I don't mean to rush, but you know, I do have another appointment downtown at 6.
Okay. If you want to talk to Keith in the future, I'll call you.
Sure. And also,
Yes, sir.
I have a key sister-in-law. Her name is Gina Davis. She said that police have been going to her house, knocking at her door, looking for her, and she has nothing to do with this thing. She expressed concern.
Yes.
She expressed concern about, you know, what getting around her. She's wanted for. So if I told her,
Where does she live? Let me ask you a question.
I said it in Norwalk.
Norwalk.
No.
No.
So I said I was gonna check with you guys. If you guys wanna talk to
Cooper
her,
came over here.
not.
Cooper's over there?
Yeah, he's been over windows, he's been everywhere.
Yeah, so.
Oh, Norwalk?
Yeah, it's in Norwalk.
Long Beach or
I
Norwalk.
think that's Norwalk.
Have you talked to Detective Cooper? You know.
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone. He said, man, we know you ain't did it, but we think you can clear up the air or something. I said, man, I can't know it.
When was that? When did you speak to Detective?
That was the day that you and them were over our house.
Pardon me? The day?
You and them, you remember y'all?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you talked to him?
I called him that day.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, now the point with Gina Davis is that I told her I'll check with you guys. If Detective Cooper goes there looking for her, she's not gonna talk to Detective Cooper. I want Cooper to know that. If someone wants to talk to her, just call me.
Okay.
I'll make her available.
Okay.
But if someone goes there without, you know,
Right.
being clear, she's not gonna talk to anyone.
Okay. So we have 15 people work on this, like I said,
Yeah, but I was just on the parking garage, man.
Yeah.
I didn't see nothing or nothing. All I did was her.
Okay.
You.
The first one thing we'll get into. Okay, this is north down up here. This is the museum right here. This is the parking structure. This is Fairfax going north. This is the street. You said you were going south on Fairfax, then you pulled into the parking lot when you first got there?
Legal turn, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Give me a ticket, but I'm going to take it right now.
This said that he's not a traffic cop.
Okay, you mentioned turn in here.
Yeah.
And you said, was it Valley Park?
Yeah, it was,
Okay.
the valet pulled up in here and the man was waiting right here with the valet.
Okay, so you got out here, then you went up
There.
to the party.
There's a lot of people there.
Right.
Got my pass, went on in there.
Okay. Now, when you came out the same way?
Same way.
Okay, down this door?
It was the stairs with the rails.
Right.
We were standing right here.
Okay. When you came up, was Big E down here already?
Yeah, Big E was in front. He was getting in their car.
Okay, they were parked here in front?
Yes.
Okay.
Both of them was suburban.
Right, okay, most suburbs. And you know which one Big E got into?
He got in the front one. And the boy got in the back one. Then the main Freeman that was behind him too.
Who was? Go ahead.
The main Freeman, the little guy, you know,
Damien?
his little crew, yeah, they
Right,
were.
Damien, okay, yeah. In a different car, right?
Yeah. I know some of them dudes there, I was hollering at them, who, they left out. Me and Keyshawn was standing over here by the cars here, you know, waiting on the man to come. Everybody ran in here. I didn't even hear no shots. I just see the crowd running. I was like, man.
Okay, had you received your car yet?
No.
Okay, so you were still going
Waiting
around.
on the car, yeah.
Did you see them leave the area? Biggie and his entourage? You see him pull out and?
Not really. I just seen a lot of cars just leaving.
Okay, so you saw them there and you just continued over?
Over here in my car, yeah.
Okay, and then approximately how long do you think it was when you saw them take off, that you saw these people come, cattle rustling back in there?
Between the 5 and 10 minutes. It was quick.
And then that's when it comes running around here. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you in your car or are you still waiting for it?
I'm still waiting.
Okay. How long did it take them to get your car? I'm talking it's not either side of the crowd and from the time it took you to egress and egress out.
They pulled over Keyshawn's first, then they pulled over mine.
Okay.
We, you know, came together.
Okay, so you were inside here, and when you leave, did you go out this way or? Did
Go out this way.
you,
And now we're standing right here, this way you're standing right here, people out.
Okay,
You was making sure they go right though,
okay.
you know, cause that is an illegal turn if you turn it up. You know.
I'm gonna Okay, you said this individual was a police officer?
Yeah, he was tall, about 6'4", blonde hair, real tall, yeah. And he just waved the cars out. He waved about 50 cars up out of here. You know, like, yeah.
Did you see any policemen there, in the parking lot, say, as you were leaving the museum, had the shooting already gone down, or was it until you actually walked a little ways inside the parking structure?
Yeah, when I was coming down the stairs,
Okay.
well, I was there, seeing Biggie now.
Okay.
Later, you know, they just got on. Then I was over here. We was talking about football, you know, Keyshawn.
Oh, Keyshawn time. That's right here, waiting for your cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then boom, the crowd came around. That was fun.
How long were you standing there? When you exited that museum, how long, time span? From the time
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes when
About
you
10.
saw people rushing in?
Yeah, it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you see any policemen, anywhere around, any LAPD?
Uniformed
Any
officers.
uniformed officers when you came out?
Trying to set the time for you.
That's all I've seen was, that's what I seen right here, the tall guy. And it was more, they was pulling up. It was coming real red, you know, coming in. A whole lot of chops was coming.
Okay, people were rushing. Okay, 10 minutes between the time you exited and the time that people were running into the parking structure. Then how long from that time did it take you to finally get into your car and start pulling out?
I'll say about 6 to 7 minutes.
6 to 10 minutes?
About 6 to 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And then how long did it take for you to exit the structure? Is that?
It was like bumper, you know, bumper.
Okay. So you're finally in your car.
Yeah, then we leave.
I mean, did you have to wait for a long period of time because of?
No, not really.
He was pushing through pretty
He was
fast.
waving them through, yeah.
So after the crowd started moving in, the policemen were there within what, 6?
About 6 minutes, yeah. He was running in. He got killed. I'm like, Lord have mercy. You know, I had been in one of them before, and over there in Inglewood, and they made everybody spend the night at that hotel, interviewed everybody that was there.
Which hotel?
This is at the by the farm.
What, that shooting you're talking about?
It was a shooting in. You know, that was kind of strange for him to be waving people out. So, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, okay, and feel free, again, if you need to talk to him, because I'll tell you, when I first got word that you were interested in talking to him, my advice naturally was, don't talk to the police. I don't. I won't hide it. I said, don't. But he insisted that he wants to
Get this over
and
with.
talk to you. So he's doing this on his own.
No, I
He said
understand.
he wants to talk.
That's why we have no
Yeah.
problem with you come down with him.
Yeah.
It was solved.
Yeah, he insisted.
I will check on that. Everything. I don't know.
Yeah,
When you talk to that.
Yeah, Sean Holmes, talk to Sean Holmes. What did you talk about?
He said the FBI is all over me, man. I don't want you guys catching my heat. Stay away from me.
Who said this?
Sean.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you, this little C, did you talk to him?
For a few minutes.
I mean, what did you?
That's the person that slid the invitations. Send me the invitation.
Oh, okay, you got the invitation from Little C?
Yeah, him and a manager.
A manager?
Him and a manager. He got a lot of braids. You see him?
Oh, yeah.
And with a stocky cap.
Right.
Yeah.
Said, Combs said FBI is all over me?
Yes.
That was
So with Little C was just hi and.
Yes, he gave me the invitation. Him
This is before you went in?
Before I went in. Then I went up there, they was drinking, gave me a bottle, I started
Did
drinking.
you talk to Little C inside?
Huh?
Did you talk to Little C
Yeah, I talked to
inside?
him.
What did you guys talk about? I mean, you met before, right?
He just said, how you doing? Yeah, you know, what you doing?
How long had you known Sean and Little C before this event?
Maybe about a year.
A year? Where'd you
Couple
meet
of
him?
years. He had gave an after party at Soul Train Award.
In what year?
That was
96?
One night the guy get killed at the El Rey, what year was that? He got beat up.
a clear hour.
Oh,
Yeah, you were-
That was 94?
That was the year I met.
Okay, so that's 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You make a phone call?
No, yeah, okay, I'll make a phone call on my behalf.
Okay.
Man, thanks.
I appreciate it, Keith.
I appreciate, because I'd like to talk to you again, and we'll call your attorney, and you have no problem?
I ain't got no problem.
I just go to, tell them, run, everything. Sure.
Okay, does it keep going? Oh, they stopping it.
No call, good, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, hi. Okay. I'm over too. You want another truck? Oh, okay. Okay. You know, I'm the test so I have no time whatsoever. Friday, today, we're after. Which one? But, I told you, advantage on medical is the only difference that you have. Otherwise, you just get it money. Otherwise, you just discriminate. But I'll talk to you later.
They still talking.
Yeah, I'm at the police department. Yeah, I'll get that.
Huh. Okay. Well, that was interesting. So are they going to bring a new witness now? This is state evidence. He says he knew of Diddy a year before all of this.
All right, who's your next witness?
Thomas Kern.
New witness.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name is Kern, Kern.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jocko, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you currently employed?
I work for Customs and Border Protection at the Chicago Laboratory as a leading fingerprint examiner.
I'm going to take you back 30 years ago. Okay. 30 years ago, what were you doing for a living?
I had just started here as a crime scene analyst. I was in my first year.
What does a crime scene analyst for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department do?
Basically, it's a response to like crime scenes to recover evidence that was potentially left behind during the incident. Things like burglaries, we would go look for fingerprint evidence, maybe sometimes broken glass, those sort of things, and we would collect that from the scene and bring it back to the lab for potential use later.
Did you have a field training officer on September 7th or September 13th, I guess it is, of 1996?
I did.
And who was that?
David Lemaster. That's Lemaster.
Do crime scene analysts respond to the coroner's office for autopsies to document the body and collect any evidence that the doctor pulls out during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
And were you present at the autopsy with Dave Lemaster for the autopsy of Tupac Shakur?
I was.
May I approach Judge?
You may.
I'm going to start with state proposed exhibits 44 to it's like 56 there. Just want you to flip through those.
He's looking at autopsy photos, guys. He was present at the autopsy for Tupac Shakur. I know. That was pretty cool. I don't see it anywhere else anymore. They removed it.
So, I can't remember what my first number was. 44 through 54, are those all depictions of Mr. Shakur, well, his body bag, as well as Mr. Shakur during the course of the autopsy, documenting both tattoos and injuries to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, sir.
And then 55 and 56, it is two sides, I'll say, of what looks like a bullet and a fragment that was removed from his body at time of autopsy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Proposed Exhibit number 128. So I'm looking at that. Does that appear to be an impound done by Dave LeMaster from the autopsy of Mr. Shakur in September of 1996?
It is.
And flip it over here. Why don't you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how evidence is collected?
So this is a typical evidence collection bag, and on the front there's information that you would complete and fill out that would be relevant to the investigation you're working on. So I know that this is David's paperwork. We are assigned a personnel number when we start the job, and David's personnel number was 4243 as his first initial, last initial, and that's about here in the center of this information. When we collect the evidence, we're supposed to put a seal on the reverse, and the seal has to remain intact throughout the investigation. That also has David's initial and personnel number and the date that was collected.
So it appears that nobody's opened this since David impounded it 30 years ago.
That's correct.
Judge, I offer 44 through 56 and 128.
Any objection? They will be admitted.
Thank you. I passed the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Sanchez.
I have no cross.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a good day. You are excused, Mr. Quinn.
That was quick. Defense had no questions about any
Who's
of
your
the
next
evidence.
witness?
Dr. Lisa Gavin.
The woman that did the autopsy. Now we have the doctor that did the autopsy. Defense had no questions for Tom Kern, who was the guy that looked at the fingerprints. We actually have evidence that was sealed, still sealed. So Dr. Lisa was the one that did the autopsy for Tupac, okay? She was the one that we read the grand jury transcripts on, okay?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lisa Gavin, Lisagavin.
Thank you, Dr. Gavin. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Doctor, how are you employed?
I'm a forensic pathologist, medical examiner here in Clark County.
What does that mean you do for a living?
We determine the cause of death and the manner of death and sudden unexpected deaths.
And in order to hold the position that you do with the coroner's office, do you have certain education, training, and background?
Yes.
And explain that to ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I went to medical school at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I did a pathology residency at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a surgical pathology fellowship at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of the Medical Investigator in New Mexico. And then I came here to Clark County. I have a medical license to practice here in the state of Nevada, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
How long overall have you been a forensic pathologist?
This September, it'll be about 17 years practicing here.
So I'm going to guess that 30 years ago, you were not at the autopsy of Tupac Shakur.
No, I was in medical school.
Have you in the past had to come in and testify to your opinions as to cause and manner of death in cases where you weren't the actual examiner at the table?
Yes.
Explain why that would happen.
We have people that have retired. We have doctors that have died. We have doctors that have gone to other locations in the country.
So when you are asked to review, what is it that you get to review in order to form your opinions and conclusions?
Most often, it would be the investigation report from our office. It would be the autopsy report from the forensic pathologist that did the case. It could be photographs associated with the case, could be medical records associated with the case, could be any consultations or the like associated with the case.
In this particular case, do you know who the examiner was?
Yes.
Who was
it? It was Dr. Jordan.
Dr. Jordan is no longer with us, correct?
Correct. Dr. Jordan had passed away.
In addition to what the medical examiner's office had, did you also get a copy of the photographs taken by crime scene analysts during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
And did you utilize those as well to render your opinions?
Yes.
I'm going to start with what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 44. Now, as long as you don't click that mouse, there should be a nice little arrow that comes up and you can point to it. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 44?
In the background is a green body bag, and the way that we sealed the body bag to preserve the body as evidence is we put this little blue tag through the eyelets of the zippers as they come together to demonstrate that the body was received, placed into that sealed body bag, and then received in the office with that seal intact at that time. Similarly, we also attached onto that area what will become the toe tag, the identifying marker for that particular body, that particular individual.
I zoom in on that. We're able to see that the name was Lassane Crooks, aka Tupac Shakur, date of death 9/13/96 at approximately 1600 or 4 p.m.
That's correct.
$45. What are we looking at, Doctor?
This is just opening up of the body bag, and then one of the first photos that was taken at the time that the body bag was opened, demonstrating the decedent and the condition that he was received in and the body bag.
And from reviewing the medical records that were part of the coroner's office file, did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
And a lot of what we see on these photographs are evidence of medical intervention.
That's correct.
046. This is a facial shot. I know there's a ruler in the way, but this is a facial shot of Mr. Shakur.
Oh, that's correct.
And then we're not going to display all of his tattoos, but there were photographs taken. This is 47 to identify his various tattoos.
Correct.
So you can see on his right stomach there that says thug. And then if we go to 48, on the other side, it says life. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now I want to get to his injuries. And I'm going to start with, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. I can move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
The injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive. So he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
Additionally, I guess I should have asked this when I was back on some of the prior pictures. We're going to see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're going to see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you. And so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
I'm going to move on to his next wound, State's Exhibit number 51. What are we looking at here?
This is the right lateral aspect of his body, so his right flank and his lateral aspect of his right thigh. And then his back side of his right hand is also within this picture.
The ruler, though, is identifying what?
The ruler is around the right lateral aspect of his thigh, so the right thigh on the lateral side.
And what is that?
And that's an entrance gunshot wound.
And can you tell me the path that bullet took?
Yes.
And go ahead.
That bullet entered in the lateral aspect of the right thigh and then went upwards into the abdomen and damaged his intestines. They ended up operating there and removed a portion of his intestines. And then during that surgery, they recovered another projectile.
State's Exhibit number 52, and you can see it in 51, but now the ruler is on. Oops, try that again. Now the ruler is on that lower mark. Describe that for us.
This is like the lateral aspect of his body, or his right flank. And this wound does not penetrate into the body, but it kind of causes this deeper abrasion in this area. So this could be from like a spent projectile that might have hit something else and then hit his body, so it lost its momentum to be able to penetrate into his body further. So it kind of hit this area and created this wound on the side of his body.
Were there evidence within the medical records that Mr. Shakur had received bullet wounds sometime prior to the injuries that caused his death?
He had some scars in other areas of his body that were suggestive of that.
State's Exhibit number 53. What are we looking at?
This is the back of his right hand, and on the ring finger, he has an entrance gunshot wound. This path goes through the hand and goes through that finger and then fractures that bone right by the ring finger area.
54054. What are we looking at?
This is the exit aspect of that wound that we saw the entrance to on the back of the hand, and it kind of exits out the underside and partly in the webbing between those fingers.
Now, you mentioned that during the surgery, UMC would have recovered one bullet, and then autopsy, another bullet was recovered.
That's correct.
So, as it relates to the autopsy, showing you state's exhibit number 55. What are we looking at here?
This is the projectile that was recovered during the autopsy. This was the one underneath the sternal notch to which I referred earlier.
And just so the jury understands these when they get the back room, that's the same bullet. It's just taken from the opposite side.
Yes, we take multiple angles of those projectiles, photos of multiple angles.
Your Honor, just for the record, with exhibit numbers.
Mr. Gustavo?
56.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, in addition to not only the photographs, were there other records identifying Mr. Shakur within the coroner's office records?
We have both some medical records and some photographs, as well as the autopsy report, the investigation report, and the toxicology report as well.
Did you also have an affidavit from Mr. Shakur's mother indicating that's her son and he's dead?
Yes.
And were there also postmortem fingerprints taken to confirm that information?
Yes.
After reviewing all of those records, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
And what is that?
He died of gunshot wounds of chest and abdomen.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
When a medical examiner uses the term homicide, what does that mean?
The simplest form is death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sant.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Gavin, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Just a couple questions. Your testimony here today revolves really around your review of the record that was laid out 30 years ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And so fair to say, of course, that keeping records would be very important in your line of work.
Yes.
In the event that in the future, something that you do while you're on vacation somewhere in the Bahamas could be testified to by another doctor.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to the records that you saw here, is it Dr.
Jordan?
Was there anything missing in your review of those records in terms of record keeping or anything like that?
No, but we only took a few photos at the time of autopsy. At that time, they used Polaroids or they used film and cameras. And so we had few photos of the body itself. And so consequently, the crime scene analyst photos were helpful for being able to come to determination in addition to the reports.
Right. So the way we're able to explain it to the jury today is that you reviewed the record as well as any photographs were taken at the time of the autopsy.
That's correct.
Okay. And once again, going back again to my original question though, was there anything at all in review of Dr. Jordan's records or record keeping that would have indicated to you something that should have been done differently with regard to Dr. Jordan's work?
No, nothing that I could see in my review.
Okay, and fair enough to say though that you're not really there to critique his work as much as it is to relay what you read in the record to a jury like the people that we have here today.
But that's fair.
And once again, a critical review of someone's record is a little bit different compared to just reading what was done and then relaying that to a jury.
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference?
I think the scrutiny that you can utilize in those kind of details may be something that becomes relevant for a particular case.
Right. So, for instance, if there was some issue, some dispute over whether or not he was given adequate medical treatment, that would be something for another day, for another topic, and another type of review, right?
That would be for somebody that actually does treatment of bodies. I'm a forensic pathologist, so I'm a medical examiner, so I review people after they've died. So that would be treatment related to whomever does that type of treatment.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record. He does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are, based on my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work in general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regards to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures? No.
Okay. And in the event that you don't even have that, say, for instance, you're coming in here today, and the question is, well, did Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. DeJoffman?
Man, Mr. Sam suggested, I just want to make it clear, you're not regurgitating Dr. Jordan's opinions. You formulated your own opinions as the cause and manner of death.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's perfect.
One final question based on what Mr. John was. And fair to say, though, in order for you to do that, you have to rely on Dr. Jordan's documentation of what he did.
I relied on his documentation as well as the other documentation that I talked about, which was medical records as well as photographs.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have one more that we're waiting for.
Jury has a question, guys.
Can I have the parties approach?
Okay, they're reviewing that question. This is very interesting. I did take some notes. The Polaroid stuff did stand out to me for sure. There's something that she said that stood out to me for sure. You said, yeah, she's talking about the autopsy report. She's talking about the pictures. I mean, we saw a picture of the bag and the toe tag. We saw that. What else? So Tupac survived his injuries to some
All right,
point.
Dr. Gavin, we have a few questions from our jurors. Were there any wounds to the head that you or Dr. Jordan observed or noted?
No, there were not.
And then were all the bullets found of the same caliber?
I don't know what the caliber of the other bullet was, the one recovered at surgery.
Okay, state any follow-up based on those questions.
Do you even know what the caliber of the bullet was that was covered at autopsy?
No, I don't know this caliber.
Is that something that is not in your realm of determination?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Doctor, I'm assuming you're probably going to say I don't know, but are you aware that if any Metropolitan Police officer or expert came forward to take a look at those fragments that we're looking at now, or any other fragments that were recovered from the body?
No, I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know whether or not somebody did that.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for being with us, Dr. Gavin. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next witness.
Just before we call the next witness, I have in my hand State's Proposed Exhibit number 59, which is a certified copy of Marion Suge Knight's medical records from UMC that night.
Any objection to the admission of those records, Mr. Sam?
No, you're not.
Suge Knight.
Right, those will be admitted.
What's admitted?
I
Who caught it?
apologize, I don't know his name, but he is the custodian of records for MGM surveillance.
Okay.
Suge Knight. Something about some custodian records or something. Yes. Okay, they muted us. No. MGM surveillance. Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Michael Ingram, Michael Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Jackman, whenever you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work as an investigator for MGM Resorts.
What area at MGM Resorts do you have a certain job responsibility?
I have responsibility over surveillance and security surveillance and investigations.
Were you requested to come here to authenticate some video that was collected well back in 1996 from the MGM?
Yes, I was.
And have you had a chance to see any of that surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Did MGM keep a copy as well?
Yes, they have.
Okay, so you reviewed that.
Yes.
Judge, I have in my hand stage proposed exhibit number 115, which is that video of the offering.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
So I have 3 different camera views, three different files, I'll call it, that we're going to talk about. But back in 1996, can you describe the type of surveillance system we're looking at? Like, how is it, what medium was it originally recorded on?
At that time, it was recorded on VHS.
And did MGM reuse tapes every so often?
Yes.
And so when you reuse tape, did you lose quality each time you kind of reused it over and over again?
Yes, the quality deteriorated.
So unlike today that's digital, some of these views that we're going to watch, it's going to be pretty hard to facially identify anybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I want to start with, actually, I just mark next to the order.
I need to switch it over.
I know, I just remember if it's at the top or the bottom. There's 2 blues. Oh, this one?
Yes, this was there you go.
It doesn't work that way. So you want it.
All right. I'm going to show you the stage proposed exhibit number 144. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the MGM Grand.
Is that currently the way the MGM Grand looks?
The general layout of the casino or the hotel, yes, it's the names have changed and stuff, but
okay,
the property is the same.
So we don't know if this is from 1996 or if it's from 2002, 2010, when in the last 30 years, but generally the layout's been the same.
Correct.
I'll put this up, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Your Honor, if I could,
I'll move to bit 144.
before we move to admit, can I just ask a couple more questions of this witness with regard to this?
You'd like to order on this issue? You may.
Sir, with regards to the photograph that's been marked as proposed state exhibit 144, can you tell me if you can read the locations that are on that particular map?
I can read most of them. There's one that's a little fuzzy to me.
Sure. In terms of your review of the surveillance video from the MGM, fair to say that what we're about to see would indicate where the camera location was, including the name of the area that would correlate with what you have out there on the map?
As a general rule, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll have no further questions.
Any objection then to
No
the
objection.
admission of it?
No.
It'll be admitted. State, you may proceed.
There's actually 2 areas on this I want to talk to you about before we show the video. Maybe more than that. Generally speaking, events like the Tyson Selden fight, where would that have occurred at?
The MGM Grand Garden, which is located at the top of the screen.
Up here. Okay. We have an elevator view that we're going to see. Where is that located on this?
There's in the middle of the screen, there's 3 small boxes. Those right here. Yes, those are the elevator core for the MGM Grand.
And then if there's a camera that's going to say food court, that's kind of walking, that's looking down a long hallway. Which hallway are we looking at?
The white box, yeah, you're going to be following that basically to the Grand Garden Arena.
So when you come out of this box, you can either come down here or across the casino, essentially.
Correct.
So now I'm going to start with, if we can go back to me.
Bro, why he look so angry? He ran out of Cheerios or something. He looks so mad.
I'll pause it here for just a second. This says food court promenade. So why don't you hold it up for the jury? Do you know anywhere where we are along this white corridor? Or could it be anywhere on that white corridor?
Specifically, I couldn't tell you exactly where along that corridor you are, but you're along that corridor.
And I'm going to stop it. Oh, maybe a little farther. This person right here, we're going to see in some of our other videos wearing a Dan Marino Miami Dolphins jersey. You probably know that, but for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's the person that we're trying to follow. Is that accurate? Or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Now we have another camera view of this long hallway. From this, can you tell generally where in that hallway it is, or once again, we're just somewhere on that white hallway?
Somewhere along that white hallway.
And well, he just flashed.
That.
So let me stop it here. On these VHS tapes, cameras would flash between different hallways.
That technology was in effect during that time frame.
Called multiplex back in those days.
Correct.
So sometimes we jump from camera view to camera view, trying to capture what we're trying to capture.
Correct.
We can see the 13 on this jersey right here with the gentleman walking behind him. Now I'm going to take you to 115B. I don't know why I did that. All right, we're going to use a different program so we don't watch it sideways. And I'll turn my volume off because there's no volume. Now this is that elevator core that we saw. Please switch over to me for just a second.
Over to you? You mean the dot cam?
Yeah. So as opposed to those other views that were somewhere in here, now we're down in the middle of these four, and there's a tree in the middle of these four.
Correct.
Is that tree still there?
No.
And unlike the other camera, this one is a movable camera that goes back and forth.
Correct.
Go back to you.
Yeah. So this one starts at 2043 or so, and I'm going to jump forward to about 2047. This is just people walking through that elevator area, correct?
Correct.
Close enough. We'll start at 2046-33.
I've never examined this footage before, guys, honestly. That is true, Pika. There's a lot of people here, guys. Yeah, I've never seen it like clear. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's pretty clear, I would say. Huh. So is the security camera doing this by itself? Does it motion and then it returns? It goes this way and then it returns by itself to try. Like, is this doing it on its own or is this security behind that's panning it or moving it? Would that be the right question? You said, Berta's like, I'm not a fan of the carpet. Girl, it's giving 70s, you know? Yeah, it's many, many years ago. I used to work for loss prevention, like years ago. So these cameras, very old cameras, they'd have them and they'd pan on their own. But yeah, rotate.
Stop it just here for a second to orient everybody. So the camera, is it being operated manually by a cameraman so he can stop it on something that he's looking at?
He can stop it at a location, but that movement that you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
But if it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on.
Yes.
Right there. Look at that shit. See, they went this way. See, sassy Cass, I'm telling you. So was anybody running the cameras? Because you can move the camera so it doesn't do that and it captures one event. Was anybody working the cameras this night? You would think you'd have somebody behind the desk doing this, given that you're talking about the Mike Tyson fight. Or was this all doing it by itself? Now that looks like somebody's actually managing the camera there. Because once you zoom in and do all this, yeah, it doesn't go by motion detection back then, guys. Yeah, at some point there was a person, but the person missed the initial fight because the camera moved away from the fight. Yep. It must have been focused on later on, guys. Yeah, so I think somebody's running it now because now they're actually moving the camera. Before it was just panning like this. It
The
missed
gentlemen in white shirts, are they security guards, and the gentleman in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
because nobody was at the desk, Super Saiyan Snacks. It was on its own. Once the person got on the desk, then they started putting the camera back. The rotation happens on its own. They did get there fast, I will say.
Pause it there for a second. Once again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
There's Orlando. No motion activated. Mm-mm. The cameras move by themselves. They just move. That's why it moved away from the fight. If it was motion, it would have stayed there. What it did was that a person got behind and then they returned it. Now it's at the chaos. But before, remember, it moved away from the fight. It's because of the motion. It wouldn't stay in one place. It's just rotation that the camera does. Back then, I only know this because of this one time long ago. Some of these cameras are so old. I mean, they used to use it in loss prevention. Is the same. They're not motion. They just naturally move. That's it. They're not. I mean, now it might be different, but back then it's just panning rotation. It was just rotating on its own. I think I could even probably pull like information on some of them, how they used to work. You would think it'd be motion sensor, but this is like 1996. They didn't have that back then. So the cameras are running, but once a person gets on the camera and there's like what is it? One of those little things that you can then zoom in to it. But if you leave the camera by itself, it's just going to move on its own with the rotation without any sensor. Any panning, it'll do it on its own. This is why it moved away from the fight. It wasn't handled by somebody. See, they're out there. Orlando was a big guy, by the way. He wasn't like this small little thing. Yeah, like a joystick, Morris. I mean, that Dan Marino jersey, number 13, it really set him apart. Now, that's somebody moving the camera. Once it's panning in and out, it's moving it. It was a lot of people. That's why I had to ask. I'm like, why don't you, if you have an event, you have cameras in a building, you need to have somebody working. When the camera was rotating on its own, nobody was dealing with the cameras. They got to deal with them once the fight started. That's when they went in there and then they started to, you know, use the joystick or whatever directional to move the cameras. If you look at examine how the cameras are moving first and then how it changed.
And then our final view, this may seem somewhat obvious, but I'm going to give you this when you watch the cameras. After we're done, I'm going to ask you generally where those people that we see leaving the area of the elevator after the fight, where they go. This is 115C. So is that the main casino floor outside the elevators?
Correct.
Here, there's Suge can't even catch up to Tupac. Look how he's running. He's like, look. He's trying to catch up to him. Yeah, that was shown before. That's somebody controlling the camera. So when you have these cameras, like there's code to the camera, right? So let's say camera A, if you see somebody going from A, say they go to a different hall, then it might be connected to C and you're able to, you control it that way and it'll go from one angle to the next. That's all control. And you could tell because notice how they're like all over the place. They're trying to zoom in. This is somebody controlling the camera. Whereas in a natural rotation, it just goes like this by itself. It may even skip details of things that are happening. Yeah, these are old cameras back then. You said I can smell the cigarettes just by watching the camera. See, they're trying to connect. They go from this hallway to that. They're familiar with the hallways. They know camera goes to the next, so then they jump over and they get the other events.
Those doors that they appear to be exiting, can you generally tell me where that leads out to?
Yep, Morris.
The lion entrance?
Is that anywhere near the ballet?
That's the. I'm sorry, I was confused. Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Port of Cashier.
And do you know whether or not back in '96 there was a ballet there?
Yeah, no, I don't know if there was an exact ballet or what it was called at the time.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, you are an investigator with the MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I approach on it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're on cross now.
Just again for the jury, State's Exhibit number 44. All right. A couple questions. As the investigator or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years.
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns.
Yes.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to retrieve this video that was what we've all have seen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to write a report for that?
No.
Now, you had shared with us earlier that you had reviewed the videos. Anything about the review of the videos that would have required you to put it into a report?
No.
Okay. And you were going to, I must have cut you off. You were going to say something. Did you want to finish?
I did not, like you said that I provided this video.
Yes.
I did not provide this video.
Okay. So, and once again, we want to make sure that we're accurate, right? So what is your role in this whole thing and what you did here?
The video that we all reviewed, to be able to say that it's MGM Grand's video, that's MGM Grand's location, and whatever you guys want to talk about inside of the video.
Right. So in terms of you verifying it, was it just you looking at the video and saying, yes, that's the casino floor of the MGM?
Yes.
In terms of the date and time, for instance, you're just relying on what's date stamped in time on the actual video that you watched, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any other way of verifying any of the time and date in this case outside of what's time stamped on the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not a trick question. I just want to make sure it's clear. Yeah, you're good. But in terms of the case itself, was there an internal number that was assigned by the MGM property specifically as to this event in September of 2000 or 1996?
I don't know that answer.
So when you were asked to review the videos, do you know if there were any reports that were written by MGM security or MGM investigators like yourself on September 7th, 1996 with regard to this event?
I don't know that answer.
Now, in addition to that, you were asked to look through the video. Were you ever asked to locate anyone based upon the video that you saw in this case?
No.
All right. And the way the surveillance worked back then, right? I'm assuming you weren't, that was 14 years ago. So that would have been, you were there in 2012.
Technically, I got hired in 2010.
2010. All right. So this is another, take a step back, another 14 years prior to you working there.
2012.
We heard testimony that the recording system was all VHS based.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, right? So you have a control room, I'm assuming, with all these monitors that are on there.
Yes, sir.
and there's multiple people that are probably looking at different quadrants or areas of the casino.
They're looking at different monitors. Yes, sir.
Okay, and some of them are concerned with, like, say, cheating on the tables and that kind of thing, right?
That is a different team altogether.
I see.
You have your security team and you have your gaming surveillance team.
I see. So as a security team, you're just tasked with safety on the premises.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, when those cameras are going around, they're going around automatically until such time as somebody in the control room looks and says, "Oh, there's something going on right here," and then manually focuses the camera over there.
Some of the cameras, yes.
Okay. And even if the person in the room is not seeing it, sometimes they'll get a call from security saying, "Hey, we've got a situation over by the elevator banks," and then that would draw someone's attention to that monitor and move the camera over to that area.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the person that's operating the camera at that point in direct contact with the security team that is down below, like in this case, in the elevator area?
Yes, sir.
So they would be communicating back and forth about whatever it is that would be going on that would be helpful for everybody to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you have obviously a lot of people on the property.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you're too young for this, but I mean, this was fight night, right? Mike Tyson against Lou Selden.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Like, is that a typical amount of people on the MGM property?
In my experience, yes, that's a typical of fight night that you would have.
Right. So nowadays it's UFC or some type of championship thing with somebody, I don't know. But once again, championship level sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Not an everyday.
Not an everyday thing.
All right. And obviously there's a ton of people that are there. We see at some point the group that attacked the individual run.
Yes,
and
sir.
they run out of the area. And I want to make sure the jury understands. So going back here to State's Exhibit number 144, the area where the attack happens is right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is right next to it. It just says elevator core, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we talked a little bit about where they exited, and you had mentioned somewhere, but I just want to make sure I'm clear as to where that would have been. Can you tell the jury where they exited?
From what I observed, it.
Sir, just to let you know, you could actually take that mouse that's right there and just move it around.
Yeah, when he's on the dock, yeah.
They
All right,
changed
Donna
it.
pointed out.
Usually they can, but
All right. Just go ahead and just describe it, and I'll just point it out.
He appears to have traveled initially after the altercation. He appears to travel north up into the casino area, around that area, and then from the description, it looks like he comes back south and then turns to the
Approach that screen and point.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, please. Could you just
Talk loud while you're over there.
you can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
Sorry about that. I should have that.
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up through this location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down. And it appears that he goes. I would have to watch it again. I'm a little confused on the exact route. There's only two routes. He either went out the Port of Ricochet or went out the Lion entrance. But I'd have to watch it one more time to be able to confirm that.
If we could ask the state to be so kind as to replay that particular video back for the witness.
She needs to put it back on me.
Message. Hold up, y'all. Message.
Once again, this would be 115 C as in Charlie.
he can't. Why can't this is? They should have gotten somebody that could speak to this. This is the state's fault because why are you bringing somebody who can't? He wasn't even born then. You said this is the state's witness. He wasn't even. You could have brought somebody who was an expert in this camera stuff to have helped with this. No, it really does feel like a waste of time when you don't. I'm not taking from his experience, but in 2012, you didn't have this kind of technology anymore, guys. You worked in 818. You worked for Pinkerton Security from 2000 to 2009. They just sent a representative, though. Well, 818, maybe you can hit the link at lunch, but just make sure you accept everything, okay?
Did that help?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Let's show this to the jury then. Put this back up if you want to go on. Yes, sir. Banner right for me for a second. Showing you again States Exhibit 44. Can you explain to the jury the path that was taken?
Initially, it starts in the elevator core. They exit the elevator core. They enter the casino floor. They come down. They pass the cage. They pass the Emerald City, and then they're out the line entrance.
All right, and for the record, the line entrance is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, with regards to how we're able to determine this, obviously it's, we're looking at this particular map here and there's names of certain parts on here. Did that help you in terms of seeing where the camera locations were?
Yes.
As well as just looking and seeing that there was a casino cage and there was, you know, you were able to determine just based upon that where everything was.
Correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the map again as well, can you point out for us the number of cafes that's located on the property? Would reading the actual thing help you?
Yes, I think it would have. You want the number of cafes, sir?
Yeah, just tell me how many cafes are on the map.
One, two.
He's like, oh yeah, unfortunately they do that a lot in court. We call them 30B6 witnesses and depositions.
3.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, let me approach.
Oh, of course. You may move freely.
Thank you. Showing you again for the jury 144. If you can just get up and point to the map in terms of where the cafes are on property in 1996 for us, please.
Yeah, he's not a good witness, guys.
We got the Coyote Cafe, this video, coffee shop, and I believe this is also like a
He's going to be confused because he doesn't even know the location. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the number of people moving through the casino, obviously very excited in terms of who they think is going through the casino. Would that have been something that would have been unnoticed by anyone?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Yes.
It is
You
built that
wouldn't,
way.
no, you wouldn't notice it.
And in terms of the number of people that are going through there at that particular time, you have camera angles, right? And they're showing us where these people are going. right?
Yes.
So outside of the casino, going back down here to the bottom of 144, were there any camera angles out here in the line entrance to help us see where the individuals left and what direction they went to?
Not that I'm aware of.
And fair enough that there is actually cameras that are outside the property as well to protect the MGM property, right?
Generally, yes. I don't know what that was at this time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to pin you down, but the idea behind it would be, even now, for instance, there would be surveillance cameras to help protect the property.
Correct.
Now, directing your attention over here to, you had mentioned this before. What is this called here?
The Porta Cashier.
Okay, what is that?
It's a drop off, pickup, a taxi line, limo service. It's basically everything for the guests arriving to the property.
Arrive and leaving at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough. Once again, there should have been or would have been cameras, as far as you would believe, in the hotel registration area, as well as this Porta Sure.
Porta Cashier. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sure. There would have been cameras there. At least now there are.
Yes, there are.
Okay. Now, do you know what MGM's policy is with regards to events that occur on property where police officers request video surveillance to be captured?
In 1996.
Yes, I know the policy.
Okay, what is the policy?
The policy when police request video is they submit a what we call an admin subpoena with the date, time, and kind of information that they're requesting. And then a member of either security surveillance or gaming surveillance will put that video onto a portable drive of some sort and provide it to the police.
Right. And with regards to that video surveillance, is it the entire property?
No.
Okay. What typically is requested of the police officers, and what's typically protected or saved by MGM?
Situations dictate, but whatever they're initially requesting, if they're looking for a physical altercation, that's what they're going to get, is the physical altercation. We don't provide, a 24-hour movement of the persons. It depends on what they're requesting.
Right. So in this particular regard, you have an individual dressed in a Dan Marino jersey that at some point leaves the elevator area. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you know if there was ever a request to follow that individual through the casino and maybe off the casino premises just because he had been involved in an altercation with some other people?
I'm not aware of any request.
You don't have no further questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Redirect.
Okay. This is not a good witness.
You mentioned one, you didn't know if this was 1996 or not, correct?
Correct.
You also said you weren't sure whether or not there was a report written by security.
Correct.
Let me show you. Does that document generally look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that indicates the accuracy of the times on the, generally speaking, on the video that we have.
Yes, sir.
And I want to read that description to yourself. mean, there's more. But,
Yes, sir.
Based upon reading that, are you comfortable that the Coyote Cafe was present in 1996?
Yes.
And the report, does it indicate that Orlando Anderson was trying to, this person in the 13 was attempting to push past security into this cafe when he was attacked?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Sanders?
And I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your last name.
Ingram.
Ingram. Mr. Ingram, the report that you just read, did you author that report?
No.
Now, in terms of the report, fair to say the report is basically reflecting what's found on the videos that's been provided by the state.
I'm sorry, I lost track. What?
The videos that we watched earlier, is that what's in the report?
Yes.
So in essence, the jury can see the report for them, or see the videos for themselves to determine what was happening in terms of actions and what people do, right?
I don't know if that's completely accurate. There are things that are in report that are written by like eyewitness that you can't see on video.
Sure. Now, the report itself, do you know who wrote it?
I do not.
Do you know if that person had the same training and experience that you have here today talking to this jury?
I do not.
And in terms of the report itself, is it a standard report that would have been drafted back in those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there would have been somebody who would have supervised that report, I would assume, and reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it is in this document?
Who the supervisor?
The supervisor is?
I don't know who the manager at the time was.
All right. Once again, not you. You were 12, right? Okay.
Young, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly. Mr. Sam said that only what was seen on the video is in this report, but there's actually a description of what Mr. Anderson, what the person in number 13 was doing before we could see it in video. If you read the first.
Yes, he.
This guy, I'm getting hungry.
Yes, sir.
This is a document that appears to be authored by somebody who was present and confronting Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked. And then we see on video kind of the remnants of that attack, but not the beginning of it, correct?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm just going to object to that question.
Well, he opened the door with that question by
Leading?
saying,
What's your response on leading?
"Oh, that's the leading." Oh, okay, read the first 4 lines of the report. I'll rephrase my.
Okay, so it's sustained. You may rephrase.
Read the beginning of the report.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers.
Your Honor, at this particular point, I'm going to object as this is hearsay. And there's no exception to this particular statement being brought in.
Okay, your response on that one.
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, it's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM from MGM in 1996, all of which would qualify for admissibility.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
Sure.
Girl, they are on pause. They're reviewing it. Okay, so he had an objection. He said overrule. So it seems like the DA is trying to like justify their witness, but their witness did not know who the manager was in 1996. He did not know. Yeah, he was unsure whether it was 1996, and he didn't know the manager. He didn't even know who the hell wrote the report. So, like Mama Lama said, sometimes companies send these individuals that know nothing about this. The reality is that if the state really wanted to bring something here, he was 12. That's what I'm saying. It's like, we're probably in the same grade. We're probably in the same class. I don't know. What I'm saying is like, he doesn't know. Okay. So what are we? Why was he valuable as a
All
witness
right,
to this?
overruled. The statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being offered to rebut the idea that the only thing that the report contains is viewable on the video, and the jury is to consider it for such.
If you could just, I guess, start over. Start at the beginning there and stop at the point you get to this person in New Jersey getting attacked.
On Sunday, August 7th of 1996 at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers. Chelsea, I can't read the first name, Muniz Roberts at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself and Officer. Your screen went black.
Oh, sorry. I love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, maybe approach again while Mr. Jacques was working on technology.
With Mr. Claus? Okay.
Yes.
This is insane, guys. Keffe D. Keffe's like, who's behind me? What's going on? I wasn't even there.
Go ahead. I think there were officers whose name you couldn't quite figure out.
The unidentified BNL was questioned by myself and Officer Gamba on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he continually kept looking over his shoulder towards the North Key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the North Key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs, approximately 20, were running right in our directions. As they got close to, close to the BMA that was being questioned, started to run south towards the elevator core. Around 5 or 6 BMAs from the group caught up with the single BMA, grabbed him, punched him, and knocked him to the.
That's probably far enough.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Sam, anything else based on that? I guess that'd be repress.
No, Your Honor, but with regards to my discussions with the state, I'm going to move for the admission of that particular page that was read into the record.
Any objection by the state?
I don't. There's a second page. You want to read it all first and then make a decision as the first page or both pages?
Second page.
At least page 1 will be admitted. Page 2 is still up in the air. But would that be next in line for the state, or do you want it as defense exhibit, Mr. Sam?
This will be defense exhibit B, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll be admitted as defense exhibit B. We'll hold tight to see if you want 1 or 2 pages. How many pages?
Potentially 2, but right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let my clerk know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury for Mr. Ingram? We do have at least 1.
Good job,
Okay,
jury.
can I have the parties approach?
Good job. Look, the jury is engaged. This is a good thing. They're engaged. They're paying attention. I think it's great when juries have questions. Good. And good. And they're able to ask them. You said, I like this defense attorney. Y'all like the defense attorney, huh? I said, dude, he got a ponytail. He's like, I'm going to put my hair's on a ponytail today. He said, 3 years to get ready and we get this. Well, literally. You said, I guess the jury is questioning. I'm glad. And they're going to say, what diapers did your mama buy you when you were born? Because I'm just sitting there and I'm like, They couldn't have gotten an expert, but Mama Llama said that this might have been on purpose too. Say, I don't know, man. This guy didn't even know anything. I mean, wow. So we've had 3 witnesses so far, guys. 3 witnesses. Yeah, I kind of wish the defense Addie was the prosecutor. I don't know, man. It said defense attorney's good, I'll say that, but the DA kind of weak. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Can we call Mike Tyson to the stand? Oh, Mike Tyson to the stand. Yeah, I think Mike Tyson.
All right, a question from one of our jurors. Do you know where the person or officer who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessed the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Can you restate that for me one more time?
I can try, or I can read it again.
Yes, sir.
Where is the officer or person who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessing the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Oh, on the map, it's located, the entrance, the specific entrance, whether it's
You think maybe you should stand up and do it on the big ones?
Yes,
so you can
sir.
understand that.
So from what I could read, the entrance into the cafe is located here. To the Coyote Cafe. So this would be where the initial stop and talk by the security personnel would have occurred at.
And do you know where the person who wrote the report was seeing that person in the jersey from?
From that specific location. So he or she, I'm not sure the exact person, but the security describes that they're at the position and someone tries to push past, in which case they approach and stop and talk at the entrance of the cafe itself.
Okay, and then as to the second part of that question, I'm not going to ask because that's not something that he would know why that decision was made. State, did you want any follow-up based on that question?
You didn't recognize the name of the author of that particular report, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened to that person in the last 30 years in their lives, whether they're alive, dead, locatable, anything like that.
No knowledge.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple more quick points. So I want to be sure I'm clear. Did the MGM during that time period have those booths set up where you couldn't go to the elevators unless you had a room key or something? Is that what we're talking about in terms of a checkpoint?
The checkpoint is, it's not a physical location as much as it's a security position where they would check room keys to get into an area.
So if the report is saying someone was trying to push through, they're trying to go past that area into the elevator area? I mean, where are they going?
That's the direction that he travels. The security report states he tries to get into the cafe, and then when he's approached by the large group of males, he runs towards that checkpoint. So he's trying to get out or through the elevator core down into or wherever he decides he's trying to go. But that's the checkpoint. That little looks like a telephone next. Correct. That's where he's trying to get.
All right. So, but the report's kind of weird, right? Because it's not saying that he's trying to go into the Coyote Cafe. He's actually trying to go through a checkpoint or an area. I think that's what you read, right?
I would have to reread it again, but I believe he tried to get into Coyote Cafe first.
Okay, so he's going, there's a ton of people, they're all leaving the fight, and for some reason, him going into the Coyote Cafe causes security to go after him?
If it's closed or if it's blocked for a private party, I'm not exactly sure, honestly, why they would do it.
I see. So, I mean, but outside of that, your idea as to why the Coyote Cafe would not be open to this particular individual in the Merino jersey would have been because it's closed for a private function or closed completely.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ingram, you are excused at this time.
Sorry, Judge, can I have one follow-up to that?
Oh, okay.
Or the cafe is overcrowded and they're stopping people from going in.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, now you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute restroom break. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 11:15. Please rise for the
Oh
jury.
my gosh. They're on break. Lord have mercy. All right. So I have a lot of thoughts. I'm sure you guys have a lot of thoughts too. We're going to talk about this in the break too.
Jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Well, I'll work with the state with regard to the last proposed defense exhibit.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Well, and then let my clerk know what pages you wanted in, or give it to her, actually.
Yes, ma'am.
You're gonna have to print that out, I guess. We'll be in recess.
Okay. They're going to mute us. All right. Real quick. So, where is he? Where is he? This 818. So 818 here was telling us that he'd been working security for many years. I know Sylvia shared this before too. So the thing about the footage, at least what I noticed, now I'm not an expert at it. I have worked some security a couple years ago. Totally not an expert, but it is a joystick, or sometimes it's like a pad, but it's like what do they call it? It's like a board. All right, you got a bunch of buttons, and then you have each camera is set up by like a code. So if you need to say it's camera A123, okay, A123 goes to one hallway and it captures maybe that whole hallway, but then it jumps into B123. Okay, so then you go there. So this is why we were able to capture. There was a person that was managing the cameras when the commotion happened, but not before that. Because if you saw at some point, these cameras were just kind of moving on their own. They even missed the actual beating. The camera moved away and they missed it. You would think somebody would stay there. My thing is if you have somebody, okay, this is the MGM Grand on a weekend on a Mike Tyson fight, why wouldn't you have somebody full-time working those cameras? That would be the question. And then also bringing somebody who would know about that. And the only thing that this guy, what's his name, Michael Ingram, would serve purpose to the state would be any policy changes. Because you mean to tell me that there hasn't been any policy changes as far as their cameras or security or layout since 1996? He didn't even know what the hell that was, and he's been working there since 2012. I mean, he must have had something. And like I said too, is even on the subpoena. Okay, you honestly think this is Vegas we're talking about, all right? In 1996, you honestly think that footage don't disappear? I mean, look, what was that one mob movie where it's like they said that if they drive you to the desert, you don't come back? Wasn't that Casino? That you should be worried I mean, this is like Mob Central too, right? Come on now. So I don't know. Maybe they might be calling in others. They might. But the person that they brought in was just not it. I'm not impressed at all. So for me, it's like, well, this kind of works in favor of the defense, right? Because it's like, so what's the purpose of this guy being here? I don't know. You said, don't they prepare the witnesses? Canadian Crystal, I thought so too. You said that was a car wash. You said, don't he look like those years he don't remember? You can't stop seeing Joan. Joan who? He said, what can a person who was 12 years old tell me about a 30-year-old case? Serious question. And no offense, I mean, you could read all about it and everything. I mean, you could. But it's like if you weren't there for the atmosphere or for the shit that was going on, it's a different kind of experience, I would say. Hold up, let me see. I haven't heard anything that proves that he was there. The footage doesn't capture Keffe D there, but they're not saying he was at the Graham, right? They weren't saying that he was at the MGM, or are they? I don't know. Yeah, the toggle board, the control board. That's right. My husband worked security, huge security cameras at a large arena. Wow. Hold up. Let me see. Let me go down a little bit. Sounds like Tupac and the mob chased Orlando down and attacked him. Oh, okay. You said, was it sufficient to ask if this guy, just to verify if the video happened at the MGM, if he didn't know anything? Marta, that's what I'm saying. Is like, if he didn't know anything, all you can really ask him, and honestly, that's what they did. Reference in the report was the question that they asked him. Reference in the report. All you can do is reference the report. He can't speak from his experience. He wasn't there. He was probably in the 6th or 7th grade where I was at, too, you know? Well, no, not 7th. We were 6th or 5th grade together. We were probably in the same class because we were at the same age. You said they were watching the tables. There was money to be made at the house. That's right. So clearly they weren't paying attention to anything. That came after the fact that they heard about a fight. I'm wondering why MGM sent a security representative that's so young and not brief with all the potential info. So my question is that, but also at the very least, policy changes, because I bet anything that in 1996 they didn't have no fucking subpoena thing. They didn't say, okay, make sure you get a subpoena to get this footage out there. I doubt it. I doubt it. They didn't even give a time frame. Do you notice how that question was just like, is there any, policy? No, put a timestamp on it. In 1996, what did your policy for an officer, for, a court or whatever, insert professional, for them to be able to subpoena footage from the MGM? What was your policy? Don't forget what Dirt Rock who said it? He said it at the grand jury. He was the first witness. And he said that he saw the fight before it even hit the media. Okay. So clearly this footage, and he also said that he saw things that people didn't even see. So clearly this footage was already shared out without a subpoena. Okay. Just saying. That's why I think it's important to put the policy out there. The video footage they showed started at 8:46 p.m. through 8:53 p.m. for the first time leading up to during a commotion. That was fast. Too bad the clear footage of it didn't catch the whole incident. Thank you. Do you think they might be calling others? You're right. You said they must have not paid this guy enough. 2 different teams watched the tables and the people on the floor. Nobody. If you go reference mob movies, the house always wins, right? The money comes from the tables. The drunk people. But see, here now they have the security situation. Okay, that takes their eyes off of the table. He said they had a wall of camera screens, like 20 screens. That probably the late reaction to catch up. It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I've seen it operate, not 20, man. I think I've seen maybe 15 at a time, but it's all coded and connected to one. So the board, okay, just like this keyboard right here. I have a keyboard here, right? Connects to one, connects to the other, and you put in the code. And the person who's driving those cameras clearly knows those codes, because they have to go from one, they're watching Suge Knight and Tupac run from one hallway to the next hallway to the next hallway. They have to know. You can't be a rookie at that at all. You have to know what you're doing there, because all of that captures there. But at some point, it didn't capture the whole fight when they were getting at Orlando. Those cameras were just moving by themselves. They had a lot of people there. A lot of people there. Look at Diddy for the hotel footage. There you go. Think CSI happens all the time. You said, can't afford TK to follow spot video evidence, cleanup service LLC. And that'd be what the LLCs. You said, even Diddy paid a guy to hide footage. Bing. There you go. There you go. Thank you. You said, this all shows me was MGM don't have the best security cameras even from back then. Well, Phoenix, doesn't it also show you evidence collection? Because, I mean, think about Dr. Lisa Gavin too, okay? All of this just points out to that. I mean, even Tom Kern, he was only there for like 5 seconds up there. Did they not know Did they not tell to locate the security team that wrote the report? Well, for all we know, the guy probably already passed away. These people, I mean, it's been 30 years, y'all. So even if that's the case, somebody passes away. I mean, Dr. Lisa Gavin had to speak for the doctor that did the autopsy. The person passed away. So they're also relating from reports. They're a representative of that, but they're relating to reports. The problem that I have is that even if the person's gone, you could still, if you started working there in 2012, you could still relay what was written, what was out there, unless they got rid of shit and they really didn't even know what was up there, right? So I don't know. I said, I'm sure that there's a room with a lot of monitors and people watching. I'm guessing once they saw the camera pan towards the fight, the person in front of that monitor took control. Somebody took control because they weren't controlling it initially. You said, looking down to the comments, our Social Security plus for Social Security for 25 plus years. There's something there. I mean, if y'all have experience, let me know. But I was looking at this. I said, nah, this is weird. It says showing motive of why they supposedly did what they did. Let me see. Why on earth? Why in earth wasn't this guy prepped? It didn't seem like he was prepped. It didn't seem like you were. He said 7th grade. I was in the 6th grade when Tupac, 6th or 5th grade when Tupac died. So he's probably a year, if not, we're about the same age. You know. Hold up. I was in college, Lord. I feel really. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to my zillennials. You said, okay, back then, my bad. All right, let me go down here. From what I remember, Keffe and Orlando and the others were meant to meet at a cafe. That's where I thought the defense were going to go when they mentioned cafe to see if the footage was there. I just don't know what to feel about that witness. They had an opportunity there. I feel like it was a missed opportunity. I'm pretty sure that they don't want to be implicated in any of this. Policy doesn't matter because it's all constitutional requirement. Oof. There was a cocktail waitress. Let me tell you, because I was friends in security and the higher ups in the department, the cameras are pointed towards the table games and the employees so they don't steal. New name, tell it. Tell it. You don't want nobody stealing anything. They capture Orlando being stopped. Okay. Y'all, I got to go down. If the casino had been robbed, then no, they wouldn't change a policy. They don't care about fights. They care about the cash. My cousin worked at the casino for 12 years. Ooh, all right. Okay. Shout out to y'all. All right, let me go down a little bit because I'm behind the comments. Listen, Linda, if all state witnesses are not prepped like this, they lost the case, in my opinion.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377407. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury back in?
Okay.
Let's bring them in. Please rise.
Rise to the jury.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sure.
You may all be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
Kenneth Rios.
Who they say? Who they say? Something Rios.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Kenneth Rios, Kenneth Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was employed as I retired as a Las Vegas sergeant for Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long were you with Metro?
28 years.
And when did you start?
April 17th, 1990.
I direct your attention to September 7th of 1996 at about 9 p.m.-ish in that area. Where were you working?
I was working as uniform patrol at the MGM Hotel.
At that time, did you learn of a situation that occurred in the elevator section of the MGM?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond over to that location?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with an individual wearing a Dan Marino number 13 jersey?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to play a little video for you. Can you go back, Tommy?
He had contact with Orlando.
And this is 115B. And I got to play it with the other program. I don't know why. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. When you come in. Started right about here. You let us know when you see yourself.
I see myself.
All right. And which of the three officers we have on scene there are you?
One with the dark hair. My back, well, it was dark back then. My back is towards the camera facing the gentleman that has the Merino jersey on.
Eventually, if we watch this video, you have a conversation with this individual, correct?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did you ask him to identify himself?
Yes, I did.
How did he identify himself?
He identified himself through a California driver's license, which security had in their possession and gave to me.
Back then, this is just the fight call and he's the victim, correct?
We thought he was a victim, yes.
And so did you talk to him about whether or not he wished to press charges or be involved? Describe that for us.
Yes, I asked him first if he needed medical assistance and he refused. He said he was fine. I then asked him what happened and he told me basically that a couple of guys that he didn't know jumped him. And once again, I asked him if he needed medical. He said no. I asked if he wanted to file a report and he said no.
At that point, was he released and free to go on his way?
Yes, he was.
Later on that evening, did you learn about a shooting involving Tupac Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then were you asked to then draft a report as to what your interaction was with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what name did you remember for Mr. Anderson?
It was Orlando. I remember his first name.
Is it anything unusual that when a victim gets attacked and doesn't want to press charges or write a report, for you not to have written a report that night?
No, it's not. Basically, if you don't have a victim, you don't have a crime, as we put it, which isn't necessarily true. You always have a crime. But if you don't have a victim, the chances of prosecution, you won't get any information, and so we don't take a report if the victim refuses.
It's only afterwards, the incident that occurs a couple hours later, you then go back from memory and write down what you recall from this incident.
Yes, I did.
And you were able to remember his first name as Orlando.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross, Mr. Sand.
Mr. Rios.
Yes, sir.
Did you review anything in your preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
I reviewed my officer's report. I reviewed my memory. I reviewed also the last statement that I gave, I believe was to the grand jury a few years ago.
Okay. And I would assume that prior to your testimony to the grand jury, you reviewed your officer's report back then even?
Yes, I did.
Prior to testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make sure we're clear here. You wrote that report. That's in the normal course of your duties as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
No exception to in terms of you conducting your business as a police officer that you don't ever write a report?
No, there's some instances where I may not write a report.
Sure. Can you tell us what those instances are?
Not offhand, because it's been so long. There's just, you don't write a report for everything that you do. Everything's recorded in some way through the computer or through dispatch, I'm sure. But to sit down and write a formalized report on all my actions, no.
So in terms of all your actions, are you saying, like, for instance, if you get up out of your cubicle and you go into your sergeant's office to talk about fantasy football, oh, no, that wouldn't have been back then, talk about the game between the Bears and the, Chargers, we're not talking about that kind of documentation, right?
Right, I would never talk about the Bears, but yes.
Okay. And there we go. And in terms of the way, though, you would handle, like, for instance, if you're doing an investigation, or in this case, you're part of an incident that occurs, a report would be drafted for something like this.
Yes and no. It would just depend. It would depend. It would depend on some factors. In this case, there was no victim. He refused any kind of help. But it was worth noting because of his involvement.
Yeah. And so the state had asked you a question specifically as to when you wrote your report. You wrote it after you got off of this particular shift. Is that when you wrote your report?
I don't recall when I wrote it, but I'm sure that my officer's report would reflect that time. But I know I didn't write it immediately after.
All right. And in terms of your knowledge that Tupac Shakur had just been shot, your testimony to the jury is that you had understood at that point that potentially a person by the name of Orlando may have been something to do with that particular case.
I don't recall if that was the reason why I wrote the report, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm a little curious. Like, how do you, there's a shooting of Tupac Shakur. How do you, is it because you heard that there's a shooting about Tupac Shakur that you go, wait a minute, there was an incident that occurred with Tupac on property? Is that how we get to this point?
Back then, I don't recall if that was the process that I went through to make the report. I don't believe so. I believe that there was some other officers that probably told me and suggested that I write a report because of his possible involvement.
Right. So news goes out throughout the valley, Tupac has been shot, and then you're advised, hey, there was something happening with Tupac, just capture whatever it is that you remember, right?
I don't recall that happening that way, but for most intents purposes.
Right. Now, in terms of your report and you writing it, you're still on property when you hear that this incident had occurred with Tupac Shakur.
I don't recall where I was at the time.
Okay. Would you have ever called back to the MJ and say, hey, capture more video of, this particular incident and the guy with the Merino jersey, the night of the shooting, to help them with whatever investigation could be out there? Did you do that?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know if anyone else among the three officers that were there or any other officers would have done something like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Maybe they're all Bears fans, and that's the reason why they didn't do that.
It could be.
Yep. Let me ask you this, though. In terms of your this particular night, extra officers show up as overtime. They work overtime. Is that what this is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they're doing it for a special event, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, this special event was the Tyson fight.
Yes, sir.
All right. In terms of the amount of people in Las Vegas, I would imagine there would have been a lot.
A lot of people?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We see video showing, obviously, a lot of people at the MGM.
Yes, sir.
And would it just be the MGM where the fight was taking place, or would that be throughout the strip?
No, there'd be officers on other properties.
Yeah. And once again, these officers are on there because of the anticipated flow of people coming into Las Vegas for this special event.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have at least one.
Okay, one question from the jury, guys.
Parties.
Okay, so they have to mute so they can review the question. Orlando Anderson, I mean, he's bringing up, what is it? He was a sergeant back then, and he's just kind of bringing up his experience and whatnot. You said, I prefer his hair down. Is that just me? LOL. Y'all talking. You said, yeah, the witness has a very approachable demeanor. I would say so too, right?
All right, a question from one of our jurors. After an incident like that, is it customary to not follow the people who did the assault? Is it common for everyone to stay with who you thought was the victim?
My position at that time, yes, it would be to stay with the victim because we had already radioed 2 other officers that were on scene.
Okay.
And as well as the MGM security had radioed to their officers up front. So it would have been my responsibility to stay with the victim to make sure that he wasn't in dire need of medical assistance or still wanted to file a report.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Mr. Sanft?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. With that, you are free to go, Mr. Rios.
Thank you.
All right. State, who's your next witness?
William Hedemeyer?
William Hedemeyer.
William.
Who? So hard to hear them at first. So, guys, we've 4 witnesses so far. Who's the next witness? 4 witnesses. I didn't catch the name either.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, may I have a seat.
Thank you.
And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's William Heidmeyer, William William, and Heidmeyer, Heidmeyer.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, state, you may proceed.
He was a grand jury
Sir,
witness.
back
right?
in 1996, were you working here in Las Vegas?
Yes, I was a security officer at the Maxim Hotel and Casino.
And the Maxim these days is now the Westin on the corner of Koval and Flamingo?
Correct.
And it's on the northwest corner.
Yes, northwest corner.
Actually, sometime prior to 11:17 p.m., were you engaged in an investigation with some Metro officers?
Yes, I had 2 Metro officers with me, and we were looking for stolen vehicles. There were 5 or 6 Dodge Caravans that were stolen out of our parking garage that night.
And where were you located when something unusual did happen?
Well, I was on the ramp of the 3rd floor of the parking garage on the southeast side of the property.
And while you were there, describe what you hear.
Well, the 2 officers, another security officer and I were standing around one Dodge Caravan, and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire. And we ran to the barrier wall that was overlooking Koval Boulevard, not Koval, Flamingo Boulevard. And that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you heard?
It sounded like a lot.
1 volley, 2 volleys?
3 volleys.
3 volleys.
Yes.
Heard. And when you say a lot, I mean, to some people, can you put any sort of number on it?
I had 3 to 4, maybe even 5 each volley. It was a series of pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
You said after the shots fired, you guys ran to the retaining wall.
Yes.
I assume you ducked for cover at first.
No, because I was just, I was armed, so I was leaning over the retaining wall to see what I could see.
And when you look over the wall, what do you see?
I see a line of vehicles in the left straight lane on Flamingo heading east. And there's several vehicles. There was a white Dodge Stratus at the front, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside of the vehicles in the traffic lanes.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well-dressed. He was wearing a very bright white 3/4 sleeve shirt, black pants, and a black dress vest.
And at the time that you see him, is he firing his weapon?
No, he's not, but he does have the weapon in his hand. It was an automatic weapon, automatic pistol.
Semi-automatic pistol?
Yes.
And is he holding it down? Is he pointing it in a direction?
He wasn't pointing it in any direction. It was kind of just off to his side.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue. And then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again. And they made a U-turn heading west on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
All of the cars in the caravan?
Yes.
And so you see them make a U-turn at Koval and head back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
And those vehicles, you saw the two Metro officers you were with jump in their vehicle to give chase to that caravan.
Correct.
At the time that you're out there, you see somebody with a gun, you've just heard shots fired. Is it the conclusion you originally drew that that person was your suspect?
Yes. Yeah. That's what I deduced at the time.
And based upon the officers following that caravan, that's a reasonable assumption that they deduced that as well.
Right. They asked me what direction they were going. They rolled down their windows and were asking me what direction everybody went. And so I pointed to make a right and head towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And those officers then went after the caravan.
Correct.
Objection as to speculation.
What's your response?
Well, he watched them do it.
He didn't.
Okay.
Did he testify that? Did you watch
Lay
the
some more
officers?
foundation.
Did you watch the officers go after that caravan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I pass the witness.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Stamp?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Heidmeyer, I'm going to show you it's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number
1.
1. No. Yes.
One, you want 2?
I need both. Thank you.
Closer to more modern. You're right.
All right. I'll show you State's Exhibit number 1 here. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Just to get to the point, this is Las Vegas.
Yes.
All right. And I'm just more concerned right now about the actual streets themselves. Can you just show us, actually, you know what, if you could step down out of the witness chair and just go to that screen, I'm going to have you point out for the jury where everything's at, okay? Okay. All right. Can you point and show us where the Maxim Hotel is?
The Maxim Hotel, this is Koval and that's Flamingo, would be right about here.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, right about here.
Okay. And just for the record, it looks like you're pointing in this area right here.
Well, this would be the hotel and this would be where the parking garage was. And there was parking in front of the parking garage as well.
All right, and just for the record, I'm pointing to the north part of, this would be Flamingo that I'm pointing at, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's on the north side of Flamingo, in between, what's the main streets that are in between where the property sits?
It sits on Koval and Flamingo. The entrance to the parking garage was over here.
All right, and so that area is where the Maxim Hotel was located.
Right, but adjacent to the parking garage.
Right, and the parking garage, once again, for my edification, is where exactly, if you could just point that out for us.
Right here.
All right, so that would be on the north side of the property?
Yes.
So would that be behind where the hotel is?
No, it's beside the hotel.
Beside the hotel, okay. And that's where you were located with the two police officers?
Correct.
Now, you were investigating at that particular time stolen vehicles out of that garage. Did you write a report on your own with regards to what you were doing that night with the stolen vehicles? And
Actually, no, I turned that report over to my other co-officers at security because I was tied up with this incident.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit better for you here, sir, if I could. Going back again. That's hopefully more helpful. All right, so when you said that you looked over and you saw, can you explain for us again sort of where the vehicles were that you saw?
Well, the vehicles were on Flamingo heading east, and they were in, we have a left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center lane.
Correct.
Meaning that they were intending on going forward.
Correct.
They're not making that left.
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure, and once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east, and is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Como? Or is it just
Actually, I believe it was 2 lanes, so it would be from the facing east, it would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn.
All right, and then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort, or maybe vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a
No,
car.
it's a 2-door sedan.
Okay, and then behind it is the BMW,
Yes.
and then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified a Lex. Is it a Lexus behind it?
I think it was a Lexus, I believe so.
And then another vehicle, and then a white Chevy, and then it just kept going all the way down.
Correct.
So even though we're identifying these vehicles, you don't know how many vehicles were in the procession, or
It was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something.
No, I did not.
You just heard it.
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with the gun,
Yes.
did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right, but you saw him dressed up in a relatively nice looking sort of presentation, black
Yes.
pants.
Yes, he was well dressed.
Okay, vest and a white shirt. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can back up there. Yeah.
Sit down.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Heidemeyer. You are free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
You're welcome.
He was a grand jury witness, by the way.
State, you have one more, right? Before
Yes,
lunch?
Judge.
Okay, who's that going to be?
Dino Kelly.
Oh, who? That's another grand jury witness too. So we have had, this is going to be our 6th witness today, okay?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's Dean O'Kelly, and it's DEAN.
Officer.
_KELLEY.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. You may proceed, Mr. DeJohnny.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy marshal in district court with Judge Erica Mendoza.
Prior to become a deputy marshal, well, I guess you've had multiple hats. At some point, were you a Metro police officer?
Yes, I was for 20 plus years.
And approximately what year did you start?
September of 1991.
And when did you retire as a Metro officer?
July 12th of 2012.
And after July 12th of 2012, did you do something else with Metro?
I did for about almost 8.5 years. I was a cold case homicide investigator.
Now, well, let me ask you this: when did you first go to homicide?
In 2003, on July.
So on September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in the gang unit on one of the enforcement teams.
What does that mean you did for Metro? What's an enforcement team?
So the enforcement teams are dressed in greens, and we usually have 5 or 6 detectives together, and we would patrol known gang areas and come in contact with gatherings that involved gang members. And then after enforcement, I did 2 years in investigation where I investigated gang-related crimes.
Before I get to your actions on this particular evening, I want to ask you a little bit about how the process of report writing has changed at Metro over the years. You have handled your own cases since the early 2000s, but you also were a cold case investigator, which I assume that means you also have experience with years and years and years before you ever even became a police officer.
Certainly.
Was there a particular way that cases were documented up until the early to mid 2000s?
I mean, I think there's been some changes over time just because of the digital age. And, when I first went to homicide, we were still using typewriters that had the little spinning ball on there and actually typing in triplicate, those types of things. Keeping our notes, handwritten in our notebook. And then it kind of changed over time. Everything went digital and we started keeping things on a computer.
And so when we're talking 96, there was multiple reports written by officers as they did things because there wasn't the same computerized systems we have today.
That's correct.
Modern day, is there something called a main case report or a main officer's report related to homicides?
Yes, there is.
Explain that to ladies.
So what we normally do, and it kind of depends on the detective themselves. I mean, you probably worked with people that have Post-its all over their desk and it's a total wreck and you have no idea what you're looking at, but they know where everything is and they know how it's organized. We had detectives that were like that. Me personally, I would keep everything on what's called a case management form. So from the very beginning, from the very start of when we got a call and we're keeping notes in a notebook, all that information go into a case management form. So I wouldn't be initially concerned with an officer's report getting started at any point because I was using that management form each and every time we did something investigatively. If we took a phone call from, a witness, then I would document that on that form. And at some point, especially if you had somebody that was in custody, you would transfer all that information over into an organized officer's report, which would then have the title at the top. It would have the date and time and location of when the incident occurred, who's involved, who are the suspects, who are the victims, who are the witnesses, and it would be in a chronological order in an investigation. But initially, everything's kept just basically in the management form. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you put together all that information into an officer's report. And there will come a point in time where the individual detective would make the decision that the officer's report's final, right? You would get it signed off. It'd be signed off by your sergeant. It'd go into the case file. And then from that point, you would just basically be filing addendums as new information came in. You might write that information down on that management form and then do an additional officer's report. That's definitely something that I saw when I went to cold case. Some of the cases that were, 20 years old, every single step that detective did was a completely separate officer's report. So you get 15 officers' report in the case file. It definitely made a lot more sense to finally get to one point where we had just one officer's report covering the case.
And in your experience, is it unusual for an officer's report to be the very last thing that's generated by the detective assigned to the particular case.
No, that's not unusual at all.
I want to direct your attention back to September of 1997, and I'm going to put up really two aerials for you first of all, but I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 1. Can we go back to me? That appears to be a aerial of Las Vegas Valley.
Yes.
Okay. And it's clearly more modern than 1996 because you can see T-Mobile over here and some other things. Is that correct?
Quite a bit different today. Yes, that's true.
And then I'm going to go back and show State's Exhibit number 2. This is a much earlier rendition of the Las Vegas Valley because T-Mobile's not there. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And identified on State's Exhibit number 2 is where the I can't move. Oh, I can move the mouse away. Where it says Monte Carlo, that's generally where the Park MGM is today.
That's correct.
And at the time, back in 1996, there was a club called the 662 Club on Flamingo. Is that correct?
Yes, very familiar with it.
And is that referenced in State's Exhibit number 2 as well?
It is.
And is that generally in the location where it's at?
Correct.
So now I want to jump back to 1. At about 11:17 p.m. On September 7th of 1996, where were you?
We were conducting enforcement activity kind of northeast of the location of Koval and Flamingo.
And did something catch your attention?
Yes. As we were out with a couple of 2-3 gang members, we heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to the area of the Maxim Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum. So we didn't even announce that we were en route. That's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way, because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
And where do you respond to?
We responded to the intersection of Koval and Flamingo right there at the Maxim Hotel. Now it's called the Westin. But we went into the parking lot on the south side of the Maxim, and where we saw a patrol unit.
At some point, do you walk out onto Flamingo? Well, let me ask you this. When you first arrive, is there traffic still driving eastbound on Flamingo?
Yes, I mean, nothing's changed so far as traffic at that point, because whatever had happened was several minutes before that. So now people are still just driving by. We got to the parking lot. My Sergeant Cindy West, had inquired as to where the shots had come from, and we were able to look out into the street there on Flamingo, just west of Koval, and I saw in the headlights just little glints of light and recognized that. I spent plenty of time on a firing range, and I know what brass looks like on the ground. So we were able to determine where several cartridge cases were located in the street west of Koval on Flamingo.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Proposed Exhibit 34 to 41. As you look through those, I'm going to grab something from the clerk. you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
When we spotted the cartridge cases in the street, at the time, my enforcement vehicle was in a Chevy van, and we had a whole bunch of cones. So as we located the cartridge cases there on the roadway, we took a bunch of cones out of my vehicle and actually placed them, in the photographs you'll see it a little bit different, but we placed the cones on top of or over the cartridge cases. So the cones protected where they were located, because you could even see there was at least, I know one for sure, maybe more, that had already been run over by traffic. So it was a little bit mangled. So we protected the crime scene. And we also popped a couple of flares on the north side of the number 3 travel lane where the cartridge cases are located.
And this fairly, States Exhibits 34 through 41 fairly and accurately represent that situation.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit.
No objection.
So admit it.
So I'm going to put up 34. And can you just describe for us what we're looking at?
So you can see the cartridge cases are kind of straddling the 2 lanes.
Can I stop you for a second, Mr. O'Kelly?
Yes.
There's a mouse sitting right there. Don't click it. Just it'll freeze up the whole system, but you can use it as a pointer.
Exactly. So these 2 cones that we set up here were more or less to protect where the cartridge cases were located. These other cones are covering the actual cartridge cases in the roadway. The one that's closest to us in this picture is a bullet fragment. It was the furthest away from Cobalt. And then the other cones are all spent cartridge cases, Winchester, Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Do you know a person by the name of Dan Ford?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dan?
Dan Ford is a senior crime scene analyst that I worked with quite a bit. We started on the department right around the same time and ran into him several times on cases that I worked with in the gang unit investigations. We also utilized him on the RICO task force that I was on for a couple of years. And then he responded countless homicide investigations during my career.
Eventually, does Mr. Ford leave the crime scene that was at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and come, and is he the person that takes these pictures and winds up collecting these items?
Yes, he is. Fortunately, Dan was already dispatched to the area of the Maxim for the patrol units that had called out on the radio the shots that were fired. They were taking report for damaged vehicles that were there, and Dan had already been dispatched to that. So he wasn't far away when the shots rang out, and he was requested to come to that scene.
Sitting there in front of you is State's proposed exhibit 129. Looking at the State's proposed exhibit number 129, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do. I've seen and reviewed the handwritten evidence inventory that was authored by Dan Ford. I can see that that's his handwriting. It's also his initials and P number that are on the package for the Winchester cartridge cases.
And then there's a red seal on the back of here. That would have been placed on by Mr. Ford, correct?
The red seal is not, so it's, oh, it is marked up here at the top for his P number. This doesn't look, I don't know, oh, that he wrote the date on that. So 9/7 of 96. So he initialed it in the top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner, yes.
And all these blue seals are the times that the forensic lab has opened this package in order to look at these items and potentially do some testing.
That's correct. But I do remember from the evidence inventory that that Dan had indicated that these cartridge cases were checked for fingerprints at the time with negative results.
So I'm going to have, well, I guess I'll move to admit 129, Judge.
No objection.
Okay, so admit it.
I'm going to have you cut this not along a seal. There's a place left to do it. I think if you cut right along there, you can pull those items out.
Oh, yeah, down here at the bottom I can.
items out.
Yeah, me just pull up all of them.
Well, they will eventually be marked 129 G, well, A through G, but I'm going to show you this one, which has a 14 on the top of it. And you said you remember at least one of them was mangled.
This one's flattened on the opening opposite of the headstand. It's flattened, so it's been run over.
And there appears to be at least one more of these that has some damage to it. And several of them have damage to it. Is that correct?
They're definitely misshapen. A couple of them are. This is actually the closest that I've seen them, because when we came out, we just put the cones right over the top of them, didn't mess with them at all. So I'm able to now look at even the primary impacts, which is significant.
Why is that significant?
Because a Glock pistol has a rectangular opening for the firing pin. It's vertically oriented on the front of the bolt face for a Glock pistol, and you can tell by looking at the primary impact that that's roughly the shape of the impact on the primer.
So that suggests to you that the weapon was a Glock 40.
That's correct.
Now, Detective, or I guess it's Mr. O'Kelly now.
Detective retired. I don't know. Deputy Marshal.
Yeah, Deputy Marshal. There you go. While you're at the scene, are you getting updates on the radio as to potential suspect vehicles that you should be looking for?
Periodically, again, that code red is in effect for quite a while, so there's not a lot of radio traffic that was going on. The call came in initiating the code red at 11:17. We were short distance away, and we went code. We ran code, so we did lights and siren. It didn't take us very long to get there. I know that Sergeant West waited until there was a complete lull in the radio traffic and announced that we were en route and arrived at the same time. And I believe that was at 11:26. We had been there before that. So we were there before 11:20, we were already there at the scene. So at about a little bit past 11:30, we got an update on the rough description of a light colored Cadillac. I know at some point on the CAD report, it said late 90s. It had to be late 80s, right? This is 96. And there was also some indication that it was in good condition, which would say that it was an older vehicle than late 90s, right? So we were looking for a light colored, possibly white Cadillac with two black male occupants. And there was a report that it was northbound on Audrey, which now Audrey Lane is the Link, right? It's the Link lane. So it's on the west side of the Maxim going north. There was some report that possibly that's where the suspect vehicle had gone.
So initial reports is light color Cadillac, last seen northbound on Audrey.
Right, with two black males at that point.
Do you wind up getting updates throughout the evening as to the vehicle you're looking for?
We did. I'd say it was about an hour or so, about 12:45 maybe, right around that time, that we got an update that we were looking for that same white Cadillac in good condition, but potentially occupied now by four black males, and was southbound on Koval. That later made a little bit more sense to us, especially that we were out on the eastbound lanes of Koval, right just short of the intersection, and that the Cadillac had to have been to the south of the BMW, and it made more sense that they would have made a right turn. So that definitely clicked when we were told they were southbound on Cobalt.
Does there come a point in time when you do what's known as an ATL or attempt to locate that particular vehicle?
Yes. Thankfully, because Dan Ford was not too far away, we were able to get relieved from our protection of the crime scene where the cartridge cases were located. And it was, I think we cleared exactly an hour after the initial code red was called. And that was the first thing that we did was we went south on Cobalt. We checked areas that we frequented in the gang unit, looking for potentially really any light colored Cadillac. I mean, the kind of the yellowish lights that we have in town, the street lights that they use for low, so it's not too much light in town. Those can kind of throw you off on color. So we were looking for any light colored Cadillac.
We'll put back up State's Exhibit 1. During all this time period that you and your partner ATL'd for this white Cadillac, did you ever drive into the parking lot of the carriage house?
No, I can say that in my 35 years, I've never been in the carriage house.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Sampson.
Sorry, sir, what's your last name again?
O'Kelly, O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Mr. O'Kelly, thank you for being here today. Your testimony, obviously, I would imagine before you were here, you probably reviewed your reports, whatever it is you wrote during that time period.
I didn't write any. Certainly, even after I went to homicide, I wasn't involved in the investigation for this case. I did review the CAD report, the computer-aided dispatch report, noting those times. I don't have that great a memory, so I'm going to have to tell you that. And that handwritten evidence inventory by Dan Ford. I have both copies right here in my notebook.
I see. So at the time you retired as a homicide detective?
I did.
And then at that point, you came back to work as in the cold case unit as an investigator.
I did, yes.
All right. Now, a couple things. First of all, when you retired as a detective with homicide, were there any outstanding reports that you had not drafted when you left?
I can tell you that and people love me, so they got a limousine and we had a big party. So as there was a limousine out in front of headquarters at 400 Martin Luther King, I was typing the last officer's report that I needed to personally finish. I was leaving a partner behind whose name is also Dean. So he was able to, tie up any of the cases that we had at that point. But I would say there were, but the ones that I knew I needed to get done before I left, I got done.
And the reason why you prioritize those ones is because I would imagine they're still open investigations and you're handing it off to the next person to continue with your work.
That's correct. It makes it easier for them if it's tied up as best we can.
Right. Did you take any of those cases with you when you went over to the cold case unit?
When I came back to cold case, that was the original reason that I even agreed to do cold case homicide investigation was because of unsolved cases that I personally had investigated, one in particular. So as soon as I came back to cold case homicide, the very first thing I did was go and pull Jamie Sheldon's case and bring it over to my desk. That's the first case that went there. And we were able to work, I was honored to be able to work on cases like that and others that I had been a part of when I was a detective, yes.
So in terms of, just explain to the jury what a cold case is. Can you explain that?
Certainly. So a cold case is officially cold when the detectives who are originally signed to it are no longer there, whether they transferred out or they retired. If there isn't an original detective assigned to the case, it's considered cold, right? No one's assigned to it. Those cases can be handed off to other detectives that are still in the unit. I remember, when Marty Wildman left the department, he came over to me personally and said, hey, I'm handing Teresa Insana to you. Can you take this case on and continue to follow it up? It's considered cold because he's gone, right? As soon as he left, it's officially a cold case. But if there's a detective who was originally assigned to the case, it's their case until they're done, right? You're not going to go stepping on toes and just pulling cases and start working on other people's stuff unless they asked you to do it.
And with regard to the cold case unit, I'm assuming there's probably 2 detectives who are the official detectives for the unit. Then you have investigators, retired homicide detectives that help with the investigation.
That's correct. Initially, when Sergeant Hefner, sergeant in homicide, but then came back with me at the same time. So the 2 of us came back and we were on our own. Like, we had a sergeant that was assigned to us, but basically they were a signature block. We could pull any case that we wanted and work on those. The department saw, thankfully, a lot to do with the work that we were getting accomplished, where we solved 20, 25-year-old cases. And, the department's able to go to the media and say, look, we're not giving up after all these years. We're going to continue to follow these cases and solve them. Because of that success level, then the department dedicated 2 full-time detectives that were still in homicide to the cold case unit. And then we had, I want to say 3, 4 more cold case investigators that were assigned to us. I think we had a total of 5 or 6 at one point, plus the 2 detectives and a dedicated sergeant to the cold case unit.
So in terms of your work in the cold case as an investigator, you're not a detective, right?
No.
So there is a difference in terms of your responsibilities versus the responsibilities of a detective.
Correct.
Because the detective would be the law enforcement officer.
Certainly.
And you are a person helping the law enforcement officer.
Essentially, I mean, we can still steer the investigation where we want it to go. We're doing interviews, we're doing those things, but say authoring a search warrant. So we run into a situation where we need a search warrant done. It's going to be, it may get written by one of us, but it's going to be sworn to as an affidavit by a detective on the department who's a sworn police officer.
Have you ever drafted a report, I don't know, 8 years after you started an investigation?
Well, because of cold case, yes, certainly.
But
Yeah.
just as a police officer or a detective, have you ever waited, say, years to draft an actual report on something?
I don't know what would be my record-breaking delay in authoring a report, but I'd say, if you're dealing with a case where there's nobody in custody, like you haven't arrested anybody, probably pushing 2 years before I finally said, and even reluctantly said, all right, I'm gonna close this officer's report. It's signed off because we've run out of investigative leads. We're to that point. There's really nothing else coming in. And now that's officially done. Then there could be maybe somebody calling up, or we could have somebody that gets in a jam, right? Where they're now looking at serious time. This has happened to us in cold case, where now that person says, hey, I have information on a murder. So now it's completely open. Now the case is back up and running, and there would be a new officer's report started at that point in time to complete that investigation. I know where the gun is. I know who did the shooting, and now we've got a solved case after 15, 20 years.
Now, have you ever delayed writing an officer's report after going to the grand jury presenting evidence on that same case?
Yeah, I would say that I've gone to grand jury before officers' reports are done. I would say that I've gone to grand jury before I've started an officer's report. Again, because for me personally, and for a lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but certainly there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not going to be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way, but I always get the case management form started and maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date. If you make a phone call to me, I'm going to document a date, time, phone call, right? That may not go into the ultimate officer's report because it's superfluous information, didn't mean anything, but I'm going to keep that record in the CMF. I might not even start the officer's report for months, and grand jury may have already happened. Now, I feel now some pressure to get that done, right? Because somebody, if I'm going to grand jury, more than likely we have somebody in custody. And I want the district attorney's office to have the benefit of a completed officer's report, although it's not necessary.
Right. And so, if you had submitted it to the grand jury or done your grand jury, you're telling us at some point you could delay finalizing your officer's report.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you delay that officer's report until after you retire?
Well, because I still have a partner that hasn't retired, I can have confidence in doing that. You know, we definitely did have that happen. I recall specifically a double murder that was not, the officer's report wasn't done when I left, because I knew Dean was going to be, Detective Rates was going to be continuing on with it.
Right. So you knew that the other detective would still be the detective handling the case through because you are now retired.
No question.
But what if you didn't have that detective there, that you're a partner? Would you have delayed after you retired to draft your officer's report?
I would not.
How about?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it, right? I mean, I just know that I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why when, you know, the limo's out in front of headquarters, I'm typing an officer's report. I literally I got the officer's report done and then went downstairs. I was done. I was retired.
Now, can you explain to us, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you explain for us a little bit about why reports are so important to you in your line of work as a homicide detective?
Reports document everything, right? I mean, you need to document your observations. You need to document evidence. And for us in homicide, or even in the gang unit before that, we did that with officers' reports. Officers' reports don't become evidence, right? Officers' reports are so anybody picking up that case file can walk through the investigation from beginning to the last part of an officer's report is conclusion, right? So it may be a conclusion as to what you believe happened and you don't have somebody in custody. It can be a completed officer's report where the case isn't solved. It's still open, right? But it's at that point when you're doing the conclusion, it's more or less your opinion. This is what we believe based on everything else that precedes it in the officer's report.
Okay. And that would, of course, help you later if you ever recall to testify in front of a jury to recall what happened.
Oh, absolutely. That's the go-to document for somebody who's preparing for trial is that officer's report. I mean, it can be lengthy. I've written officer's reports that are 70 pages long.
And with regard to those reports and being 70 pages long, fair to say that details are super important when you're doing this kind of investigation.
They are.
And that would be helpful for you to remember details in the future, right? To write a good report.
Right. The more extensive and the more detailed your report, the better off you're going to be, the more prepared you're going to be. But in addition to that, you could be documenting things that you observed or that you knew at the time you were doing the investigation that you don't realize were important, right? So I could document something in a crime scene that seems like it's innocuous, you know, something that's just doesn't seem like it's that important. And then later on, when maybe suspect's in custody or, you know, the investigation's further, then you find out, oh, that one item that you made a note of now becomes important because the suspect touched it or that was the murder weapon that was cleaned up and stuck over there and nobody realized it.
Now, let's shift gears a little bit here. So you're no longer a detective. You're now working with a cold case. Have you taken on any cold cases that weren't yours to begin with?
Certainly.
And what is typically the standard operating procedure when you are starting your investigation as a cold case investigator?
So you're pulling the case file, right? And it can be extensive depending on the murder, depending on the case that you're looking at, can be rather extensive. Some of the cases that we were pulling had pouches in them with VHS tapes, right? There were separate boxes that had VHS tapes in them. You probably may even know what a VHS tape. So, and we had cassette tapes, right? Actual physical cassette tapes. So we were having to we had to maintain a VHS player in homicide to be able to review those things. So we had some of the archaic methods to review evidence. We would go through the entire case file, and that would give us a starting point. As you might imagine, what we're looking for in cold case, because of the advances in technology, is do we have any trace evidence that wasn't analyzed? Do we have any fingerprints that weren't analyzed? Do we have any DNA that maybe, this precedes DNA? We looked at some cases that were before I was born. Okay, it's my 65th lap around the sun. We were looking at cases before I was even on this planet. So you go through the entire thing and you try and make his heads or tails of where the detective took that investigation to that point. Sometimes that could be difficult, especially if you're dealing with one of those Post-it people, right? You're dealing with one of the ones that are writing notes on cocktail napkins and stuff and keeping them in the case file. We'd pull little notes that were like, I have no clue how this relates to the investigation at all. Don't know if they talked to this person, didn't talk to this person. Was this a witness? Was this a secondary victim? We didn't know. So we'd have to try and track those down. And some of the cases were so old that, people that we were dealing with, they're deceased.
Did you have any success with what you did on the cold case unit?
Oh, certainly, yeah. We had closed quite a few.
So when you say closed, meaning that you were able to find out basically the information you needed, the suspect or whatever the case was?
Yes, absolutely. All the way through to an arrest and prosecution and conviction, yes.
And with regard to the success you had on the cold case, did any of those cases not involve some type of technological thing like either a trace, DNA, or fingerprints?
I think I'd say there was none come to my mind that we didn't have something that was redone and reviewed and then came to a conclusion or pointed to a specific person that we were then able to go and interview. We had one where we flew to Toledo and we got a confession on a murder that happened here in Las Vegas because that person was already doing life without there for another murder that he had committed. I don't recall that we had any physical evidence in there that we needed. He confessed to it basically. What do I have to lose? I'm already doing life without.
So he basically was in custody ready for a murder in another state and basically
Columbus,
confessed and said, hey, I'm confessing this murder in Nevada.
Correct.
So it wasn't like you found,
We did. I mean, you look at some of these case files and they're definitely pointing towards a specific person, right? Every indication is that this is who you're dealing with.
Right.
And that it just you couldn't get it across the finish line, right? And like Jamie Sheldon, I brought up earlier, I know who did that murder, but it's whether or not there's enough to get across the finish line with that piece of evidence that's going to be where the district attorneys are willing to take that case to trial. And you're waiting for that one more thing, right? So it just stays there waiting for that one more piece of evidence to come in. And that happened with some of the cold cases where it's like, hey, we knew who this person was. I remember one specifically where we had a guy where we knew in the gang unit who we were looking for. And then I got to homicide and then looked up case files and saw that that person had never been charged. Like, how did he never get charged? We knew who it was. And we were able to then put enough together to arrest him and get a conviction.
And the arrest was because of either DNA or fingerprints or something along those lines?
And that one, no, we had video surveillance that existed at the time on a VHS tape from a 7-Eleven, back when they were recording over them every 7 days. And so it was grainy and you're like trying to get a clear enough picture. But we were able to, and we had physical evidence at the time that existed at the time connecting him to other cases. And we were able to get a conviction on that particular case with nothing new.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that was video surveillance with some other physical evidence that helped you solve that particular
cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. All right, and then in terms of your work, the night of what happened here. Now, if I could just ask to switch over. Are you, does this help a little bit here about just zoning into what's, zooming into where this thing happened?
Right, that the red triangle or the red rectangle there is where the cartridge cases are located. Near the intersection, I think the closest piece of evidence was 60 feet away from Koval, and they were out in the travel lane, probably 14, 15 feet away from the south curb.
Okay, so my question is to you, very specific. You mentioned a little bit ago about what potentially would be a white Cadillac traveling north on Audrey or Aubrey. Can you just, you can step out, Dean, if you want, and just actually point with you can just point at the screen from over there so Jerry can see.
So this is Koval. This is now the western, right? Used to be an accident. And this is the Audrey lane. And down in here is Audrey Street that cuts over, it actually cuts south and it goes all the way over to the boulevard. But the initial report was that we had this light colored Cadillac occupied by two BMAs that went north on Audrey. So they would have to, with the entourage that everybody had U-turned and gone this direction, they would have to follow and then turn right to go up on Audrey. There's really no way for you to get from eastbound Flamingo at Koval to northbound Audrey without making a U-turn.
Okay, and just, you could stay there for a second. The other part here is that I'm just pointing again with my pen, and that would be the area where you found and located the bullets, the cartridge cases.
Cartridge cases, yeah, in the eastbound lane, I think the number 3 travel lane, primarily kind of straddling the lane there a little bit, right here before you get to Koval.
Now, if you can describe for us the street. So on that street right there, and I'm just pointing to the part of Flamingo that's, I guess, west of Koval, and then before or between Aubrey and Koval, this area here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a concrete divider that's in that area?
There was not a concrete divider, no. And I think now it's like those yellow plastic cones that are every few feet. Now separating it when you come up, because on eastbound Flamingo, there's two left turn lanes to go north on Koval, 3 travel lanes, and then a right turn lane to go south on Koval.
So, for instance, if cars are going to make a U-turn and turn around and follow, like say, for instance, the black BMW, right? The other cars could just basically just make a left-hand turn and go right back. They don't have to go in procession around and keep going. Fair?
Yeah, well, now they would be hitting all those yellow cones. So I don't know. I don't think back then, I think you could probably just right there. I mean, it's a violation of the law.
It is.
Yes, you could certainly make a U-turn.
Because my understanding is those cones that you're talking about will be actually on Koval to prevent people, I guess it's like to stop traffic from merging or having too much lanes or traffic in that area. Do you recall that?
I know all the yellow cones because I took a fellow marshal to the airport yesterday, and the lady in the box actually took me north on Koval to pass that intersection. So I was able to see all the yellow plastic. They're permanent cones that are there dividing the north or east and westbound traffic.
Right, but at the time, your recollection back in 1996, you don't know if there were cones up at that
I
point.
don't know, there wasn't. Yeah, I know there wasn't, and there wasn't New Jersey wall, so I think you could just make the turn.
Just
There might
make
have been a curb. There might have been a cement curb, but I don't see that in the photo, and I don't have an independent recollection of it.
Gotcha. So those cars are, if we're trying to vision the BMW getting shot at, and at some point it's making a U-turn, there's some discussion about rims on the vehicle being messed up because of possible. And then as it's going down, the other cars would have just turned around and made a immediate left.
Possibly. I know, because we never went to Harmon the Boulevard, never saw the entourage, the other vehicles that had gone down.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Jackman?
Briefly. I don't know if you retired on a Friday, but if you knew when you retired on Friday that on Monday you were going to be right back there as a cold case investigator, you wouldn't feel, or would you have felt the need to finish that Friday before you got in the limousine.
I think I would have been okay to let it go. Yeah, that'd have been all right, and skip that part.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Has there been at least one case with you and I, in fact, where there was never an officer's report that was able to be completed?
No, Debbie Flores Narvaez.
And, is there any requirement that there be an officer's report created?
No, again, officer's report's not evidence, right? It's just kind of a guideline to go through the case file itself. There was, in the case that we're talking about, a case management form that went all the way through the investigation. So it really wasn't necessary to get to put it on trial and get a successful conviction.
You mentioned as well that old case files. You've looked at, you said case files from before you were even born.
Yes.
You don't know if all of the reports that were ever generated were in that file or not in that file when you get the case, correct?
I could say that there were some case files that we pulled that they weren't even in 3-ring binders anymore. They were in accordion files, and there were definitely things missing, right, over time. The frustrating part of cold cases, going to pull evidence and seeing that it had long been destroyed, wasn't even available anymore, which shouldn't happen, but it sometimes does. And so, you're trying to piece together the case even without some pieces of evidence that you think is crucial.
So despite not having maybe everything that the original detectives have, you don't just give up. You still try and solve the crime.
Exactly. Well, you go redo it, right? I mean, if there's indication, like, again, if you got a cocktail napkin with a name and a date of birth on there, but you don't know how that was involved, then if that person's still around, you go interview them. And, we ended up doing it in cold case. We ended up doing a bunch of traveling to where we would go do those interviews and sit down with people. And, they have, being a witness to or being involved or even connecting remotely to a violent incident like that or a murder, that's called a significant emotional event, right? You're going to remember very specific details. I'm sure in your own life you've had that where something really significant hits you. You can remember what you were wearing. You can remember the smell. You can remember where people are standing. So we're able to just go back and redo that interview and then put that into the case file, even though it was missing.
And you sort of said this, but in a lot of those case files, law enforcement knows what they believe to be the story. They just don't have the witnesses to present in a courtroom to establish the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
No question. I would say, especially during my 2 years in investigation in the gang unit, also the 2 years on the RICO task force that we were involved in, we were dealing with gang-related crimes, and there were many cases where we had something happen with, we knew 50 people around, right? There were 50 people there, and you start talking to witnesses, and everybody has the same statement. I heard shots, I ran, and the police stopped me for no reason, right? So you don't get that level of cooperation because people are afraid, right? People maybe think because they think gangs might be involved, they don't want to say anything. They keep it to themselves, and they live with the fact that they didn't help, right? But then with cold case, we were able to come back to some of these older cases where now that that young gang member that might have had 7% body fat back then and was in his prime and was scary is now an older toothless bulldog that's resting in the shade. So people are not afraid to now come forward and say, yeah, I was there, I saw it, I know exactly who did it, and I can prove it. So we were able to solve some cases like that, which was good.
And you even mentioned the situation where you read through the file, you're like, I know who did it. You flew to Toledo and he confessed.
Correct.
And that can happen in cold cases as well.
Yes, it does, thankfully.
Nothing further.
Mr. DeGiacomo, are you moving to admit exhibits 129A through G?
I was going to have her mark them first before I offer.
Okay. Was there an objection to the admission of them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. They will be admitted and you may mark them. Jessica. And Mr. Sam, further questions?
Sorry, I thought I was done with you before. No worries. So with regards to the this incident, I want to make sure I'm clear here. You thought you had a suspect. What did you do? Send him a letter and say you need to confess to this crime? I mean, how did that work out with the thing that happened in Toledo?
Oh, Toledo?
Yeah.
We had put together enough of the case to know, with every bit of confidence that it was him, even to the point where we were able to author an arrest warrant for him. And then we were in contact with the correctional facility that he was in custody and let them know that we wanted to come out. They actually approached him to let him know that detectives from Las Vegas want to come out and speak with you. And he agreed, right? And he's sitting in custody for, serving life without for actually killing two people, a child and the child's father. And so, I think probably just for entertainment value alone, he agreed to talk to us, and we were able to come out there, sit down with him. They pulled him out of his cell, obviously, and away from the rest of the inmates. And we talked to him for a couple hours before lunch, and then we broke for lunch, and then after lunch, he told us he did it.
So you put together information here in Las Vegas that was all corroborated, right? I mean, you had information, you had evidence that you were putting together, right?
Correct.
And all that evidence pointed towards this particular person.
Did it?
And then at some point you said, we just don't have enough. We would want to hear from this guy himself. And that's when you went out to Toledo to confront him on it?
I think that we would have been able to get a conviction without him telling us that he did it, but why not? I mean, if we went there and he said, "Pound sand," I'm not going to tell you. Like, you flew all the way out here, and now I'm not going to tell you that I did it. I mean, we still would have gone forward, but it certainly, bolsters the case to have him say, "Yes, I did it, and this is what I did before and after," which is what he was able to do.
Right. So in the case you were developing, you had corroborating evidence here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And this was just the final, cherry on top to actually hear him say the words that, yeah, I did it.
Agreed.
Now, the corroborating evidence you had here, though, was your investigation. I would assume that had some physical evidence, witnesses, that kind of thing to it. Okay. And your testimony here right now is literally, you don't necessarily even need his confession. You could have just done it without.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, obviously, if you didn't have those things, you suspected somebody, but you don't have DNA, you don't have fingerprints, you don't have an eyewitness, you don't have surveillance video, you don't have anything at all that would tie that person to whatever the crime you believe has occurred. That would mean at that particular point you don't have it, right?
I would agree with that.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony here is, and I want to make sure I'm clear, you were a gang person before, and those field interview cards would be helpful if you were looking into a potential crime where someone is accused of the crime. Like, look at those field interview cards, right?
Field interview cards are very valuable. I worked bike patrol before the gang unit, and we filled out probably more FI cards, field interview cards, than a lot of the gang detectives did. That got me voluntold to test for gangs. And so, field interview cards are very, very valuable piece of information because you're contacting somebody in a non-threatening, non-arrest, non-custodial environment, and they're telling you, they're giving you information that you're able to document.
And if you can explain to the jury a little bit what a field interview card is.
So that, like I was talking about that stop that we were on before the code red was called. So we were talking to some gang members that were gathered out in a neighborhood that we were familiar with gang members that we were familiar with. And so each time they're contacted, we would do a field interview card, little small, 3x5 card. This is a rights card, but just like this, it's white, and it has all of their pertinent information, name, date of birth, all, height, weight, eye color, all those things, where you're contacting them. And there's a narrative portion on the back. And, most of the gang members in that type of environment would say, yeah, hey, I'm 18th Street. I'm like, whatever, for life. I'm 18th Street for life. So you document that. That's 18th Street for life, because that's maintained in what you've heard, the gang file for a period of time until that person says, no, I'm not, I don't affiliate with them. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm away from it. And then if that stays consistent for a certain amount of time, then that person's no longer in the gang file.
And is it every time that that person comes in contact with law enforcement that a new card is generated because it's a physical thing?
A new card is I always did. It documented my stop. It documented my activity. It documented our work. It documented, plus it starts the time clock every time, right? So every time that person admits, every time that person's in the company of other known gang members, and then it starts that time clock so that they stay in the gang file until that time expires. So you want the clock to continue to start over.
Okay, and just one last question, and I hate hammering the heck out of this report stuff, but in terms of the example that was given to you by the state, they said, well, if you retire and then you go into cold case, you can continue on with the investigation if it's a cold case, right?
I would, yeah, okay. Definitely.
How about the district attorney's office? You're an investigator at the district attorney's office. Does the district attorney's office have a cold case team?
We didn't have anybody assigned to us at the time, because I left in January of 23. At the time, we didn't have anybody that was catching our cold cases specifically. So I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Right. So you are testifying that Metro has a cold case unit, to which if you're a detective with homicide and you want to take a case with you, you could have done that, right?
Certainly.
But with regards to taking your case as a homicide detective and now working for the district attorney's office, that's not how that typically works, right?
I wouldn't know how they function with it, because I know, we put a case file together and we submit that case. It gets approved by the DA's office, and that the district attorney may recognize certain things that need to be cleaned up or need to be followed up on that maybe wouldn't come back to the detective in homicide. Because keep in mind, if we're working a big case, we're still catching new cases. You don't catch a big case and then all of a sudden, time out, and I get to work this case. You're still catching new cases. We worked one weekend in 2003 where we had 6 murders in one weekend. So you're up going into the weekend and up on rotation coming out of the weekend, because all the teams caught a case.
And so, just for the jury so they understand, Metro is the police department. They do investigations.
Correct.
Once you're done with the investigation, you develop a suspect, you then submit that request to the DA's office and the district attorney's office for prosecution.
Correct.
The district attorney's office, on the other hand, do not have investigators that initiate cases to be charged, right?
I don't know how the DA's investigators run I know I had contact with them multiple times over the years, because now we've involved the DA's office in what we've produced, because we seek the truth. DA's office seeks justice, right? So but I know there may be some incidental things that come up that an investigator will handle rather than taking it back to the homicide detective for follow-up.
In your experience throughout law enforcement, even up to currently, have you ever seen an investigator or the Clark County District Attorney's Office be the primary officer on a case?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Oh.
Any questions from the jury? We do have at least once. Can I have the parties approach?
I got one question, guys. That's interesting process. This guy was a grand jury witness, by the way. Can't wait. We're going to do call-ins during lunch break, guys, just so you're ready and you're aware. I'll drop the link. Totally up to you if you want to come up. Yeah, you said, now I forgot what I was saying. Sorry. You said, sorry, the DA is probably properly getting shaded or shade. Hold up. Wow, the DA's, hold up. Let me see where else. Let's see. So they have a process, right? Like, that's what it sounds like. And I learned something new about cold cases that I never really thought. I always assumed that cold cases were cases that were within the agency for many years and were never solved because they couldn't find the culprit or the suspect or somebody. Like, there was no charge.
All right. Question from our jurors. There are 8 cones, but only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or are there only 7 cases located that, or were there only 7 cases located on the scene?
Good question. So that, the cone that was closest in the picture if you remember, I said that was a bullet fragment. So underneath that cone was just a piece of a bullet, mostly just the lead. And so the bullet fragment plus the 7 cases.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Detective, you opened the 7 casings, correct?
Yes.
Showing you with the marked state's proposed exhibit number 130. These appear to be all the bullets and fragments that were collected by Danforth.
That's correct. They were also listed on the evidence inventory that I've seen a copy of. I recognize the handwriting and initial and P number for Danforth.
As once again, there's also a blue stripe on here. I'm not going to open this one. There's also a blue stripe on here indicating that they were forensically tested as well.
Yes.
So don't move to admit 130.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions that you have?
None.
Mr. Stamp, questions on this question? Essentially?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. All right, you are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll be in recess until 1:45. Please rise for the jury. So 1:45, guys.
1:45, guys. So an hour lunch. It is 12:45 over there. They're going to address whatever issues they address.
All right, jury is exited. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on. Up from the stage.
We'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
Oh, man, they put us on mute right away. They're like, all right, we're done. Okay. Here is the link pinned to the chat for those that want to come up and they have some dots. Let me replace this pin real quick. Go ahead. You don't have to show your face or anything like that. Lord have mercy. So thoughts and opinions, guys. What do you guys think? Where is everybody at? They had 6 witnesses total. Yeah. 6 witnesses total. That's a lot of witnesses in one day. And then we had 4 yesterday. So I don't think this is going to be 6 weeks if we're going this route. Because yesterday it was 1, 2, 3. We have 4. No, I'm lying. Hold up. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4. We have 4. We're at 6 today. I don't think this is going to be a 6-week thing, guys. I really don't. Shit. I mean, let me know what you guys think in the comments. You said, I don't know. He said, I knew the shade. He said, I think it shows how much of a mess this whole thing from the MGM to the police. By the way, do we know how many witnesses total? Well, they initially, I think they said 35 to 40. If I remember reading that correctly, they don't have over 100. No way. Let me see. And I'll go direct to a source. Okay. See, we're using that one. Hold up. Let me close some of these windows that I have open because that'll help me get a little bit more acclimated. Yeah, and then yesterday on Law and Crime, they had Tupac's sister interview, so I thought we could watch that too for sure. So 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right, hold up. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, Law and Crime, Tupac. You said with all the people running back of them, it should be 100, right? I just, I'm in, I don't know. I mean, Brandon was even saying in the chat, I think he's going to get off. I think he's gonna get off. I'm like, well, shit, maybe he is, because maybe this isn't as solid as people thought that this was, you know? I mean, it's just some thought, you know, I don't know. It's definitely concerning to me that this is where we're at. So Tupac's sister was here. If nobody's gonna hit the link, I'm gonna move us along then. Because I don't see anybody hitting the link, you guys. All right, so Tupac's sister was interviewed. We're gonna start right there. Hold up 1 minute with Jesse Highhair Weber. Let's see. Let's put some captions here for people to be able to follow along.
Who killed Tupac? Tupac was a brother. He was a son. He was an artist who changed the rap industry at the time. He is somebody who is still talked about so much today. We sat down with one person who knew him probably better than anyone else, his sister, Suge Shakur, Set. And she gave us the most personal look at the man behind the icon.
I think what the universal we will never know who he could have been if he lived more than 25 years.
Yes. Hey, Super Saiyan. Sorry, now I'm killing your name. I'm sorry. What do you think so far? Do you think he's gonna get think we're gonna get a conviction out of this situation or no? Oh, you are muted, love. Fix your sound. Fix your sound. Oh, hold up. I think he's having issues with the sound. You might want to try again. You said sorry, y'all. Sorry, life was on a go for me. Can someone catch me up right now? Yeah. If anybody wants to catch up, Miss Toby, I don't know when you left, but we've had a total of 6 witnesses. This last one was a witness who worked for the Las Vegas Metro Police for many, many years. And essentially, he talked a little bit about their processes. What's so interesting is, like, I got caught up, and I really wish maybe they would have told us this earlier on about the report, how they wait like years. Sometimes it's years, but the report isn't evidence. I was a little confused about that. So I'm like, I'm under the impression that the whole file can be subpoenaed or something. I guess not. They talked about the shell casings on the cones, how they could place the cones. But then somebody caught something and says, well, 8 cones to 7 shell casings. Like, what's with the other cone? I believe it was like a partial. It wasn't like the actual casing. So there's that. They talked about the interview cards. They kind of defined what a cold case is. So cold case in the metropolitan, I don't think this is for everybody, but in Las Vegas MP, they said that a cold case is when when an agent leaves, like when an officer leaves, the case it gets cold. I always thought that it was like the case is cold when when they can't find any leads. So maybe this is just a word that they use, like, maybe different based on agencies and whatnot. So I don't know. You guys let me know. All right. Hey, Super, you got your sound fix. What's up?
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you. What do you think?
Man, I don't know. I felt like a lot of it was a snooze fest. Not to be like, I felt like your stream and your chat was more entertaining. I know it's not meant for entertainment, like the case itself. But
Yeah.
geez, man, I felt like I was in school and like I was like trying to stay awake, and it shouldn't be that when this is pertaining to somebody's life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like it's weird. It's a weird setup to me because even somebody brought up like how the courtroom looked and how empty it looked, and then you got everybody coughing and stuff. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think that the people are some people are interested and some people are not, which is so interesting you say that, because we had somebody in the chat trying to dictate to us that if we were born in 1983 or 1984, we shouldn't be
Yeah, I saw
talking
them.
about this. Like, I don't know if you're like brand new to my channel, you might be, but please, they were blocked. But anyways, no, you're right. So I was like a little confused and whatnot by that. But I think ultimately what we're seeing here is a situation where, unless there's sensationalism, people I mean, people are either going to be interested or not interested in it. I guess that's what it is. It just really depends. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what it
Yeah,
is.
but
A trial's
I
going to
think he'll
carry
get off
on.
easy. I think he'll get off easy. Only because there's a lot of loopholes. I feel like, and a lot of
Mhm.
stuff that comes up that isn't answered but is briefly mentioned.
Yeah.
Um. So yeah,
So do you think Keffe D will get off?
yeah,
So
I
far,
do.
we're in day 2.
I think he will. Unfortunately,
Yeah. Well, I'm going to ask the chat real quick. Chat, this is going to be a question on the poll. Do you think Keffe D will get off? All right, now don't vote yet. I'll let you know when. But if you press 1, it's a yes. If you press 2, it's a no. All right, let me go ahead and show it. Go ahead, y'all. Go vote. Do you think Keffe D will get off? That is the question that we have. You said, I agree, I'm bored, but I'm still tuned in, says don't trip it. Court ain't fun. I think if you guys remember, if you never watched the Alec Baldwin trial, that was boring up until the day that the DA went up there and she got caught up. I'm like, but at the same time, it's like, it's not supposed to be for our entertainment purposes, of course, but trials can be one of those situations that court is a lot of processes and legal jargon. I would agree, TX. Um, it's not exciting. No, it doesn't. It isn't always exciting for
it's
sure.
not supposed to be, but I just feel like everything is very like careful, if that makes
Mhm.
sense. Everything is very like, well, except for the last witness. I felt like he wanted to say more stuff.
Oh, really?
I felt like he
Okay.
wanted to say stuff. They kind of cut him off a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm typing this up. How many witnesses does the state have in Keffe D case? I'm pretty sure I heard like 35 to 40, but it could be less. Oh, you know what? I got it wrong. The state filed witnesses list for the trial of Duane Keefe D Davis identifies more than 200 potential witnesses. The
What the heck?
prosecutors, isn't that great? 200. The prosecutors are expected to actively call roughly 35 to 45 witnesses.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
And this is a good question for chat too. Do
All
you
right.
think that the case would be more interesting if it was actually like people we actually knew and people that actually knew him other than these like cops and retired cops and like what do you think?
Are you asking me too?
Yeah,
Um,
you too.
I think a trial should be the people that are relevant to the case, right?
Yeah.
So even though you're talking about retired cops, these are the cops that were there. And one of the things that I heard, one of the things that's very, very interesting to me. Look, shout out to Susan Celeb. She says 200. We're going to retire before the trial's over. One of the things that is very interesting to me, and I think is important to note, is that what this is telling me is that the process between Compton, LAPD, and Metro was so bad that we should be side-eyeing these processes a lot more about how they do their work. You know what I mean? Like, and so for me, it's like, you're not going to get Snoop Dogg on trial, guys. He might not be a witness. You're not going to get, Dr. Dre. It's not like that. It's like we have to get people relevant to the case. So it might be boring, but I think maybe we'll get some answers. And what this tells me is that this case is complicated because of the number of people and agencies that were part of it. It's
Sorry,
like a
sorry,
lot
my
of
fault,
people.
Rabbit. Not to sound arrogant. I'm sorry if I sounded arrogant to chat,
Go
but I'm
for
not
it.
saying like it should be star-studded cast and people should come in
Gotcha.
and we gasp. I'm not saying that. I'm
Okay.
just saying I feel like more witnesses that were either close to Tupac or were around. Like, where's the people that were walking with him when he beat up that guy? Like, a witness from that would be amazing.
Like Suge Knight?
Well, not Suge Knight because he's not. But you know how all those people were behind Tupac when they went to go beat up that person.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
find none of those people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I hear what you're saying. Do you so like some of those witnesses, well, some of them are gone, right? We know that.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Somebody said put Jada up there.
Bro, Jada's not gonna say nothing. She's not gonna say nothing.
Jada's not gonna say nothing. She's like,
Jada
nope.
lost contact with him after a while, so it's not
Uh,
even.
I don't know.
What?
He's like, she says that he's the one that got away, kind of situation, you know?
Well, yeah, he wanted to get away from her on purpose. That wasn't by accident.
He wanted to get away. Or Madonna? What about Madonna?
I know he dated Madonna, right? That's what they said.
That's what they said. She ever confirmed that? Did they ever
He did.
confirm that?
She confirmed it
Lord have mercy.
that
I don't
they
think
dated, but it wasn't like a. It was more of like a fling. It wasn't like a relationship.
it was a hit it and quit it and say you never did it type of situation. I mean, especially
Yeah.
now. Poor Madonna, man.
Well, no, it's because his image was a thug and hers was like a princess. So
A good girl.
that's not good for her image. Yeah, it's not good for her image.
Yeah, that's true. They said even Teresa's like, yep, they did it for 2 weeks, Rabbit.
Yeah, yeah. That's what a couple people said that were like close to Madonna said that.
Yeah, I agree. Kirk Burrows, I think, is gonna be a witness, actually. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Kirk
He's
Burrows. Now, that Diddy stuff's gonna come out there too. Oh my
You remember
God.
I told you about Frank Alexander, right?
Yes, you did.
Because it's a shame that he passed away, R.I.P. But I feel like he would have knew a lot. Only because like okay, so it's weird because people in the chat told me he was there that night, but from what I've seen, there was an interview where he said he wasn't there and he watched it on the news.
Mm-hmm.
And there's about 3 interviews where he says he was there, and then there's 2 more where he said, "Oh, I wasn't there." So
Yeah.
every time he was interviewed about that night, it's a different story. But all I know
Yeah.
is the reason I brung up the girl that said he was airlifted was he had like a vlog series where he was gonna uncover the truths of that night. But why would you
Yeah.
need a vlog series to do that if you were there like you said you were there?
You know, I think that it sounds like Frank Alexander carried a lot of shame for many, many years, right? I'm not making that up. You know, it's been written before because he felt like I think he got blamed a lot for a lot of the things, right? That he wasn't there, not only armed, but he wasn't in the car. And, his job was he only had one job. And I think like people and characters in this group would even play that up as well, right? To like make him feel some type of way. I think a lot of people wanted him to self-delete too, um, because of just what he knew. Ultimately, this is the part that I don't understand, and maybe you can explain this to me. Your thoughts on this? Why does it seem like, especially now that we know, based on what the officer said, right, that when they were interviewing Keffe up in the after Biggie died, there was some money that was owed, and I was like, "Ooh, that's something that," because I never knew this. I never knew the only reason why money would be owed to Keffe would be for the hit on Tupac, right? That would be it. But what I thought, I was like, well, if you know the code, at least how it said is that if somebody lends you money, you don't pay it back, then they come after you through something else, through a family member or whatever, just to even the playing field. So I was like, well, we never really thought about, at least I didn't. So I never really thought about, because I've always said, well, I don't think Keefe's involved in Biggie, but that's always something in the back of my mind now, especially what they've laid out there. It makes you think. But tell me what your thoughts are on that.
So I actually might join the Discord and member up so I could send y'all some stuff because I remember there was thank you. There was a series, the series that I'm talking about with Frank Alexander. I could send it to everybody. And
Yeah,
his
and
last
you're a member,
blog,
right?
well, not yet.
Yeah, you
Not to
are.
put me on the spot, but I
You're
am.
a channel member.
Oh snap! Okay, I am. Never mind.
Somebody gifted you, so I'll put the link in the members only. And what I'll do is because Mercy Miami had asked me to create a room for Tupac stuff. So maybe you can post some stuff there, and if people want to check it out, and that way you have like, they can check out your Tupac stuff that you've been sending me. I think it might be a place for you to kind of share your theories there. Everybody's got a different theory. I don't think anybody's
Yeah.
wrong other than,
Yeah. And listen, like, everyone has their opinion, respect to you, but my opinion is not a fact. I'm just backing up why I say what I say, it's
Mhm.
not out of arrogance.
Yeah.
But he did a vlog where he basically said he wanted to find the lady that said Tupac was airlifted. And that was his last vlog. And then after that, shortly he, off this.
Died.
Yeah.
That was weird.
So, some people did theorize like they didn't want him to go and find that lady, even though that lady is well known apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said, don't trip. I said, it says Zip stole the money and opened a club. See, and I learned something new too. I didn't know that Keffe was supposed to take over the 662 club. This is what Reggie, no,
662
not
hamburger place?
Keffe. I'm sorry, not Keffe, Reggie Wright. Were you here when we read that?
Mhm.
Yeah, I had no idea that Reggie Wright was supposed to take over 662 and they had a lawyer. And so this is the excuse as to why they weren't armed, why Frank Alexander wasn't armed. He wasn't armed because, in that area, you have to have a license to be armed, I guess, in Vegas for security. So if you were licensed in California, doesn't mean you'd be licensed in Nevada. I was like, I never thought about that.
But I don't know if people know. Well, I'm pretty sure like the OGs know, but Tupac didn't really have any money when he died. All his money was tied to death row.
Mhm.
So, you know, I do believe somebody owed somebody money. I don't think it was just Suge. I do think Tupac owes people money,
Yeah.
and that played a role in everything.
818 says Frank wasn't armed because Reggie called it off. Well, you guys, the link is in there if y'all want to call in. Just make sure you connect your phone. You don't have to show your face, but at least connect everything that it's asking you to connect if you want to hit it. I'm curious to know what people think. Reggie told him no carrying, said people in the chat. Zip suddenly had the funds to open his new club. And didn't give any money to Keffe. I don't know, man. I heard that Tupac owing money when he passed. You said,
Yeah,
but
I
as
heard
a
that a lot
celebrity,
too.
go ahead.
I think I don't know. I feel like that's kind of weird. I never heard about the club thing or the hamburger place. I'm just learning about the hamburger place together. That made me go get a hamburger earlier. Not gonna lie to you.
That sounds delicious right now. It sounds like I might need to get a chimichanga later. But as celebrity bodyguard, there should be a way around the licensing part. That would be something for us to look into too. But again, knowing, things might have changed. Is there anything from today's witnesses that stood out to you? From all the ones that we've seen so far?
The body bag.
The body bag.
Them bringing up the body bag. That's the first time I heard that.
I don't think I've ever seen a photo. I mean, the autopsy photos out there because of the Daily Mail, but I had never seen the body bag before either. I was a little surprised by that too. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Tell me what your thoughts are so far. Have you been watching everything?
No, I've been busy all day. Now you just said there's a link in the chat. Now I just want attention.
Oh Lord. Shout out to you.
But tell me, what am I missing, please?
Well, I don't know, what witness did you leave off at?
What was the last one? There was someone with glasses, I think, within the last hour.
Okay, so we had Michael Ingram, who was no,
Yes.
I'm jumping. Tom Kern, he was the fingerprint expert, okay? Then we had Dr. Lisa Gavin, okay? Dr. Lisa Gavin was the forensic pathologist. So that's when the body bag came out and they showed the toe tag. So what she said is that once they received the body, they basically secure it with like a blue lock and they put the toe tag in there as well. Then she said that they noticed that his he had survived his injuries at some point until he passed away, right?
Yeah.
And then he had the tattoo Thug Life. Let me see.
Did the
They talk
fingerprint
about
expert identify whose fingerprints are what?
whose fingerprints what? What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Did the fingerprint expert was he able to explain that the fingerprints were linked to anybody?
He didn't even talk about that per se. Hey, Chad, do you guys remember when the fingerprints expert went up there? So he presented, what he testified to was that he was present at the time of Tupac's autopsy, but he didn't even really talk about the fingerprints or anything like that. And I remember specifically that it was kind of like a situation where they were like, well, you know, he was there. Then he didn't even get into that. He only
No,
talked for
no.
like less than 5 minutes. He was in and out too. It was kind of weird. They didn't push back or anything. So he talked about that.
He
Dr.
had nothing to
Gabby,
offer. If he can't even tell us who these fingerprints belong to, then there's nothing really to cross examine. I don't even know why he was there.
if we have over 200 potential witnesses, why are we having people just high and by if they can't offer anything? I mean, I honestly think that they could have done without this. What's his name? Michael Ingrid from the MGM. We didn't really need Michael Ingrid up there.
Yeah, he was just reading. I think if I remember right, he was the one just reading a partner's report, right?
That's it. But so was Dr. Lisa Gavin because the forensic person passed away.
See, this lends itself to what I was saying last week. They got nothing. There's nothing identifying Keith except his words, and that's just not how the law works. Even if somebody is supposedly confessing, it's treated just like any other witness. You still want to know if this witness is telling the truth or not.
Yeah.
So let's see what happened. The fingerprint expert opened the autopsy pic photos and was unsealing the envelope for the first time since it was sealed. Yeah.
That's happened.
But what were the fingerprints offered to prove? What did they explain?
There were no fingerprints.
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Is like
Oh, okay.
there were no fingerprints.
See, and nothing. This is what I was talking about. There is nothing identifying Keith. There were not even shoe prints, fingerprints. Nobody knew what he looked like 30 years ago.
Well, hold up. No. Let's back up a little bit because then you have the Monte Carlo receipt, right?
Mhm.
Where Orlando and now, chat. If you were
Whose
here
name is
yesterday,
on that
remind
receipt?
me.
Sorry for interrupting, but whose name is on that receipt?
Hold up. Chat,
Okay.
remind me. Did we see Keffe D's name on the receipt or just Orlando Anderson making, because apparently this is what you could do. They can actually record the calls. I'm assuming they're making it on the landline of the hotel, right? Orlando Anderson was making calls from the what was the name? It started with an EX. Caliburg, not Zalaberg. Anyways, or
Excalibur,
Monte
yeah.
Carlo, yeah. So there were some,
Yeah.
but I was wondering, I was like, okay, so Orlando Anderson was there. We've established that. The camera footage of the MGM establishes that. But where I'm getting at is where the hell is Keffe D? Where's that receipt that he was staying there or that he did this? He said, remember, Keffe D is charged with facilitating and taking money for the murder, not the actual murder. Stay focused. It's true, right?
Understood, but here's the thing: what are they actually doing to connect him? Yeah, he's being charged because he was a shot caller. Okay,
He
so
gave the
and then you
gun.
have the three other men who were supposed to be in this SUV are now deceased. So we haven't heard from them why they did this. As far as I know, this all came from Keffe D, right?
Somebody's got to put him there, right? But okay, but if it's facilitating, wouldn't you say, what if there's a witness that's alive? Okay, who is alive? Idi Amin, right? He talked about the fact that he was there. He was one of the outlaws. Now, my thought is, even the woman that was up there, she doesn't ID. She doesn't ID why I saw Keffe in the car or anything like that. But
right,
got to be something that points him there. He just has to facilitate. He only facilitated the murder, and they are going to get him right where he's at just for facilitating the murder.
But it feels like a lot of the witnesses are dead. A lot of the witnesses are dead.
But it's the same thing. Just because he said he did it doesn't mean he did it. The way admissions and confessions work in the law, like I said, it's just like any other witness. You still have to authenticate everything that was said. So he wrote it down. What about it? Remember, sometimes people take the fall for other people. That was the whole thing with the Monica Sementilli thing. The lover tried to take all the credit, all the blame for Monica for some reason. And sometimes people do this, and this part of the reason, apart from the fact every witness is supposed to be authenticated independently anyway. But this is part of the reason that you do that, because what if he is, just humor me, what if he was taking the fall for somebody else? You don't know. The state is supposed to be the one to prove this connection. Now we know he was a game. We know he was he was a shot caller. Okay, but we don't know that he called the shot. You see what I mean?
Oh, all right. People are coming up, y'all. Is it Charlene? Oh, Charlene. Are you
have to
here?
unmute.
I'm here.
There you go.
All right, Charlene, what do you have to say about Joe and what Super is saying? And I mean, what are your thoughts? Let me mute.
How's it going?
Uh-oh, Charlene's sound. Charlene, are you there?
I'm there. It's just very loud. I really think it's a waste of time after 30 years. It's kind of crazy. All the different people involved and
Yeah.
all
Say
the
more.
contradictions and
Nobody remembers what they were doing. Nobody remembers what they were supposed to do.
all the dirty
It's like
cops
selective memory.
and all the people that are connected to each other in all different kinds of ways.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like I said in the beginning. This looks like a waste of time. This looks like a show trial.
Okay, so what if they put, what would we need to see that Keffe D was actually in Vegas at the time? Not even in Vegas. Let's take that off the table. What would we need to see to ensure that he facilitated this? He coordinated this. He did all this. What would you guys need to see in order for this to have kind of not feel like a sham?
Well,
they have phone calls, right?
An actual live witness, somebody that was there.
Yeah, the phone, like fingerprints, phone calls, they have all that stuff. So I feel like
Oh,
it's.
I gotta mute.
Oh,
no,
I
keep
feel
talking,
like
guys.
It's kind of random that they like Joe said. It's kind of like selective memory and everything. It's
Yeah,
kind of weird.
doesn't it seemed like it, or even not even selective memory. Just it sounded like they were guessing in some places.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I
just odd
told
to
her,
me
and
how.
they were like speaking very carefully.
But isn't it weird how since there's so many people involved in this are just they're deceased?
Yeah.
Like they're actually just off the earth. They're not, it's not just some of them are old, yeah, some of them are old and retired, and yeah, the ones that are still here, they're not telling us anything. They're not telling us enough about Keffe D. They're telling us plenty about Orlando, okay?
Yeah.
And well, we knew apparently they were investigating him for a long time. So his name keeps. In fact, wasn't the receipt for the hotel, wasn't that found at Orlando's place?
That's what I heard. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah. So we don't know whose it is. We don't know who bought it, and nobody saw Keith there. Nobody saw Keith going that way. No one saw Keith leaving that way. We're not hearing anything. So the only thing
So
they're
does that
telling
mean
us.
that he didn't facilitate the murder?
Well, the whole thing is for a facilitation. No, you're right, but then we need something to show that. Let's say, for example, by the way, per Keith's story, he handed a firearm for somebody.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so like if one of them gave him up and said, "No, I took the gun from Keith." Okay, then that shows that the intent is shared between the two. If you hand a firearm to somebody and something illegal happens, the law is going to blame two people to say they have the same shared intent. Right? So, and that's what they're looking for. But we didn't have anybody. We don't have anybody in that vehicle placing Keith there. He wasn't in the. There's nothing placing him in the vehicle. What's
We
up?
don't need that. We don't need that, though. We don't. Let me read it to you. Davis is charged with orchestrating and obtaining the firearm used in the September 7th 1996 drive-by shooting near the Las Vegas Strip that fatally wounded Tupac. Okay, under
Mhm.
Nevada law, prosecutors do not need to prove that he pulled the trigger himself, but
Right.
rather that he actively participated in
Your
the
Nevada
planning and
law.
execution
Right.
of
That's called
killing.
principal liability. Yeah,
Okay.
principal liability, that he's at the center of it somehow, and we're not seeing his connection at all, past his own words. Like I said, the law doesn't do that. The
Okay,
law
so
does,
gang
even if
enhancement. Then there's a gang enhancement. Hold up. An
Mhm.
added sentencing enhancement alleging that the crime was committed with the intent to promote, further,
Mhm.
or assist a criminal gang activity. So he doesn't
So,
have to be at the scene of the crime.
so remember though, the enhancement, this is a circumstantial piece, just like in the David case. First, the jury has to believe he's guilty of the crime, the murder. Okay, and then you have, in that case, the enhancement, or similar in the David case, you have the special circumstances. They basically work the same way. The gang enhancement doesn't stand by itself. It doesn't matter if he was in it. Remember, being in a gang isn't even specifically illegal. It's only illegal when you actually participate in those illegal activities as a gang. Then it becomes a problem. But just because he's in a gang doesn't mean he's necessarily a criminal.
Joe, can I add on what you're saying? To add on to what you're saying, what you said earlier was that a lot of people, that follow gangs and street code, they do take the fall for people. So some people do feel like
Mhm.
Keefe's taking the fall for the actual shooter. That's what people
Mhm.
feel like. And that's why this is his expression for all of this is nonchalant because he's taking the fall for someone. He's going to be protected if he goes to jail. He'll be fine.
Well, the whole thing is, no matter who's taking the fall, my point is that words alone don't work in court. It's never
Yeah.
been that way. There has to be something outside of the statements to support what's actually being spoken. And in this case, we would have needed the other three that were in the SUV. We needed to hear something from them. The arrest, on the arrest, obviously that would have done it. It wouldn't have even mattered. Here, try this. It wouldn't have even mattered who handed who a firearm at any point. If all four of them had been arrested at the same time, they all would have been charged with the same crime under the same principal liability. They're cooperating inside the same SUV. So because they're all cooperating inside the SUV, they can be charged with having the same intent to commit the crime as whoever did pull the trigger. It doesn't matter if it's one or four in that case. But in
Okay.
this case, we don't have the other guys. They're gone. We
So
don't know. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. We don't know what. Go ahead and finish.
Because we don't have anything from them. We don't have their statements. We don't really have anything strong putting Keefe at the scene. Keffe D at the scene is really what it comes down to.
But I don't think he needs to be at the scene. That's my
He
understanding.
does.
So
No,
you
no,
say
he
he
does.
does? Okay.
He had
Let me
not
read you the
okay.
legal framework.
Okay, hold on. Because you're right, for the principal liability necessarily no, because it's about facilitating. He could have done that with a phone call. He didn't have to. You're right. He didn't have to be in Las Vegas to do that. But the thing is proving that phone call. The story goes that there was an SUV that Keffe D was part of the SUV. So because the theory goes that way, then now we need to establish that stronger connection. You see what I mean? Because the story changed. The principal liability doesn't. You're right. Necessarily to enforce the principal liability, or excuse me, to blame him the way principal liability works. You're right that he didn't have to be there at all. He could have been in Mexico and called it. It still would
So
have been illegal.
I feel like you're right, but I also feel like to favor what Rabbit is saying, the Nevada law kind of favors Keefe's situation. If he
Well,
did, if he wasn't there, the Nevada law thing is kind of a loophole for him in a way.
So, okay, let me tell you, this is the legal framework, okay? Co-conspirator and accomplice liability. Under
mhm.
Nevada law, a person doesn't need to fire the fatal shot to be convicted of a murder. If prosecutors can prove that a defendant knowingly aided, abetted, counseled, commanded, induced, or procured the commission of a crime or entered into a criminal conspiracy to carry it out, they're legally considered a principal to that murder. Orchestrating a drive-by supplying the firearm, riding in the vehicle to track down the target satisfies this legal threshold. Now, here is the core evidence that they're using. I think we've seen some of it here so far on day 2. So, of course, they're going by the 2019 memoir, okay, that he wrote. But this is what they're saying that anchors. They basically saying that prior police and media interviews, prosecutors use recorded statements and interviews Davis gave to law enforcement and media outlets over the years, detailing the inner workings of the shooting. Now, to establish the motive, this is why we have the MGM folks, you know, the guy that wasn't even born giving interviews here and saying basically, you know, what the layout is. And you even had the police officer, what is it? Yeah, he was Kenneth Rios, Las Vegas PD sergeant. He said he had contact with Orlando Anderson, right? To establish that. That's what the DA's doing here. They're going through footage and stuff like that. And then you have the gang dynamics. A shot caller doesn't need to be, if I'm a shot caller, I'm in Cali, and I, you know, make a few phone calls, say, let me get peek up. This is what's gonna go down. Get the gun from, I don't know, Vicky and Truth Teller. Y'all go do that. That's what I'm thinking. I see as a shot caller. He doesn't even have to be in the same state to even have this be an orchestration of this crime, right? And that's where that gang enhancement is coming from. That's my understanding. I'm not a legal expert, but that's how because I'm also under the same impression of like, okay, if you're giving him the same charge, we need something more solid. Do we have a receipt? Not even a receipt, but something else like a phone call, something that facilitated that said this OG, which Keffe D is, according to people that were around him, this OG is the shot caller. He's the one that did everything and made this happen. What my understanding is that Zip, if Zip was still alive, makes you wonder what he would have said at the time. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. That's what I've read. I don't know. You guys let me know.
You're right. You're right. Like I said, it could have been. He could have done it from Mexico. He could have done it from down the street. It could have been a phone call. But then, because the story changes, the story is that there's in that case, in that hypothetical, if there's a phone call in the story, we need to prove the phone call. At least we need to do something. Otherwise, we're talking about words alone. This is why people hire hitmen. This is why people do things from a distance, because he is harder to connect. The law will not. The law treats it all the same, but establishing that connection is actually a lot harder. It's a lot harder than just saying that this is what he said. And even if the only ones that would be qualified to say that, as far as I can tell at this point, are the 3 men who are now deceased and were in the SUV.
We don't, and that's what I'm saying is that we're waiting for that, right? We're waiting exactly to see, because if he got the weapon from Zip, who now he's gone, right? Which is, I think, what Michael, I think it's Sant, you know, the defense attorney was saying, we're literally going by hearsay when it comes to this. So I want to know, I mean, are we wasting our time here? Is the DA going to bring more of a smoking gun? Because I'm sorry, y'all, we are 12 witnesses deep, and I ain't seen it quite yet.
Yeah. Now, granted, I wasn't the witness list 23, so we're about halfway through this.
200 potential witnesses, and if Reggie Wright is your witness, I have a problem. If Reggie Wright Jr. is your witness, I'm sorry, I have a problem with that witness already. I don't know, or Greg Kading. Nope, sorry, unacceptable. Rejected.
Here's also another good one. Let's also think about this, because Suge Knight was, remember, he caught the bullet too. Remember, he caught the bullet too, right? He did get hit, right? The scratch is a problem.
Yeah, he did.
It grazed his head.
It grazed him.
So it grazed his head. Okay, that counts. The point, hell, it went his direction and it wasn't supposed to. But Keffe D is not being charged with similar or attempted murder on Suge Knight. But why? He's not even saying anything, because he can't identify Keith. He's got nothing to offer. He didn't see it. And it's been how many years?
Yeah, 30 years.
Yeah.
It's going to be 30 years next month. But, you know, and Vicky makes a good point. You said it's not treating him the same in Nevada. He's not charged with murder. He's only charged with facilitating. If we stop thinking he is charged with murder, then it would be easy. It would be so much easier. That's
right.
Well,
No, That's
Of
not,
course.
but that's right. He is being charged, but the thing is, you don't have to perform the fatal act to be charged. That's the thing. That's what principal liability is. Did you see, oh, what was her name? It was in Florida. As a woman that was just convicted. Oh, hell, what was her name? Alicia Andrews.
Okay.
It's the Florida statute is similar. It's basically the same thing. She was convicted of being she was convicted of being principal to the crime, that she was aiding, that she was aiding, she was counseling, some kind of assistance in the crime. Now I didn't follow step for step, but that's what she was charged. That's she was charged with. Okay, she was still charged with manslaughter, even though she didn't perform the fatal act. Okay, she was
Association, you mean?
basically, yeah. Now, like I said, I didn't follow step for step, so I don't remember exactly how they got there. Now, I know she testified, and usually you
Okay.
don't testify because you're probably going to answer. You're probably going to answer a question you shouldn't have answered. It seems benign to you, but then it ties into something you can accidentally implicate yourself. That's why your lawyers tell you just don't testify. But sometimes you are your only witness, so then it's you basically it's a Hail Mary.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just my thought. I feel like, I mean, unless you guys in the chat, where do you guys stand? Do you guys feel like there's enough? You've seen enough to say that, he aided and abetted and,
Let me
what?
ask
Oh yeah.
Rabbit and Joe, do you guys think that Suge is not pleading because he feels like he would say too much without trying, or he just doesn't want to deal with his reputation being brought down from this?
I didn't hear.
Suge would never. I mean, I'm just thinking that even from before all this, I mean, he's always. I think Suge is somebody who is very much, and the more and more I see this, right, that he used police to cover him, that he was able to use police to cover him, that there's clearly a lot of indiscretions within all of these agencies and whatnot. And I think, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me now that I'm listening to this other side too, that it's like, well, shit, what if Suge what if Suge had something to do with all of this, with both? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I asked
I
you. I
used to
said,
hear
do you
that.
think that
Well, I find it
Suge?
interesting that Suge Knight had 3 lawyers with him when he was getting
Mhm.
interviewed for when he was a victim.
Charlene, David Kenner, and who else?
Well, I don't know.
I think it was David Kenner,
There was 3
George
of them.
Cleese. David Kenner, George Cleese, and I can't remember the third one.
Either way,
Yeah.
he has a lot of power, but at the
And,
same time, that makes you think if he can not even have to go to court and no one sees it as a problem,
right.
that within itself is an issue.
And he's already done for. He's ain't getting out of jail. So
Damn, that's crazy work. You said I was thinking that, Rabbit. I mean, it's so interesting that I feel like, I don't know, all of these individuals are sketch. And to a certain degree, it does feel like, well, what are we doing here? If it's 30 years later, because I don't know, it's only day 2. Who knows? Maybe my mind can change during the week, or maybe your guys' mind can change during the week where I'm like, all right, I need something a little bit more, but at the same time, it sounds like there isn't a whole lot. If he facilitated this, whether he was there or not, I don't even think it really matters. My thing
All
is,
right, let
how
me
are
ask
they
you a
going to
question.
show? How are they going to show he facilitated this murder?
Because
That's the how.
you said 200 potential witnesses, right?
200 potential witnesses, but so far they said 35 to 40 that they know on the books to be testifying, but 200 potential witnesses. I mean, for a case supposedly to have gone cold, guys, like 200 potential witnesses, then what the hell have we been doing the last 30 years with
So
this
I
case?
just
Because
feel
this
the
could have
reason
been
I said
solved.
that, the reason I asked you that is because I feel like if they did actually get all 200, none of them would have information. None of them. They would all be confused. They would all have the same scripts. They all wouldn't remember. It would just, yeah, it wouldn't make any, I don't feel like it would do anything. the only witnesses that would matter are witnesses that were present that night or were in contact with someone that night. And it feels like they don't have those people.
And that's what I'm saying, Mama Llama. This is a good point. She says, y'all saying that Suge has info, but he's looking out for himself because I think ultimately, does it point to him? Does it point to these other individuals? And that's what they don't want, right? I mean, Suge's going to be there for what, 28 plus years serving life or something? So I think this is bigger, and maybe he's also afraid of whoever's behind him as well. So who knows? I mean, who knows? But my thing is that the DA is coming up with 200 plus witnesses. Where were these 200 witnesses 28 years ago?
Or, well,
Whatever.
better question: how long did it take you to get to? Okay, obviously it's a 30 years investigation, but when exactly did that reach 200? Or in fact, how did we go from 100 to 200?
That's a lot of witnesses.
Yeah,
You don't
and
get that in a cold case.
yeah, but like I said, they just didn't put it together well, and that's what the defense motion was talking about that you sent me. That the state was trying to offer the evidence to show that because Keith was in the gang, because he was identified as a shot caller, they use it for two things: for motive and identity. The defense didn't even fight the motive evidence; they only fought the identity evidence. And there's some case law that was cited in the motion to dismiss to explain this. Just because in this case, he would have been in the gang, that's not enough to prove identity. We need certain patterns of behavior. For example, was he left-handed? Did they tag up the place? Stuff like that. Things that gangs are known to do. We don't have anything like that specifically leaking to Keith. So the gang evidence isn't enough for identity in this case. That's what he said. Now, I didn't see the judge's ruling on that, but we're just going to have to see how everybody survives cross-exam in this case. But that was one of the things that we're talking about. And that's why you even saw during defense opening, they're talking about you're not going to see anyone that could put Keffe D at the scene. There's nobody. There's nothing.
What you want to know what's interesting is that this was a night in Vegas for a Mike Tyson fight and nobody saw anything, right? But then all of a sudden there's 200 witnesses. That's weird because they said, the strip was empty or for whatever reason. But like you just said, 200 witnesses. But you have a lot of people that were alive during that time that said Vegas during a Mike Tyson fight and the strip is empty. That doesn't make any sense. So
I said the same thing. I said, wait a minute, you guys see that? Right. No. And the thing is that it's not, I get the street code and how deep it is, but so that applies to the LAPD. That also applies to Las Vegas PD. That also applies to Compton Police. Like, that's the thing is that now we have to, where that 200 witnesses, they're almost 30 years later. Now we got witnesses where I remember watching this stuff go down and it was like, people don't talk, you couldn't say anything and yada, yada, yada. And I get it. These people were in their prime around that time. I mean, I'm not oblivious to that. But at the same time, it's like, well, LAPD is not supposed to be. Neither is Las Vegas. Neither
I
is
have two questions.
Compton.
I have two important questions. How many of these witnesses showed up after Compton Street Legends was on the market?
Wait, what?
That's a good question.
How many of these witnesses showed up after Compton Street Legends showed up on the market? The book, after the book was released. If anybody has a clue.
I guess the question would be is how many of them went to Vlad or went to the Art of Dialogue? I mean, the book isn't even, Keffe's book isn't even 10 years old. He literally released it in 2019.
That's a good point because Rabbit, the interviews that you cover with Vlad, you have to remember a lot of these people, you have to think about if they're scared after they speak out. So if it's 200 witnesses, you got to imagine how many of them are actually scared to even want to speak up. And you don't know how many of the 200 witnesses were threatened by somebody.
Yeah, that's true. That's
They
true.
couldn't even been, some of those witnesses could have been in on it, all that we know. But that's the theory.
So suddenly people felt safe after Keffe's book. They felt safe to self-snitch and then do all these interviews and I don't know. It's a lot of questions that I have, but I feel like personally, I feel like this shit.
Well,
lot
that
of
brings me to my second question. If
Mhm.
these if these witnesses are saying something after Compton Street Legend is published, then did these witnesses say anything before the book was published?
There were some FBI interviews that, I mean, after he supposedly gave that proffer agreement, right, to
Mhm.
Greg Kading, what did they say? They said that this was Keffe D himself. He said he confessed to it in 2008. Whatever it was exactly, we don't know. But you had a lot of change of stories, guys. Like a lot of people have said different accounts. Ultimately, what we know, at
Yeah,
least what he said, is that he wasn't the one that pulled the trigger per se. So I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, and like you said, that doesn't matter. What matters is ultimately what matters is showing that he knew this was going to happen. And now, like I said, per the story, for the official story is that he was in the SUV with everybody. So that's the prosecution's theory. They can't go back. They can't say something like either he was in the SUV with him or he was out in Alaska for some reason. They can't say it had to have been one or the other because now you're guessing. Now you're speculating. You have to give factual statements. So the statement of fact is that they allege Keffe D was in the SUV, and understand what that means. Statement of fact means that the statement can be proven either true or false. Okay, just because you said it doesn't mean it's true, but it means there is a way to prove the statement either true or false with the corroborating evidence or with contradicting evidence, which shows something else. Maybe in this case, we don't have anything showing Keffe D at all. We don't know where he was. We don't know he was in California. We don't know that he was actually in the SUV per the government
There's
story.
no SUV, by the way, but he doesn't have
Or
to be there. That's what we're trying to say, right? He does
I
not
thought it
have.
was an SUV. My mistake.
No, he was a Cadillac. It was a white
So,
Oh,
Cadillac.
okay.
so
Sorry,
Rabbit
I'm.
and Joe.
I know you said Cadillac, and I'm just used to seeing these Cadillac SUVs these days. That's why where my
But
mind
what
went.
about the
It's
fake
all
gun?
good.
What about that? The fake
Say again,
weapon.
dude.
What the fake gun?
I
What
don't even
about
know
that?
what that's for. That just seems like something that was going on personally between the two different departments. Because sometimes these people just ego trip on each other. I don't know
Okay,
what the hell that was supposed to prove.
so chat. Let me ask you guys a question in the chat. And I did ask this earlier. It's like when the attorney for Keffe brought up that, like, and it was almost the way that he said it. It was like, is the LAPD, were they playing games? Like, was it serious? Because the reality is if that happened, which I hope we get into this, why was there this, why a fake gun? I don't get that
Yeah,
part.
that's my big question. And
I don't get
like
it.
you guys just said, after 30 years too, because that's a new clue. I haven't heard that ever about the fake weapon or the body bag.
Yeah, I
Um,
didn't know it was fake. I remember that stood out to me during defense opening, and now I heard you talking earlier about how it was sent from one department to the other to test them, and I'm thinking, what the hell does that mean? What is that supposed to what is that supposed to prove?
Yeah. So I got
You know?
it, Vicky. Vicky says, I'm gonna sit back. No, don't sit back. Like, we're having a conversation. I'm not trying to piss people off. I really just want, it's seeking to understand. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I really hope that people understand that we're just having a conversation. Maybe there's shit that we don't know. But she says, but I will say they're wrong regarding street culture and wrong as to how they're characterizing street life. I get that. I'm not an expert at it at all, and I don't want to be. Please note that. But I really am asking questions about the overall investigation and how it's
wait,
taking this on.
I'm wrong about street life. She's saying I'm wrong about it, or she's saying in
I think
general.
I think it's just a general statement. That's what I'm trying to understand. Okay, Storm, I got it, and I know, and you've been vocalizing after her. We're getting there, but some of us are just here to seek to understand. We're not trying to offend people. We're literally having a conversation about it. I'm asking questions because I don't know. I
But
want to
all right,
understand.
rather at the same time, and not to offend anybody, the street code has nothing to do currently with what we're talking about with the case. Because all
Well,
we're asking about is the evidence. Because we asked about the fake gun, we asked about all the questions that they didn't really answer, but they brought up.
Mhm.
The
yeah.
only thing that's street code is Suge Knight because Suge Knight doesn't want to snitch. That's street code. He doesn't want to snitch. He obviously knows stuff. He doesn't want to say stuff because he's a thug and he doesn't want to talk about anything. That's fine. But you can look at all the other people. Keffe D is a street person, and he is over here pleading. So
Well, and
I
if we're
think,
saying here's where the lines are blurred, and this is where I see the street culture being a situation. Here you have somebody who is like a former LAPD officer, right? Or was, and his dad is part of the gang unit. Okay, I would think that like Morris is saying here, street code applies to police too. This has given me that as well, right? That this applies to that too, because you have individuals that supposedly represent, the LAPD, but they're also running with gangs. And you can't even say that that's not the case, because in 2017, Reggie Wright and his father got in trouble, right? So it's like these people, that's what I'm saying is like, what, at some point, this was just the shit, and people were just letting shit be, and people knew about it, didn't say nothing. And maybe they didn't say nothing because they didn't want to get killed. I get it. But it's like now we're expecting to find something out of here 30 years later. It's difficult to kind of consolidate that,
yeah, and 30 years later, a street code or not, there's still so much stuff that we're now learning about, new things that we're learning about. And
Mhm.
the police, we knew that Suge has a thing with the police. And that's probably why he doesn't have to even worry about court, because I feel like that's the biggest missing piece to everything is him, and why he
Mhm.
doesn't have to go. Like, he's already in jail, so there's no way that I don't feel like he should be able to say no. That's just how
Mhm.
I feel. But
You said you don't feel like he should be able to say no?
yeah, I don't feel like he should be able to do that.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Let's see. Reggie Jr. was the police and working with that's what I'm saying. It's like there is this mix. So I completely get the whole playing both sides, Reggie Wright. And that's the thing is like, but he's the state's witness. How does that work? He's a witness of the grand jury and he's playing both sides?
And is Reggie
It can
Wright
happen.
not a street dude? Because I could have sworn, yeah. I don't
Well,
know.
it can happen. Sometimes witnesses have something to offer both sides. Like, do you remember Jane Doe 3, the one that didn't want to show up at the Sean Combs trial? She was
Yeah.
a government witness, but she wasn't under subpoena, so she decided she just wasn't going to go. And then came out later. She said, yeah, that she had some bad things to say about him. She had some good things to say about him. Either way, it would have left the government in a weird spot, because ultimately it wasn't like she was a damning witness, but she had something to offer both sides. It can happen,
Yeah,
at least
yeah.
from a legal perspective. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't follow this over the years. I thought it was a cold case. I thought this just should have been buried.
And there's so many people that are in the street that eventually become crooked cops or work with the government or work with the cops. That's so common, especially if they want a way out of that lifestyle. It's very common.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, Vicky. It is a good point. You got Suge Knight with the whole podcast in prison, and those people are smart for keeping. It's like I forget this too because he
Yeah, he
does.
does have a podcast.
He has a podcast behind. I'm like, people are gonna figure out how to make money, no matter what, man. Something.
Rabbit, would you go on his podcast or not?
Hell no. Hell no. That I can tell you. Yes, and didn't he get charged with Suge Knight is not a good guy, y'all. Like he just is not a good guy. I mean, people have every right to feel, scared of him, but that's just my thought. But anyways, guys, all right, hold up. Let me see. So what time was lunch supposed to be over? 1:45? 12:45? Wait, it's 1:47 right now.
145 is what they said. 145.
Okay,
It
so
looks like
there's
they're getting ready.
yeah, so I'm gonna drop you guys. Thank you guys for giving some commentary. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to these individuals that participated. You guys are amazing. But let me drop you guys, okay, so I can get
Have a
everything
good
set
one.
up.
Don't kill me.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Charlene. Thank you, Super. You guys are amazing. Thank you. All right. Y'all, again, I'm not an expert. I'm just giving you guys my thoughts and ideas, and I'm sure these guys are as well. So, if I say something out of context, don't hate me forever. Hate me just for the stream, or at least how long it lasts. Forgive me, but there is a lot of ignorance. You know what I mean? You said no, Vicky, he's not a good guy in a bad way. I don't know. What do you mean he's a good guy in a bad What? What? You said, you're gonna have to explain that to me because I don't think he's a good guy. I still don't get good guy vibes from him. But y'all let me know. Oh, I forgot I gotta shout out some people too. Man, we all got so passionate about the damn conversation. I love it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Because like I said, man, I'm here to learn. Maybe there's something that we don't understand. I don't. Not an expert. Now, will Foxy Brown testify? That is a great question. Y'all, I wanted a chimichanga and I didn't even get to order it. Damn it. I'll have to wait. I'll have to wait till later. You said, let's see. You like Suge now compared to no, y'all like no. Let me do a little poll. Stop. You guys like Suge now? Let me see. Do you like Suge now as opposed to before? So what if he had something to do with Tupac's murder? Would you like him if you found that out? And I'm going to say now as in 2026. What if you found out he had something to do with that murder? All right, let me go do this poll real quick. Okay, hold up. Let me show it. Put a 1 in the chat. It's up on there. It says put a 1 in the chat. Put it 2. Look at somebody went no. Somebody pressed the no button right away. You got it. Don't say no. Put 2. 1 for yes, 2 for no. I know I need a chimichanga. Man, I can't believe we're back. That went by quick. I was not ready for this. See, they don't consult with me. They just like, we starting. That's it. They do. Oh my God. You said Suge is okay, but you got to put just 2. Just the number 2 or 1. You can't put multiple numbers, 2 or 1. Oh my God. Let me know. Chat, don't beat me up. Just giving my opinion with chat. Chat is listen, the chat needs a Snicker bar sometimes. I got one here. Look, I told y'all. I got my Snickers here, even though I haven't had lunch. I got my Snickers here. Y'all want one? I think the chat needs a Snickers today. Let me know. Okay, Suge is still alive with a podcast. My answer is heck yeah, number 1. Okay, Vicky, just put the number though. So let's see if we can make this poll move. And did you guys hit the like button, please? And thank you. Are you sending me your stickers? I need to shout out some people. I don't have time. If they get started, let me shout out some people. First of all, JB, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. This was earlier, love. I didn't get to thank you. Please put some hearts in the chat if you've been gifted. Thank you, JB. Robin, thank you for the jewels. Just Joan, thank you for the
We're back on record in State versus Davis, which is C-377407. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury back in?
No.
Okay, sounds good. Let's bring the jury in. Please rise for the jury, guys.
Okay, the funny thing is, if you stand up, keep one of these screens on, you can't read.
Mama Llama said that Suge's gonna use my poll in his podcast. Oh shit. Damn it. Now I got a target. Don't do me like Vanilla Ice, Suge. Don't do me like Vanilla Ice, please. You go hang me from a balcony. Just don't do me like Vanilla Ice, Suge. Please, Suge, don't do me like Vanilla Ice. She said we're gonna end up in this next TMZ prison called Rabbit. Oh my God. Thank you, Stan. Thank you, thank you.
The party stipulates to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You may be seated. All right, welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're still on the state's case in chief. State, who's your next witness?
James McDonald.
McDonald or McConnell? McDonald.
That name sounds very familiar, guys. Where have I heard it before? That's Malcolm Greenidge. James McDonald is somebody else. Or James McDonald. Did I hear wrong? That's what I heard.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
James McDonald, JAMES-McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order. Is that right?
Correct.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were instructed by a court that you had to attend.
Yes.
I want to ask you about September 7th, 1996. Were you at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Club 662?
It was a club that Suge bought and we operated it. When he opened, I was head of security through the neighborhood. Just a place to go and hang out.
Did the number 662 mean anything?
Well, to the new guys, that was part of our neighborhood, 662, okay. MOB.
Okay, MOB. And when you say MOB, there used to be, before Apple iPhones and those types of things, when you had to have landlines and you press numbers, 662, there would be letters under those numbers, and M and O would be under 6. Is that right?
Right.
And B would be under 2?
Yes.
So 662 would be MOB.
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about Suge, are you talking about Suge Knight?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Suge?
He lived in my neighborhood.
And is that in Compton?
Yes.
When you were at Club 662, you said you were head of security.
Yes.
Was somebody by the name of Reggie Wright Jr. there with you?
Not at that time.
No?
No.
When was he with you?
I got out of prison in 1988. Suge came and got me in 1988. Like 4 days from coming home. Started another company, Burn Hill Records. Then Death Row Records came. Soon as Death Row was launched, Reggie came a few months after that.
Okay, so we're talking about the start of Death Row Records. Reggie wasn't part of Death Row Records initially, but you were.
Yes.
And then Suge Knight, was he the boss of Death Row Records?
Yes.
Okay. Was Suge from the same neighborhood?
From the mob?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Suge was. He was guilty by association.
Okay.
He wasn't from the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood. We looked at him as somebody from the neighborhood. When he started Death Row and started to recruit us, then yes, he's from the hood.
So I guess there's a difference between living in on a certain street versus being from the hood.
Yeah.
And how would you describe that difference?
I look at it, you have three different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association from living in that area.
And can you tell me what the difference between a gang member and a gang banger is?
A gang member hangs out. A gang banger handles his business, put in work, do what the gang do.
And what was your role with Death Row?
I was the guy that if something happened, Suge would have you take care of that. Like Snoop Dogg trial, there was issues up there. I was sent up there to make sure those problems didn't happen again.
And are those problems, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics, but are those problems meaning issues with other people who might be gangbanging or might be trying to threaten folks?
Correct, yes.
And you are somebody that Suge relied on to be able to protect his roster of music artists and other things like that.
Correct.
And after you were asked to help out with Snoop, did Snoop have any other problems?
No, we didn't have one issue at court.
Now, I'm going to ask you, fast forward a little bit to, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Would you say they were somebody you were in alliance with or a rivalry with?
Right.
And would sometimes that rivalry get violent?
Anytime you're dealing with the gang life, there's going to be violence at any given time.
Are you familiar with somebody that went by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Tupac?
He was assigned to Death Row.
And when he was signed with Death Row, would he also hang out with you guys?
He hung with my brother now. Yeah. Not me.
Who is your brother?
Alton McDonald, Buntry.
He went by Buntry?
Yeah.
Now, during this time, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had an issue with rappers from the East Coast?
I think Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight and Puck.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was. And we all fell. Some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS, should I say. And that was a situation between record companies, not gangs. So technically it wasn't our business. But when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Suge, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to Keffe D Davis and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
You serious? Don't ask me that right here. I can't say that on both sides. When each neighborhood met each other, there was a lot of tension. I'd say that.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about September 7th, 1996. Were you in Las Vegas on September 7th of 1996?
Yes.
Why were you in Las Vegas?
To run the security at 662, we were having issues with individuals that said that they were coming for whatever reason they was coming for, and to come to 662. My job was to not let that happen.
Similar to the kind of security you were asked to apply in the whole Snoop Dogg situation.
It didn't have nothing to do with Snoop Dogg. It was everybody came. Well, Suge and Bunch and them, his entourage, everybody went for the fight. My job and all of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662. So we were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's going to go to jail for it. Prepared to do that. So nobody else was going to come up there and disrupt it in that manner. But if anybody remember that night, it was so many Metro and everybody there. No, neither side could have did anything. So it was calm, it was peaceful.
So when you say there's so much Metro there, you're talking about so much Metro at Club 662?
It was police all over the place.
Now you said you were there to be on the lookout for something. What were you?
You said I was on the lookout for nothing.
I apologize. You were there. You were there in order to ensure there weren't any problems. Is that fair?
To make sure everything was good.
And because you had heard there might be some issues.
Correct.
And what were the issues that you were concerned about?
Individuals coming up there creating an issue we was having with different sides of from with Crips, period.
Yeah. So you were worried about Crips. Not worried. So I'm sorry. You were there providing security to ensure that Crips did not initiate any violence at Club 662.
Not just Crips, that nothing would happen. Okay. Period.
Okay. And then when you were there, was Reggie Wright Jr. with you that night at September 7th, 1996 at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Reggie doing there?
Reggie's job was to watch me and make sure I don't get in trouble. Everybody knew how I was. So Reggie, everybody else went to the fights. Reggie was there to watch me with the people that was there.
And I'm guessing that you were not the only person there making sure there wasn't any problems at Club 662.
I'm positive it was 30, 45 rooms there.
And again, that was to make sure that there wasn't any violence that occurred at Club 662.
Right.
When at some point that night, do you learn that Tupac or Suge had been shot?
That night, yes.
Can you tell me how you learned about that?
Well, people was coming back and was explaining that Tupac and Suge just got shot. Everybody was in a uproar. A lot of people started leaving, trying to get over there on Cobalt. We couldn't leave because we didn't pay to do this here. It wasn't too long after people started coming back, like Heron came back and went to the hospital. The majority of the people was leaving and then coming back because that night they said Tupac was going to be all right. And even Suge came back with a little bandage on his head. And we thought everything was good. People kept partying.
So, and when Suge came back, you said he had a bandage on his head, but
the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
Some people would describe being shot in the head, even slightly.
He described that. I mean,
yeah.
you're wrong.
All right. So when when you find out, well, let me ask you this. Was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that Reggie Wright Jr. is responsible for the murder of Tupac.
And it's so not true. His father was implicated, and his father had something to do with it. Reggie Wright used to be a police officer. And here again, I've been knowing Reggie Wright over 50 years. His daddy, as a police officer, patrolling my neighborhood. He done took me to jail many times when I messed up. If Reggie killed Tupac, then death row is over with. Tupac was the money source. Tupac was that guy at death row. So Reggie would have had a problem if he would have did that. And Suge, I truly believe Suge would have opened his mouth if Reggie betrayed him like that. So people say what they want to say.
After that night, do you stick around in Las Vegas or do you go back to Compton?
Well, I stayed in Vegas and we left that morning because we knew we was gonna have neighborhood issues, and everybody left and went back to Compton.
Why were you thinking you might have neighborhood issues?
Well, you asking me some. The issues that we was having was heated, and Compton was on fire at the time, and things were happening. And me personally, staying in Vegas wasn't worth it. That man in the hospital, it's time to go and protect your home front and be prepared for whatever happened there. You know what I'm saying? Like the other side was being prepared and was prepared to do things because Orlando got beat up in there. And that's something you don't tolerate. So you was going to get some repercussion from that and everything else that was going on. So living this life, you got to be ready. If you're not, you might as well just lay down.
Now, you weren't there for the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM, were you?
No, I was.
Yeah, like we talked earlier, you were at 662.
Yeah.
But are you aware of why Orlando was targeted?
I'm aware of a lot of things. Things that was going on. People ain't talked about it in 30 years. Today ain't one of them. I don't mean to be funny, but here's the thing. A lot of things happened that night. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. Me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong. A lot of people got hurt behind this situation in itself. Living the life and how we lived in Compton is one thing. You bring back all of the guys that made it, like me, I'm 61 years old now, to rehash and relive this situation again. I told every attorney in here that tried to get me to come here, you better treat me as a hostile witness. And I think that's where I'm about to go now because you're asking me questions. I can't answer those questions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me.
Why
That's
is that?
how I was living.
Why is that?
That's what I was back then.
And so, is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice, or you can't be there.
I'm sorry. We're doing some side talking. No, that's my fault. I asked, being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is punking you, like by punching you in the face or something like that, you would have to retaliate, or you would lose your place in the neighborhood.
You would have to go back home and fight everybody that called you a punk. You would have to go. There's some rules that you roll with, and some rules you just got to handle. Certain things need to be dealt with, adjusted, living that life. And when I was living that life, it wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I would have shot him, to be honest.
So then you had mentioned, I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas, there were issues between the neighborhoods. How long did that last for? Was it like, all right, one day we're good, everything's done, or did it last for longer than that?
No, it was tension in the air for quite a long time, until I guess both sides, and he might agree, just said, let that shit go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and Keffe D. And people put themselves in situations like myself. I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in a situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. I did it for a paycheck. I did it on some just because. I'm older now. I get it. But we did things for all the wrong reasons at that time, in them days.
Of course, indulgent. Your Honor, Steve will pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Sims.
Sir, have you ever met me?
Excuse me?
Have you ever met me before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to your testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to is the time that you told them, like, hey, any attorney here is better treat me as hostile because...
Yeah, I told them I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, a couple questions for you, sir. This is more for clarification. So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662.
Yes.
Explain for us a little bit about the club. Was that Suge's club or was it somebody else's club?
Suge, to my understanding.
Okay. And when you were there as head of security, were you there? Had you worked there as head of security prior to this particular night?
We did an event there once before. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And on this particular night, was this an event like some type of fundraiser or something for police officers or anything like that? Do you recall what the event was for?
We wouldn't have been there.
Okay.
No.
What was the reason for the event?
It was Mike Tyson fight. Tyson was coming back. Tupac was supposed to perform like other people, and we was there for that.
Okay. Can you describe for us how big the club is so that we can...
30 years ago, a little bit bigger than this room.
So it's relatively, it's not like a 2-story. It's not,
it's small.
All right. And in terms of the club itself, you were there and you were sharing with us that there were other people that were there.
Yes.
Law enforcement as well as I don't know, people from your side of town.
Oh, law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, "Why y'all putting words in my mouth?"
Sure.
They were outside. We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So as far as you know, law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security?
No, this was Metro posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just to, like, what, harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know, or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come
I know
in?
for a fact he didn't hire the Metro Police.
Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table.
Oh,
we
shit.
had at least 30, 40 of my homeboys there. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what Suge paid us for working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge. The homies was there for Suge Knight. Reggie Wright hired his company to watch over Suge Knight people.
Right.
So his security did like the right thing. My security did what they ain't gonna do. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
The police gonna walk you out of there.
Mhm.
We gonna drag you out of there. So it was a difference, but not on the same paper.
Sure. And once again, the intent was to protect 662, right? To protect the club, protect the patrons that were going to go there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of your knowledge of what happened on that night, fair to say you weren't present when the shots had rung out.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And your testimony is that you had heard from other people initially that, hey, Tupac had been shot.
Yes.
And you had thought maybe other people were maybe relieved, thinking like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. He's gonna be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene, and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he's gonna be all right. So people just went back to, me.
Right. Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
I don't know. Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got to raise the word in it, but you asking me a question. I don't. And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and the way I am, because I changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
Thank you.
So these people right here, what they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right? The next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crip shoots a Pyru Blood, and then a Pyru Blood shoots a Southside Crip? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that life, I was a part of that. And I was, no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood,
okay,
as well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being assaulted because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
Am I the only one up in here? No, they weren't the only one. It's his neighborhood in particular.
That's right.
But they were the main subjects of a gang war. It was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you.
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that information, none of those people were there, right?
What people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bear their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody? They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitnesses to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't
Is it
answer
a
that
yes or no?
without a what you call them. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
I am focused. Very
focus on this. My question to you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay. Let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting.
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kinds of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. It was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
Now, the night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie, a Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't know what he had on his hip.
But you were the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type
Reggie
of
Wright,
device.
right way security has nothing to do with the gang banging security, power rules, whatever you want to call it. They had nothing to do with us.
Okay.
The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see. Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California?
Yes.
By a police officer?
I don't know. He wasn't in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court in Victorville.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
In that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm gonna be honest about it. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're gonna have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not gonna talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not finna send him to prison. You are.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're putting it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just answer your questions, we gonna have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to look. We're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac. You're telling us that you weren't there at the scene. That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 62. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
No further questions, John.
Anything further, State? All right, we've got one more phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands. Oh, we do have one. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Hang on one second.
Don't ask questions anymore. Oh my God. Oh my. I'm gonna need the judge, Miss Curly Sue, to figure this shit out. What is she doing? Oh my God. Oh my gosh, man. Of course there's a question from the jury. Oh my God. And I think, honestly, this is what Vicky was explaining in the chat for those that, she was explaining this is what it looks like, right?
All right, I have a question for you from one of our jurors, if you can answer it. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people or the police officers not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that, State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night.
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night. Right?
Yes, we did.
All right. Thank you.
All right, State. I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming back.
Okay, can I say? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you guys.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. You are free to go. State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State's calling Reggie Wright Jr.
Oh my God. Not Reggie. Oh. We got Reggie coming up. Oh my God. Reggie's coming up. Oh, damn.
Investigating the burning smell. You like smelling that? The burning smell?
I can't with this, man. I can't with this. Listen, we're going to drop the link. There's Reggie. Let me mute.
If anybody's smelling something burning, it's a burnt bagel from back there. So don't worry, we're all fine.
Who's burning the courthouse?
Okay. Are we able to? Is this good?
I think he was leaving like that to swear, and then we'll turn him
Okay, perfect. Got it. All right, we'll have you sworn then, Mr. Wright.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie.
Please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Reginald Lilburn,
Wright Jr.
Oh,
Reginald. Lilburn is Lil. B as in boy. URN. Wright is WRIGHT. And I'm a junior.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
yep. He's already swearing. That's the lie. I can't. Oh my God.
You're good, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where did you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised there until about the age of 19.
And who is your father? Who's your father?
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the city of Compton Police Department.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department to become a lieutenant, is it, of gangs?
Eventually captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989. And then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
Why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID.
After you left the Compton PD or took your medical retirement, where did you next work?
Well, to be honest, my last year or two of being a police officer, I was employed as death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies. It wasn't just death row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security. Worked at nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
Compton PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was really young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well, actually, let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job. And like I said, I started in like 1985, so kind of got familiar while I was working the jail. And it was something that was curious to me, being that my father was active with the gangs, and it was something that was intriguing to me as well.
So when you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mall Pyru territory?
That's correct, sir.
So when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mall Pyru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Luther's Park Pyru area. But I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1970, 78, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mob Piru.
So they were Looters Park Piru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mob Piru.
You know, we pretty much divided it, everything south of Rosecrans was Mob, and everything north was, or the other way around. North was Mob, and south were Looters area of Rosecrans Avenue.
Were you familiar with a gang called the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Well, growing up in the city of Compton, we all played sports together and heard of them when I was playing at Kelly Park, baseball, Little League baseball at Compton Northern. And then my time in '85 as a jailer, and then working in the streets of Compton as a police officer from 1989.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially in law enforcement. Heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keffe at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him or any had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as well, at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer. And I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
All right. So then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for death row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your client? Was your client just death row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients, like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton that they were repoing people's cars and they needed a car. But my biggest, 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean, actually?
It grew over a time period. In '94, it was just mainly just special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. Had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, two with Mr. Shakur, two with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Brodus, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
And when you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
Because they were able to carry guns concealed, where it's not exposed. We had exposed officers at the studio, but mainly the bodyguards carried their weapons concealed.
And we heard...
And for the training as well.
We heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that there were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
That's correct. Mob, Looters, West Side, generally Pirus from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And the Crips let me ask you, Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was a unique situation because one of their main artists prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seemed to have a great working relationship prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
All right. I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid 90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right. So we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record. And then who would you say his most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, Biggie Small.
Okay. And then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point, did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened in '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995. Does that contribute to it?
Yes, sir. That was August the 6th, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Suge's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. Yes, sir.
And then is it fair to say that your perception of a security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Suge's friends in Atlanta?
That was always the story that was told to us. Yes, sir.
And so is it fair to say by 1995, the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir.
As security for Death Row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of tension when it came to Bad Boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. His distributor, the main distributor, was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month, I'm sorry, during that time. When Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, but we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
It's debated how that happened, but
I'm not asking about the how. I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now, as security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right? Yeah. If you don't know.
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yes.
Okay, whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
Yeah, with some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember. I picked him up from the airport. Me and one of my security guys named Kevin Hackey, and we took him immediately. We went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the recording studio that night, and from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire and later on a house in Calabasas.
As the head of Right Way Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Oh, well, I had 2 guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was a guy by the name of Kevin Ackey, who was with him a lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was the one that worked with him as well. And then I will always have additional guys, like Al Giddings is one of them fill in for him when those guys wasn't available. But generally always had one security guard with him. After this particular song came out, about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called Hit 'Em Up.
And is it fair to say that in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to approve it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight, possibly Mr. Shakur, and maybe the security officer that was primarily with them, we all agreed that he probably need another guy with him.
Were you aware during this time of a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton Southside Crips.
Now, Southside Crips, that was the same gang that you had told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean Keffe D.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then was there ever a time where Death Row and you and whatever other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the Southside Compton Crips at all?
Yes. We had it at a Soul Train Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him, and I even think I might have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media, where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember, well, I'm going to ask you what your independent recollection is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train, what is it? The Soul Train Music Awards?
Soul Train Music Awards. Yes.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
April, May of 95.
Of 95?
Sorry, 96.
Okay, of 96.
I'm sorry.
And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, that was before Hit 'Em Up. Okay, tell us what happened at the Soul Train Music Awards.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us, but they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that. So we drove in the back. Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer, and myself and Frank, which was Tupac's security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind them. As we was getting out of the vehicle or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Tuffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the South Side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling and confrontation between Mr. Small, Biggie, and Mr. Shakur took place. to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon. And then that's when I pulled my firearm and towards him and begged with him, pleaded with him not to raise the gun. There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentleman took off and ran towards the street in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and couple of the people that was with him took off and ran.
Now, you said that Southside was providing that type of backup.
They were with them in entourage. Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether Duane Davis was one of those people?
Believe he was. I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend. When do you come to Las Vegas for that weekend?
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I came out that Friday. So we had a nightclub that was in the process of being open. And out here, I guess, there's some type of cars that everyone that work around people that's having alcohol, I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cars for that night because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's. We got to have everything on point because if everything goes smoothly tonight, there's a good chance we're going to be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name.
Okay, so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
And then when you got the advice from the attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak.
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hasn't officially or never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone, it would spell out the word MOB, which means members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore.
I forgot about that.
And so the club itself, the name of the club itself rang out that it was a blood affiliated club.
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, that we shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So your understanding was, or at least the advice that you got was, inside Club 662, if you're working it for right-way security,
correct,
you're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Kali's office. He said it. Mr. Kali said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today, I can't say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
What you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Kali's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting, because I took them all to Fridays and we went and ate at Fridays after that meeting. So it was that Friday.
Okay. And then so the process was with your folks, people working with you, was that they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required to do the work that you needed them to do in 662, then have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm.
That's correct.
Did you do anything else that night, Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays, but for some reason we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. But Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night that Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to have the club open because of that fight?
Those were the only times the club, under Mr. Knight, the Club 662 banner, we only did that about 3 times. And that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, the Friday and the Saturday. And then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial, which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the security for Club 662 that night?
Well, ultimately I am, but I had a on site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately as the owner, I was.
And then we heard from James McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him. But he and I, we've been knowing each other over 52 years, So, I mean, that was like my brother. So he, James used to do it as a hustle. What James would do is go outside, get guys that look like they had a bunch of money and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy, but James was just out there working the door. Suge would have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout, still, blood related, Paru related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge or the person contracted to be in charge of death row security, were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Okay, well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we, Mr. Khalees, who he had something worked out because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty. They were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty. But we had, my guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door and the street traffic control and the parking lot. And so I guess how he got that approved was
well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club, yes.
Yeah, but you were the point of contact for the club. And then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Places?
He was the one that got them there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay, so you weren't the one that called Metro?
No, sir.
So anything that you would have said regarding that is just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been.
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promoted it as a benefit for a retired boxer, for a police or retired. He was a retired police officer that was promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
So that kind of is adding to the P's and Q's that make Mr. Knight look better when the transfer of when they're trying to transfer this club, hey, we're also holding a benefit.
That and also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so Mr. Shakur was scheduled to perform that night at Club 662. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community service.
Yes, sir.
So when was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday. I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Shakur actually rode up with, I guess, his fiance and a few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was Malcolm Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And I think he goes by the name Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Qatari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Afula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
And you said Mr. Alexander was the person that's supposed to be working security, or a person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song "Hit 'Em Up" had come out, and that was probably 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and writing, and that's who I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was with him. You know, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur. And for some reason, he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest, and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with her arrest.
So the fight night arrives. Where are you? Do you go to the fight?
I went to the parking lot of the fight, so it was kind of hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems, some problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot at MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
And was Club 662, it was on Flamingo, is that right?
1700 block of Flamingo, yes, sir.
Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not in a position great for any of this, but there we have. Can you see 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Your Honor, permission to approach?
Oh, yeah. Can I move about the courtroom freely?
Thank you. You see clubs, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing where Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662.
That's correct, sir.
Was it? Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
I guess. I'm sure we got worked out. Yes, sir.
And then was Club 662? Did you stay at Club 662, or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed there the whole time until
until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Okay, so we'll start before we get there. How was 662 super busy that night, or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting crowded till about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. So it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there, and then you something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot, and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head by a bullet. Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
Two gentlemen, Buntry, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams, and his moniker is Neckbone. They came inside the club and came straight to me. It was like, Reggie, Suge and Pop just got shot down the street. I thought they were messing with me because they like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Khalees, who was standing near me, I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out heading that way.
Now you mentioned two people, Buntry, Alton McDonald. Does Buntry have any relation to James McDonald, the person that testified before you?
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you had mentioned Neckbone, Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mob Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Pyro?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That would be a fair, yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well, at that time when Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me, and I just knew they would eventually get there. But no, I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him all that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
He worked for Right Way as well.
Okay. And so then you have Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight headed to Club 662. To your knowledge, were there other people headed over? I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Buntry. Were there other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On a driving over, was there more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Buntry and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from the attorney, what do you do?
Me and Mr. Khalees and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, his primary job was to work at the club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Khalees and headed towards the scene, where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However, en route, Mr. Khalees was on the phone, and we were notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntry and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntry, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now, let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, you know, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, and in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or like for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released about 4 or 5 that morning. But I know I was back at his house. I went and got his home secured. And I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
By phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what had just happened to Suge and Mr. Shakur. You know, it's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
How are you calling him?
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
And was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day?
Well, during that night or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around that, hey, you know, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from Southside Compton Clubs. And so I relayed that to him. They didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it with some guys from Southside. And I told them, hey, it's going to be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? When did you go back to California?
About 2 weeks later.
So you were in town while Mr. Shakur was at the hospital.
The whole time he was at the hospital, and that following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had 2 guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life. And they were there just, we had problems with, I remember a candy striper trying to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lying, fighting for his life. And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Ms. Shakur, his mother, was in charge, but just mainly trying to keep people out that she didn't want in or got her permission to come in to see Mr. Shakur while he was fighting for his life.
And then you had said after Mr. Shakur had passed, you stayed in Vegas for another week.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, I'm the one that actually received his ashes, and had one of my security guys by the name of James Green fly back with the ashes, and eventually delivered them to someone in the family. I believe it was the mother, but if it wasn't her, it was somebody that she authorized to receive the ashes.
But you weren't the person that delivered the ashes.
James Green was.
You received the ashes and
Yes.
then gave it
To James.
You know, I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Absolutely not.
As a result of the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, were there any legal proceedings that involved Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Knight was on probation at the time of the beating at the MGM Grand?
He was.
Actually, can we show 115? Actually, I don't even know that Mr. Wright can see.
We can take the computer up to him. I just have to open it. It'll go off the screen though if I take it off here. You want to do it on your computer so he can see it up close, and I'll play it for the jury. I assume you want. Yes. You want the big one, right?
So he had the ashes. I'm so confused by this. It's like everybody, Rabbit, that is loud. LOL. Am I loud? I'm sorry. You heard a yin yang whisper? It's not me. I'm muted, guys. I popped your. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pop your eardrum.
See that's close.
So, okay. I'm so confused, guys, because oh shit, that wasn't me. I am so confused by. Oh shit, we
I'll show
got
it to you
evidence.
up close, Mr. Wright, while Mr. DiGiacomo shows it to the members of the jury. And Mr. DiGiacomo, before you said one started? Yeah, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 115B at 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay.
So here, just actually, before we start playing, Mr. Wright, have you seen the MGM video before?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say you've seen it more than once.
Yes, sir.
And that partly because it was part of a revocation proceeding that involved Suge Knight.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you 115B, starting at 7:04. I'm clicking. 1 second, not just yet. I'm clicking right. This is the video that you've seen before?
That's correct, sir.
I'm gonna pause. Starting at 7:20. 7:20. Did you recognize the folks that were hitting Mr. Anderson there?
Hitting or kicking?
Hitting or kicking, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Who were they?
The gentleman in the white with the black hat on was
We'll try and coordinate this again. Oh, can you see it?
I can see it. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then can you tell us the people who are involved in this?
That gentleman right there in the white is Buntry, Alton McDonald.
There appears to be somebody in a gold shirt. Who was that?
That appeared to be Mr. Shakur.
There's a person in gray on gray, looks like outfit. Do you know who that is?
The one that I saw that's right in front of Mr. McDonald right now is Roger Williams.
Okay.
I thought it was blue. I saw
Okay,
it blue.
maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing. You're talking about this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna approach her.
So, neck bone, right?
Well, that's Mr. Knight, and then that's Mr. Williams.
Yeah. And then, so you see Mr. Williams, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur. Those are the people that are evident to you in this portion of the video. Is that
That's
right?
correct, sir.
And then we have another video of everybody leaving. Can you see that?
See it, but
That's it. That's it. Okay, I'm going to show Mr. Wright 115C.
and Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, Bluntry, Mr. Williams. I don't see Frank yet.
I don't think Frank was here. I could be wrong. He said he would. He's
Okay, there you go. Mr. Alexander is the one with no sleeves on his shirt. And he's leading the pack now.
Did you see Trayvon Lane?
I don't see Mr. Lane yet. No, he had a hat on. I've seen him before. I don't see him right now, though. Let me look again. Frank. Mr. Shakur. I'm sorry, I don't see Mr. Lane.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me just ask you to focus on the people leaving now at this point.
Okay. Right there, upper right. Yeah.
So you see him.
Yeah, he has the hat on. Upper right corner is Mr. Lane.
So you see him leaving the scene, but you don't actually see him during the
Altercation.
you don't see him actually hitting
I didn't see him, no.
Mr. Anderson.
I didn't see him do that.
But he's with the group that's fleeing the beating of Mr. Anderson.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state proposed exhibit 16. Do you recognize who that person is?
That's Mr. Lane.
Do you recognize the person in State's exhibit 7? Actually, no, I gave you the wrong one. State's exhibit 2.
Yes, I recognize him. That's Mr. Davis.
Okay. I'm going to show you the person depicted in State's exhibit number 3.
Mr. Anderson.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72. Do you recognize what's in that?
It's a Defo chain, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move these exhibits into evidence. No objection.
So admitted.
Can you show number 6? This is Mark 6. I think it's 06. Is that the person you identified as Trayvon Lane?
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Cole, is this a, could you take it, is this a natural stopping point?
Yes, we can take a break.
Okay, I think we need, one of our jurors needs to come for break.
Okay.
All right, so at this time, we're gonna take a recess. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any means of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury.
They taking a break? Oh, Lord. Brandon, I have you here in the back, so stay in the back. Don't go anywhere. You've been waiting here for a minute, Brandon. What did he say in his mouth? I don't know. He said something.
Exited the room and we'll be in recess. Mr. Wright, did you need any water bottle or anything?
I have one. Thank you,
You
ma'am.
got one? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, no problem.
Oh, they muted it. Damn, they took us out quickly. They took us out quickly. Hold up. Let me see if I can get my headphones on. Give me 1 second. We got Brandon here in the backstage. Hold up 1 second, guys. Hold up, my friends. Let's see if I can get connected here. Okay, done. Hold up, you guys. Can you hear me, Brandon? Give me 1 second. Whoa, I am like, did he say something different that he said last time in the grand jury? Because I feel like I heard something different, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to find my link, you guys. Give me 1 sec. Where'd it go? Here it is. StreamYard. Here it is. Okay. Brandon, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh my gosh. Shout out to you. I know you've been waiting there and I'm like, I can't even bring you up quite yet. What do you think so far? You've been saying a lot of stuff in the comments. What do you think so far?
So far, I think Mob James, he is not a bad witness for either side. I think that he actually showed that he did not want to be there, but he also showed that he did not want to make Keffe D go to jail. So I think he was very truthful in his answers.
Yeah.
So that helped, the prosecution in a way. And I don't know, maybe I might be biased in this point, but I think that Reggie actually is giving truthful testimony. I mean, regardless of how, we may feel about his dealings and his felonies and, his stuff with his dad and all that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. So you feel like he's giving testimonies regardless of what we feel. What do you think about? Do you remember when he was the grand jury? He said that he was nowhere near the MGM, but now he's saying he might have been at the parking lot. I'm a little confused by that.
I don't remember hearing that part. I
You don't remember
honestly,
hearing that far?
no, I
Okay,
don't.
Storm, did you by chance? Because Storm was dropping in some. Let me see. I feel like Storm might have said something here real quick about that. Maybe she just dropped the link, or not the link. I'm sorry, the page number. Let me see. You said they. Hold up, y'all. What else do you have to say about this? While I pull the transcript and we can review it real quick.
Um, I found some contradictions in some things. I mean, Keffe D went on a podcast and said that he had saw Suge Knight outside the valet the Friday night before.
Okay.
So I mean, and then Reggie says that they didn't show up until what, Saturday at 4. So the day before would have been Friday night. So he said he spoke to
Yeah.
Suge Friday night. I don't. We have to get some clarity on that.
Wait, say that again. So he spoke to Suge Friday night. That's
That's
what.
what he said on the
Who
podcast.
said
He
that?
said Keffe D. He said
Okay.
he saw Suge the night before in the valet, which was the Friday night,
Yes, you're right.
and that they spoke. And then Saturday is when Reggie Wright says that Suge and I guess Tupac showed up at what, 4 p.m.
Yeah.
in Vegas. So there's a contradiction there.
Okay. Let me tell you what, guys, what just to kind of put this out here. So Storm said line 72 starts at 1. All right. This is what Reggie Wright said. Line 70 or page 72, line 1. The question was, would you describe the night as being organized or unorganized? Reggie replied, well, my side, I was the logistics guy, so I guess it would be my fault. But we were kind of unorganized crew. Question, what was it your intention to go to the fight that night? He answers, initially, yes, sir. Question, what happened? Were you able to go to the fight? Answer, I didn't go because of issues at the club, of course. Us being unorganized, where to even to the fact that Mr. Shakur called me looking for Mr. Knight, as everyone else did. Well, he didn't go to the fight, but he didn't say here that he wasn't at the parking lot.
I mean, that's a discrepancy. I mean, maybe he made it to the parking lot and he wasn't able to get in, so he left and went to the club. I mean, he didn't directly say that, but I mean, maybe that's what he meant. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I did see an interview that Frank gave years ago, and he said basically that he I don't even remember where I was going with that. I'm thinking about 20 million different things right now.
It's a lot, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
it's a
it's like
lot.
so much information.
I've been deep diving into this case for years. I mean, that's why I'm so informative on this whole entire case.
So tell me who you think. You think that Keffe and Orlando are responsible for this shooting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, what other motives are out there? And I know this is a case that has to be made on facts. And I'm going to tell you right now, although I believe he's guilty, if the state does not prove that he was in Vegas that night, he's going to get off of this case.
How do you think the state is doing so far? Because I think we even had a conversation about this and we were finding like some very compelling things about, well, I mean, can the state, because they don't have to prove that he was even there. They just have to prove that he was a shot caller, and he was involved in a criminal gang. That's my understanding of it.
True, but at the same time, I think they do need to prove that he was there because remember, he puts himself there in the car that night.
With the book?
With the book, with his interviews. I mean, so let's be honest about something. Suge Knight could make or break this case. He could put all this to bed. Because if he said that he saw Keffe D that night when in the car when he shot at him, this case would be over with. We would know who did it. There would be eyewitness testimony. It would be over and done. But Suge Knight is sticking to the street code, and he does not want to say, just like Mob James just did. He didn't want to say certain things because it's street code. And like I said, I don't know if you guys remember, Suge Knight did a podcast a couple years back or whatever, and he said that he saw Keffe D like I guess maybe some years after the incident happened at a basketball
Yeah.
game, and he
Yeah.
said that they were talking, and Keffe D admitted to him that Diddy paid him the money. Well, Diddy was supposed to pay him the money for killing them, but I guess the money never got to him. And Suge Knight said he wanted to get him to go in the bathroom with him because he was going to kill him because there were other people around at the basketball game. So
Yeah.
my thing is this: the state doesn't have to necessarily call Suge Knight to the stand. You can use Suge Knight's interviews as his testimony because they're public interviews. Just like we got
Yeah.
the public interviews of Keffe D talking to the police back in the day. So, I mean, there's ways
Very
around it. I
true.
mean,
Very, very true. No, I mean, it's very, very true. I think that there is ways around the situation, right? Like, it seems to me that I'll make sure I'm not behind this, y'all, because I need to make sure that we're on the live feed. 1 second. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how. Yeah, I guess there is ways around it, but at the same time, it's like if you don't have, you're right. If Suge Knight could put this to bed, because ultimately
he's the surviving
the
witness.
book. Yeah, he's the only. There's only two people, right?
Yeah.
Keffe D and Suge Knight.
Yep.
That's it.
And Keffe D told you that Suge saw him and he saw Suge. Well,
Yes.
it's written in the book. And I'm going to say this: I believe that Keffe D did give the basis of the story for the book. And do I
Mhm.
think that he added some things in to be, more entertaining? Yes. I think he stretched the truth a little bit on some things and he made it sound good and believable, but ultimately, do I think he was in the car? Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see what was. I mean, listen, we still got 6 weeks of this thing. It's not even done. How do you think? How do you think? Do you have any other questions in terms of what you hope that they answer from this trial, or what we get from this trial?
I'm optimistic about if we'll find out any new information or anything. The one person I do want to hear from that could put Keffe D there the night is Foxy Brown.
Mm.
Because in the book, he wrote that she got out the car to, I'm sorry, in the testimony, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
the
in the
testimony.
book.
Oh,
It was in the
okay, in the
book.
book. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because he was reading the book in the
Mhm.
testimony. Yeah. That she got out the car and he got in the car when he got the gun from Zip. And he
Mhm.
also said he was wearing a suit that night in the book.
Mhm.
And this is why it's important for the prosecution to bring up that picture of him in the suit that night that says in the book that he's at the fight that night.
Yeah. Oh, he's back. All right. So I'm going to drop you. Brendan, I
Okay.
hope you hit the link later. We'll probably have a little conversation later on after all of this ends. Okay.
All right.
So let me
Sounds good.
drop you. But yeah, because I'm curious to know what else your opinions later on. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right.
Bye,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys, shout out to Brandon. Shout out to Brandon. Make sure you guys are super. I'll bring you up after just because we're back on track, guys. So we got to make sure we get back on track. Make sure you guys hit the link back again, and we'll give you guys a couple minutes while we get started. Oh my goodness, man. I mean, everybody's awake now. Well, awake. All right. Good points, Brandon. Yeah, good points. He made a pretty compelling argument there. He said, I've been obsessed with this case since I was 12, like you, Rabbit. Yeah, I mean, can't say I know it all because I don't. At all. Foxy Brown. Can you imagine? She's a witness. I mean, it hasn't been exposed yet. Foxy Brown, a witness. That'll be interesting, guys. Reggie is very much awake, but he looks pissed off right now. We have 1 more hour, I think. It is what, 3:40? No, 2 more hours. Where are we at? Yeah. So, are they bringing Reggie Wright back or what? That's true. Because you said Foxy won't admit to being in an underage relationship. How do we expect her to testify in this case? Right. That's a good point. It's a good point. Let's see. Trying to fix this toy. You never know. You said defense and prosecutions yucking it up for the legal system is insane. Listen, I'm just like, what an interesting afternoon. I'll say that. You said Isaiah says Foxy Brown couldn't be there because she was performing in Detroit with Keith Sweat and Bone Thugs. Please don't believe that. Well, Isaiah, what we're talking about is what Keffe wrote in his book. He said that Foxy Brown was in the car with Zip. Zip told Foxy to leave the car, so that's when the weapon exchange happened. He was given a weapon. Yeah, so we'll see. All right. Are we muted? Nope. Yes.
Back on record in State
Here we
versus
go.
Davis C377407. Anything we need to address outside the presence? Mr. Stant, anything we need to talk about before we bring in the jury?
No, no.
Awesome. All right, let's bring him in.
Stand for the jury.
We're on the record and stand for the jury, please.
The parties stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, would it be easier to look at the monitor on the witness stand, or are you able to see that better?
Pictures this size, I can see both ways.
Okay. All right. So you're now looking at State's Exhibit number 60. Who is that?
That's Trayvon Lane.
All right. And can Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind putting up 62? Showing you State's Exhibit number 62. Who is that?
That's Mr. Davis.
You mind putting up 63? Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Who is that?
That's Mr. Anderson.
And then we had talked briefly about it, so I want to just show it. Showing you State's Exhibit 72. What is that?
That's a defo chain medallion.
And we'll touch on that in a minute. But we were talking about the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM. Mr. Knight was on probation at the time you had mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And then after you guys got back from Las Vegas back to the Southern California area, did Mr. Knight have a legal problem as a result of his alleged participation in that beating?
That's correct, sir.
And can you explain that to us?
They've brought him in. Initially, they brought him in, they said, for a 30 test for that he did with his probation officer. But while he was still in custody, they then added the charge of he violated his probation for assaulting Mr. Anderson.
He's on probation. He's on video, at least what appears to be participating in the beating of Mr. Anderson. And so he is charged with violating his probation.
That's correct, sir.
And do you participate in any of the preparation for Mr. Knight's hearing on his probation violation?
With his attorney, Mr. Kenner, I attended several meetings, yes.
And then are you aware of a meeting with Mr. Anderson?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that?
So we met him at his attorney office, Mr. Edie Fall. It was in Seal Beach, I believe, where his office was. And we met with him. The attorneys had an agreement where I guess they were going to make a settlement or something for and Mr. Anderson to come and testify on Mr. Knight's behalf, where I believe the settlement was about $60,000 because some of the death row people had assaulted him, and some would say for him coming up and testifying on the behalf of Mr. Knight.
Okay, so just to be clear, prior to Mr. Knight's revocation hearing, there was a meeting with Orlando Anderson, the person who was beaten in that video. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then there was an agreement that $60,000 would change hands between Suge Knight or Death Row or some aspect of that side to Mr. Anderson. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that was made between the attorneys Mr. Canner, who was also present, and Mr. Fall.
Okay. I'm not saying that you're the person that did that. I'm just saying you were that.
I was at the meeting, myself and Norris Anderson, who was the general manager of the company at the time.
And then at that probation hearing, is it fair to say that Mr. Anderson said that Mr. Knight was just trying to stop the fight and not participate in the fight at all?
That was his testimony, yes.
And that was after he received the $60,000.
That part I don't know.
That was after the agreement for the $60,000.
It was an agreement in place, so.
Okay. And then is it fair to say that the judge disregarded Mr. Anderson's testimony and revoked Mr. Knight's parole?
Sustained.
Well, did the judge believe Mr. Anderson's testimony?
So Mr. Knight was subsequently violated for his probation and received 9 years sentence.
And as a result, when Mr. Knight was imprisoned for those 9 years, who was running death row?
After about 4 or 5 minutes of his incarceration, I became the general manager of the company.
We show the death row. What do you call that?
Pendant.
Pendant. We show the death row pendant. Can you tell us about the distribution of death row pendants to various people that were associated with death row?
Mainly the artists received them, and then people, close associates of Mr. Knight, they were given out to different people for Christmas presents of 1995. Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not Trayvon Lane had received a death row pendant?
He was one, yes, sir.
And is it typically wore on a chain around one's neck?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, have you and I ever met?
No, sir.
You have a podcast, I believe, right?
YouTube channel that I talk on.
I'm sure you're probably anticipating the next question. In your YouTube channel, you have spoken a little bit about me, for instance, right?
That's correct.
And
you have spoken about me as well.
Yeah. So in terms of your podcast or YouTube channel, and once again, I don't think it was anything derogatory. It's more like you never tried a criminal case, or I think Hollywood-ass attorney. I think you had said something like that, right?
Well, you did about 10 interviews in the last 2 months, so I may have said something like that.
Now, in terms of your podcast stuff, it's this pretty good point. At some point, you would actually instructed Keefe that, hey, he can actually make money doing the YouTube stuff. Remember that?
It didn't go quite like that, but I did pass his number to a few YouTube channels after he and I had this discussion about doing something on my channel, but I refused to pay him because I'm not giving someone I believe is Tupac Killer money.
Sure. You had a interview with a Mr. Mogg. Do you remember that?
Detective Mogg, yes, sir.
Was he a detective at the time?
He was.
Okay, so he's a detective at the time, and he sat down with you, and you had a conversation with him, and you basically told him that you had advised Keffe D about I don't know, how much you can get paid doing YouTube stuff. Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Now, you don't remember that, or you don't believe that?
I remember Kevin Coffey, but to say you can make $5,000 or $10,000, I didn't have any conversation like that with Detective Mogg.
Okay, so you don't know or you don't remember. I just want to make sure we're different here.
I remember meeting with Detective Mogg. I know I am the one that started passing Mr. Davis' number around to do more interviews to get him to talk. Yes.
Okay, so when you volunteered to Detective Mogg, Keffe D's number, you said, I set him up with a couple of interviews.
Correct.
And because I promised you, if y'all ever listen, I promised him I would. We talk bad about each other, but I'll hook you up. I'm kind of know all these YouTubers out here. And so I kind of hook people up with them. Quote, you want to make some money, N-word, unquote.
And then question was asked by Detective Mogg, so what do you get paid for your interviews? And you respond, oh, I get about 2,500, 3,000 a show. You remember that?
That's accurate, so I might have said that.
Now you also said 5,000. I got my F. He was crying about his taxes. You're referring to Keffe in that, right? He was crying about his taxes, Keffe?
Not sure.
I got him about to go blast him next week. He's getting 3,500. So they pay you because they get views. They get paid, man. YouTube, every million views you get about 6,000 to 10,000. And then
That's the channel.
Okay.
Not the person.
And then once again, I'm talking about the YouTuber. And so if you do a bunch of them and you get 100,000 and they break them up into like 5 or 10-minute segments, and you can get a 15-second segments from me and you get 200,000 people to view it, you can make $8,000 to $10,000 off of me. And you just gave me 2,500, 3,000. You remember saying that to Detective Mogg?
I'm sure. Those sound like accurate statements, so I'm
Accurate
sure I did.
And once again, it's clear to show that there's a business with YouTube, right?
That's correct, sir.
And so when you post something online, you're posting it online with the hopes that you're going to get paid for that.
Yeah, and that didn't start until about 2021.
Sure.
Or 2020, yeah, after COVID. Yes.
Now, with regards to your role here, you were the head of security for Suge Knight.
Correct.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. Where did you grow up in Compton?
I mean, my address is 1628 East Pine Street, Compton, California.
Where's that at in terms of, because we're assuming, and you could tell this jury otherwise, that wherever you grew up or whatever your street was, you by default was part of a certain gang or color.
I never gang banged. Always wanted to be a police officer growing up. However, guys that I grew up with, was in the sandbox with, played sports with, yeah, they were Mob Pyro's affiliate.
Okay.
Some police officers, some football players,
Right.
several type of people who grew up in our community.
And at some point, you get yourself out of it. You become a police officer.
I never was in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for correcting me. You become a police officer for about 5 years.
90 to 96, 6 years. Yeah.
6 years, and you have to retire medically.
Correct.
And you had shared with us earlier that you created the security company. You were moonlighting, sort of doing your job during the day and then doing this other side hustle at night.
That's accurate.
And that side hustle became your full-time gig when you were no longer a police officer.
That's correct, sir.
And so in terms of who you were, the main service you provided services for would have been Death Row Records.
95%. That's correct, sir.
And in essence, I mean, this was your number one client, right?
I agree with you.
And you spent a lot of time with Suge.
Eventually that grew, but yes. 94, not as much. 95, 96, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're providing services for Suge in terms of security, right?
For Suge or his company?
For the Death Row label.
That's correct, sir.
And you actually had created a company specifically for the security aspect of it, right?
That's fair.
And that's the Right Way
Protective Services.
Protective Services. Okay. Now, as you're going about doing that, you had shared with us a little bit about some of the things you had done, and you shared with us that hey, there was something that happened at one of the award ceremony. You talked about that, right?
At the Soul Train, that's correct.
And you said that at that Soul Train incident, that my client was present when some other guy flashed a gun or something like that.
That's correct.
It wasn't
your client. No.
And once again, your security, you're a former police officer. Did you ever report that incident to police?
They ran. Actually, police detained the subjects outside the gate or towards the gate. What happened to them, I don't know, because I was more interested in getting my clients inside the war show.
And your father, just to correct my memory, is a lieutenant at the time with Compton? Or was he captain?
At that time, a lieutenant, sir. Yes, sir.
And his role and what he was responsible for was the gangs in Compton.
That's correct, sir.
So it would have been information he would have maybe picked up or you would have told him?
That's what people get confused about law enforcement. Compton is a city about 8 to 10 miles away from, well, that's by USC is where this incident happened. That's about 20 miles away from Compton. And so Compton PD and LAPD don't share information with each other like people think in law enforcement.
Right, but you're talking about someone who's from Compton. You're saying that that guy right there who's from Compton was present at that particular event.
Wasn't a big thing. It was just a guy that was some guy that brandished a weapon.
Right, so in your mind, it's not about this idea that this is a gang sort of thing. It's just some idiot with a gun flashing a gun, right?
I agree with you.
Okay. And
But
so,
they were also protecting Bad Boys Records.
okay, well, we can talk about that in a
Okay.
second. In terms of your role, though, in your company, you at some point, you obviously are now working with Suge, and there's this idea with Death Row Records that there may be sort of tension in the air. Was there anything going on during that time period prior to September of 1996 that was happening that was telling you, hey, I need to make sure that Death Row Records is protected?
You always had an element because of incidents when you go out to nightclubs, the party scene. There's always an issue,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
And because you're dealing with someone like Suge Knight, and at that particular point, any of his other people that was looking for him, like say the entertainers, right? You're talking Snoop, you're talking Tupac, that you would have adequate security to protect them, right, say from fans and that kind of stuff.
I called it, my cell was to be good witnesses. Mr. Knight had just went through a situation with one of his artists, Snoop Dogg, that was on trial for murder. And they ended up beating the case. But they had got a large judgment, mainly because of the qualifications or the lack of qualifications of the security officer that was acting as security officer that shot him and killed the person. And so when you have a big company like Mr. Knight had, I thought it was best, and he thought it was best, or maybe his attorneys, I don't know, his label, that let's get some professional people around you.
And so for the most part, your practice was to hire people that were either off-duty police officers or retired police officers.
That's correct, sir.
And you did that because they were properly trained and you could trust them in terms of their judgment.
That and my cell was to be a good witness.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
But with regards to their roles obviously at the end of the day were to protect the people that were your clients. That would have been Death Row Records and whoever you assigned them to do.
As best you can.
So in terms of what happens here in Las Vegas, right? Your testimony is you arrive here to Las Vegas and you're here on Friday.
Correct.
And you're here to get ready for what's happening on Saturday.
Friday night, the Coke Club did open. Like I said, it wasn't majorly attended, but definitely for Saturday night, yes, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, Tupac and Suge didn't arrive until Saturday anyways.
They didn't come up until Saturday, that's correct, sir.
And they drove up.
They drove up, yes, sir.
So they drove up, you're there, you're working, and you're at 662, right?
I'm at 662, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to show you here an image. And I'm going to ask the clerk to mark as proposed defense exhibit next in order.
See, I think? Yes.
See.
Yep.
May I, Coach John?
You may.
You recognize this?
That's Club 662, yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to, I'm sorry, and with regards to that photograph, would that been an accurate depiction of 662 around the time period that we're talking about here?
I agree with you, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, Your Honor, at this point, I move for the admission of proposed defense exhibit C.
Any objections, State?
Nope.
So admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show this to the jury here real quick. So this is a picture of 662. Now, you had shared with us a little bit about what was happening on Saturday night. Attorney basically says, hey, we really want to get this club, I guess, passed in terms of its licensing. Maybe we do something that helps the community, or at least does an outreach. Is that what we're doing?
I think that was mainly to get the police officers there.
Okay. And with regards to that particular night and so forth, you said it's something to do with boxing. This is a Barry's boxing benefit. Is that what that was?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So this picture would have been taken pretty much at the time of when this event had gone down in September of 1996.
I believe that night or
Yeah.
or that week, yes, sir.
And with regard to Barry's boxing, do you know anything about what Barry's boxing is about?
Just that he was a retired police officer that was helping young kids in the area with boxing. That was about it. Or association or a foundation to raise money for youth coming up. Is what I remember.
So James just testified a little while ago.
Okay.
If his representation was there was no event like that was happening in September of 1996, was he be wrong?
Let me just say this. They don't be in the know like that, We're not as transparent as maybe we should be with the homeboys.
I mean, but obviously this is sitting on the front sign of the entrance going into the facility, right?
I went in that club and I ain't never noticed that.
Well, let me ask you this though. In terms of what was happening, was Mob James the head of security that night?
So James' responsibility is he had a lot of juice with the homeboys, and they have something they call Code Red, where everybody come out and support each other. And James was that person that Suge looked to, even during the Snoop trial, when Snoop was having problems with his homeboys coming up there, messing with him and stuff. They were hired to be outside the courthouse to keep them away. And that was James' role. So, and James was with Suge at the beginning. And quite frankly, he might be a little upset that my guys kind of took a lot of their roles or their responsibilities.
Right. So on this particular night, there's actually Metropolitan police officers that were they hired by you to be on the outside?
Well, I would say Club 662 or under Mr. Khalees and the person that was running the club under their direction. I knew they were going to be there, but I didn't speak to anyone from the police department to say, this is how much y'all going to be getting paid. I need you to do this. I just knew they were going to be working from the door out.
So yeah, okay. Yes. And really the concern at this particular point that you had, as well as I'm assuming Mr. Khalees as the attorney, is you wanted to make sure everything was going to go well for the club.
That's correct. That's fair.
In essence, and to help Suge with passing up this particular club, right?
That's correct, sir.
So one of the things that had happened that you had shared with us is that Friday you meet with Khalees and you learn and you're instructed that your people are not to be carrying firearms.
Inside the nightclub.
Right, inside of the nightclub.
That's correct, sir.
All the way up until the time that they get to that door, they're not supposed to be carrying firearms.
Inside the club.
Are you aware that the Red Alert people from Mob James were all carrying firearms that night?
Well, I had problems with that. My guys were strict, law enforcement. They didn't care about, they didn't have a relationship with James and them as I did. And so they will search them. And if they got one in, who knows? But there was always issues with them about being searched. But my guys would still, they were like, hey, if you want us here, we searching everybody coming to this club.
Right, so that was important for you, but Mob James says otherwise. He said everyone was fine.
If they snuck them in, it happens.
And yeah, and with regards to your meeting with Mr. Khalees, once again, you're there, and do you have at that particular point any ownership interest at all in Death Row Records?
None.
So you are a separate entity. You are just the security company hired to provide security for Death Row Records.
My company, right where it was making money, but I also received a salary from Death Row.
Okay. So, and you're in this meeting, and once again, the meeting is to help Suge get this club approved so he can make it happen.
That's correct, sir.
And your job is, really honestly, is just somebody who's providing the security to the club.
On that particular night, but I'm more, some would say at one point, Suge right-hand guy. But my main focus was Suge Knight entities. It wasn't just the recording artist, wasn't just the record club. It was everything that Mr. Knight was trying to invest in at the time.
So you're telling us that not only were you providing security, but you're also like an employee for Death Row Records?
I was both.
Okay. Were you drawing like a paycheck every 2 weeks as an employee?
I was, sir.
There wasn't no under the table stuff like Mob James would have been telling us?
We didn't do that. Right, we didn't do that.
And with regards to Mob James being paid, you're telling me that he would have been paid the same way with employee checks and so forth from Death Row Records?
Bob James wasn't one of those employees. Like I said, he was just called on special events. I don't think James made his money by guys in the line that were ballers or shot callers or whatever that he would bring to the front of the line.
So, just drawing your attention back to let's say around 4:00 of Saturday, that Saturday.
Okay.
Where were you?
At the Luxor Hotel.
Okay. And did you ever, what happens after 4:00 for you?
I didn't head over to the club until, about 7:30. Got a call from Mr. Alexander and Mr. Shakur. Mr. Shakur was very upset that night because Mr. Knight always late, and he actually took a taxi cab. I don't know if most people know, over to the fight because he was like tired of always coming to the fight late, waiting on Suge, calling me because most people call me because they know I usually can get hold of Suge. And they used to have phones in the hotel lobbies back then. And I remember him and Mr. Alexander calling me, and he told me he got on the phone because he was so upset. We taking the cab over there. We going over there right now. We'll meet him over there. You know, he had his song was the interest for for Mike Tyson to enter the ring on, and he wanted to be there. And he got impatient with Mr. Light being late.
Now, up until this point, you had developed into the person that if you wanted to get a show, they would call you, right?
In the streets, meaning when we out and about. He had an office staff, assistants, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Tesfaye Roy, that were in the office. But generally, if I call Suge, he'll pick up.
But with regards to you, usually you would have been with Suge in order for the call to be made, right? They're calling you and like, hey, where's Suge now? He's right here.
That's correct.
So on this particular night, Tupac is upset because Suge is obviously late. He calls you.
His bodyguard Frank called, but he got on the phone.
Yeah.
You know anything about Mr. Shakur? He's a hands-on guy. Yeah. And he eventually just said, hey, you can't get a hold to him, we gone. And they took a taxi over to the fight.
And so you have Frank Alexander, you have Tupac, and no other bodyguards protecting Tupac that night.
Yeah, Kevin Heckey was supposed to attend, but he didn't. He wasn't there, and I didn't know that he hadn't shown up yet.
But you are aware at that particular point, Tupac was the most famous rapper almost in the entire world, if not the entire world, and you only assign one person and another person calls him sick?
He didn't call in sick, he just didn't show up. But, yeah, I mean, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Shakur to roll around with one guy and his outlaw guys.
But once again, you're telling us it's only Frank Alexander that's coming from your outfit, right?
That is correct.
And you also share with us that there's other people inside of 662 who are patting down the Mob James crew, but you can't send any more people over to be there for Tupac?
If I knew there was going to be an issue that eventually happened, of course I would have. I would have asked them to stay in the hotel.
Now,
if I knew what was going to happen.
You are aware that this was fight night, this was Mike Tyson, and that everyone in the world would show up to Las Vegas to be there for the fight, right?
Yeah.
There are so many people.
Yeah.
And in your opinion, only if you believe that Tupac was somehow going to get into a fight or something along those lines, would you have provided more than just the one person? I'm just asking for your clarification.
I would have had an army around him if I knew something like that was going to happen or suspect something like that was going to happen. But the gentlemen that were with them and the ones that you seen kicking on On Mr. Anderson, those were security as well.
That was whose security?
Death Row and staff.
But once again, let me make sure I'm clear. You, at this particular point, only have one security guard with all these other people from, I don't know, from Death Row Records who are not security guards. They're all gangsters, mob high root.
Yeah, I trust more than I trust my security. Yes.
So more than you would trust cops and off-duty cops and retired cops, you trust those mob high root guys?
I do personally.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, after they go in for the fight, right? I'm assuming that Frank Alexander probably didn't have a ticket.
You know, that was always an issue with Mr. Knight.
Yeah.
He promised everybody that they can go to the fight. And when we get to the door, it's always an issue.
Right.
But one thing about him, he will get his, at least Mr. Shakur, one security in, if not both, and myself. He will make sure we got in.
Okay, so they all get in for the fight. And then for some reason, Bruce Seldon takes a phantom punch, falls to the ground in the first round within a minute and 45 seconds, right?
You call it Phantom, if you say so.
I'm just looking at the tape, right? All we got is a syringe. So he falls to the ground. The fight is over. They leave the fight, right?
Hyped up. You see him?
Yeah, and Tupac was very hyped up.
Hyped up.
So did you get a call from Frank Alexander saying, hey, the fight ended early, we're on our way?
Not one. And that's normal.
Okay. And I want to make sure we're clear about the type of communication you had. So cell phones, I'm not sure were available to everybody. You had one.
Pretty much everybody had cell phones, but they were expensive. He called me after 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah.
But
He doesn't get it, but everyone else.
but I did have next cell phones. We had about 8 to 10 of them. They did dual jobs. My guys knew it better be emergency to pick up that cell phone. But the two-way walkie-talkies on the next cells, you could use it on the call. And that's how we communicated. On that picture with Buntry, you'll see one hanging out of his pocket. That's what the type of next cell phones we had.
And so going back again to what Frank has, Frank does have one of those radios.
He had one, but later learned, after we do Monday back quarterbacking and stuff, that it was dead.
So he is there. He doesn't call when you leave the fight. Now, does he call you after the situation happens with Orlando Anderson?
No, sir.
They all rush out, right? They all go back to, I think, to Luxor.
That's correct.
But you don't know that because no one calls you.
Haven't heard anything. Didn't know it was an issue.
So you're still sitting over at 662. You're worried about making sure the club passes inspections, and you're there and you're waiting. In the meantime, people get picked up at the Luxor, and then they're transported all the way to Suge Knight's house.
I mean,
Once again, if you don't know, you can just tell me.
I just assume
You don't just.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Now, at some point, they're traveling down Flamingo, and the shots occur at that particular point, right? But you don't know.
Correct.
And so you're sitting at the club and you don't know.
I wasn't sitting, but yeah.
Oh, well, whatever. I mean, I'm sure you're working, right? So you're working and your concern is making sure the club passes and that the club passes for Suge Knight. Even though his attorney's present, all these cops are on the outside and you have the security proficiency of Mob James on the inside, right?
About 25 to 30 of my guys.
And so, but once again, yes, 20 to 30 of your guys.
Correct. Yeah.
Retired police officers or off-duty police officers.
Correct.
And they're all there.
Correct.
And at some point, you get notice that Tupac has been shot, right?
I got notified. Correct.
Was it through the next walkie-talkie stuff?
No, sir.
How did that happen?
Mr. Williams and Mr. McDonald ran up to me and told me.
Okay, none of your people, but two of the people that were associated with the death row people.
With the entourage.
Okay, and they're the ones who told you that hey, something went down with Tupac.
Correct.
And so at that particular point, what did you do?
Like I said, I didn't believe him at first initially, but we talking seconds now. Mr. Khalees somehow, verified that, yeah, something's going on. And then me observing a few of the police cars that was assigned at the working the parking lot or the taking off license sirens going towards that way made me believe that something's going on.
Now, did Suge Knight ever appear at the club and continue partying that night?
I don't know, but I have heard James say that before. But
What just from your Monday night sitting down with your people going over what should have been done better, was there any conversation or any way that you learned that Suge Knight actually showed up to party the night after shooting?
the party was over. The party was over. They probably were still there at the club, but it wasn't like no partying going on, especially after people heard what happened. I can see that.
Now, we talked a little bit about the death row chain. Do you recall telling Detective Mogg when he visited with you that you sold your death row chain because of hard times?
I had a platinum one. That's correct.
Now, later on, when you're testifying in the grand jury, you remember doing that?
I still have my gold one, if that's what you're asking.
So when the question is asked in the beginning about your death row chain, you never tell Detective Mogg, for instance, that it's a platinum one, right?
I don't know.
Let me just
tell me.
The camera's on. You want to turn the camera on?
Oh, sorry. So this would be page 21, counsel, of the surreptitious report or recording. So you say, question that was asked by Detective Mogg, you were describing the chains as cheap. He said he had asked you, got a $300 chain? He said, yeah, one of those cheap little chains because they were messing around with the same women and they got one and he got mad about it. My presumption.
So we talking about Keffe?
Yes.
Yes.
So what? What did expensive ones look like? Do you have a picture of those? And you said, yes, sir, I can show you the one that Tupac would have. And then the question's asked of you by Detective Mogg, did you ever get one of those chains? And you respond, yeah, I had one. And then the question was, what happened to it? And you said, shit, hard times hit. And Detective Mogg commiserates and says, yeah, I hear you. You said, I've got to get rid of it somehow. And then Detective Mogg asked, what did you get for it? And you said, I got about 5,000, right?
Yeah, that was the platinum one,
Okay.
or the white gold one. You can watch, and I'm sure you have several interviews, pictures with me with my gold chain on. I wear them on several YouTube videos.
But fair to say, of course, that, when you said you had one, it's not one gold, it's not one platinum in this book, right?
Like I said, the one I sold was the platinum one.
Now, in addition to that, later on, when you're testifying before the grand jury, the question that was asked by one of the jurors was, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to mess up I want to be accurate with you.
Your Honor, I think this is improper impeachment or refreshing. I'm not quite sure.
Let me just do this as a refreshing of his recollection, Your Honor. I just didn't want to.
So it's sustained. So I don't know that he said he doesn't remember.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You were asked by a juror.
Again, I think you have to ask the substantive question first. Determine whether
Mr. Blog, you're going to have to talk about it because your mic's not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think you have to.
You approach.
I can stand. I apologize, Your Honor.
Everyone approach.
Girl, they're on timeout. They said, everybody approach. What was the question he was trying to ask? Because I couldn't make of it. Something about the chain being sold. Bookmark your page on the pony. Well, he talks about this chain. He said, got to get rid of it somehow. Yeah, y'all. Like, what are we doing here, friends? You said it's curious that. Hold on, let me go up a little bit. Oh, we're back.
Sorry.
Sir, were you asked this question by a grand juror?
Again, Your Honor, I think, again, you have to ask the predicate. He's trying to impeach and or refresh recollection about something of substance. You have to ask, procedurally, you have to ask the substantive question first, not what you were asked this.
Are you talking about the chain question?
Yes.
We've gone up and down about the chain.
And so I believe what he's already answered the chain things. I don't understand. Are we impeaching or?
Now he's impeaching, saying that he's given an inconsistent statement in the past. So overruled, he can proceed.
Thank you. Sit
Do
down.
you recall being asked a question by a grand juror, do you still have your death row pending?
Correct.
And you had said, yes, you do.
I do.
You didn't say there was gold, you didn't say it was platinum, you just said, I had my death row pending.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, one of the other issues that we've talked a little bit about is and once again, I apologize. Maybe the state can refresh my recollection because maybe I was thinking about something else. You have been convicted of a crime.
I am.
And with regards to that crime, it was a felony.
It was sales of marijuana.
No, back up here real quick. It was sales of marijuana and it was also embezzlement. Is that what it was?
No,
Money laundering?
Money laundering.
Ah.
No money going in.
And with regard to those two things, that happened in California.
No, actually, well, the reason why I got in trouble because it went across state lines to Memphis. It's actually Memphis, Tennessee.
And because it was across the state lines, it was a federal case.
Correct.
And that happened way after you were a police officer.
Yeah, that's 2019, well, 2017, I believe.
Okay. And at some point, you become the general manager of Death Row Records.
That's in 1997, sir.
1997.
Yes, that's correct.
So Suge Knight is in Las Vegas, and you were with him every single day. And in September of 1996, he just happened to get in this fray, and next thing you know, he's going to prison, right?
I'm sorry?
Let me ask you this. Why did Suge go to prison?
He violated his probation.
Right. So you knew, of course, that he was on probation, right? Before he came out.
The whole time I was with him.
You did?
From 1994, yes.
Yeah. And so you knew that the number one person from Death Row Records, the primary principal for you, potentially could go to prison if he got into a fight, for instance, right?
Correct.
And on this particular night, you weren't around for him when he was in this quote unquote fight, right?
I was around with Mr. Knight about 70 to 80% of his life. So I guess a lot of 20%, I wasn't with him.
Okay.
Public, and when I say that, I mean public. Because a lot of times he laid up, sleep with somebody, and I wasn't with him.
So in the most important time of Suge Knight's life of having your protection, you weren't there for him.
Unfortunately not, that's correct.
And then you became the general manager of Death Row Records.
By his calling, not anyone else.
All right, no further questions.
All right, State, any further questions?
So to clarify that last point, in terms of who determined who's going to run Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison? Sorry. I'm sorry. Who determined, who made you in charge of Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison?
He did, and I visited him 4 days a week during that time while he was incarcerated.
Nothing further.
Anything further on that, Mr. Sanchez?
Just one clarification. So
Okay.
Suge Knight made you general manager when he was in custody.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this one? Of course. All right.
So the jury has no questions or they have questions? I missed that part. So he became general manager. Why do you need, why? I'm sorry, I'm thinking record label. I'm thinking like actual talent, like music talent. They got cops becoming, or ex-cops becoming general managers of record labels. Shit, okay. I don't know. What does general manager do at a record label? Let me know. I do love this jury. I will say that. I love that they ask the questions. I would have a lot of questions for Reggie. I would. You said, yeah, Reggie had everything in his name. Not Suge hid back a lot of money from Suge and ran the company into the IIRC. Interesting. I mean, I'm here for the jury. Jury, ask some good questions. Here we go. Damn. You guys, we've had 8 witnesses today. 8 witnesses today. And it's only 4:30. Yes. If I remember correctly, my bad. Got you. If I remember. Oh, I didn't even know that was an acronym. IIRC. Oh my gosh. Well, now he's not looking at Reggie anymore. He's trying to fix his tie. By the way, I spoke too soon. Somebody is streaming him on the stand on his channel. I said, listen, he told apparently he told, did I hear this correctly? He told Reggie that he could make money on YouTube by giving interviews. I said, oh, okay. Okay, that's cute. I don't know. That was interesting. I will say that. I mean, we all got to eat somehow, you know? Yo. I'm waiting. I wonder what these questions are going to be. The way the questioning started though was like, you've talked about me on your YouTube channel as you have talked about me. I was like, oh shit. I was like, you called me a Hollywood lawyer.
All right, Mr. Wright, I have a couple of questions for you from our jurors. First, if they knew the cell phones were for in case of emergency, why wouldn't they call once the shooting took place? Why did you find out later in person?
I sure don't know why they didn't call me. That was Mr. Alexander's responsibility. And I didn't hear from him.
Okay. Was there anything in writing regarding the transfer of management power to you over death row records?
I wouldn't call it power. Just, dealing with the day-to-day operation. The one that signed people, artists for him. I mean, I did everything for him. I dealt with his women. I dealt with his parents. I dealt with pretty much everything while he was incarcerated. And generally, because I was going back and forth, seeing him, the 4 days, I spent hours on the phone with him. And I was just a point of contact person.
So was there anything in writing regarding that?
Not to my knowledge, other than.
Okay, were there any witnesses to it?
Well, there's a young lady sitting in here right now that I signed, while he was incarcerated to the record label.
There was a writing?
I'm sorry.
You signed some, what did you
You don't sign her as an artist.
Okay. State any questions based on those answers?
Nothing state.
Defense?
I do.
Okay.
All right, so I want to make sure I'm clear. You become the general manager of Death Row Records, and what was your job responsibilities?
I did everything, to be honest. I brought Miss Shakur up to the prison to meet with him. I was helped talk to several, putting the albums together. When I met with Jimmy Iovine, who was our distributor at the time, negotiated deals with them. Everything I did was approved by Mr. Knight, but I was his point of contact.
Did you ever have a power of attorney signed by Mr. Knight to sign on his behalf?
No, what I would do is have everything generated, and I would send it. His attorney would come visit him on Tuesdays. If it was something real important, he would sign it on Tuesdays. And if I needed before then, he was married to a young lady by the name of Michelle. Or at least she thought they were married. And she was signed. She had the power of attorney to sign, but she didn't deal with anyone. And then we also had a rubber stamp that two of his female friends had to sign checks or to sign some contracts if they would take them.
So if there was anything wrong with the bank account, for instance, did you have to get someone else to handle that, not you?
I dealt with the bookkeeper, generated the checks, but his two female friends were the ones that stamped them.
And with regards to his two female friends here, were the employees of Death Row Records?
One was an artist, Michelle, and then the other one, Miss Hawkins. She was just a girlfriend.
Now, you are aware that at the time that Mr. Knight was involved in this thing that happened in Las Vegas and finally gets revoked on probation, that his record label was valued somewhere around, what, $500 million?
I heard 3, but it was up there.
All right, so it's a pretty significant asset, right?
Correct.
Now, out of all of this, you are the general manager, you have access to all of it.
I guess I was the one he trusted at the time.
No further questions, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You are excused and you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's it for the presentation of witnesses today. We'll be in recess. We're going to come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow because I have a calendar in the morning. So I'm going to read the admonishment and then you're excused for the day. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye, to the jury.
On the record.
And my thing's like right next to the headphone.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside their presence?
Not from the state. Not from the state.
No, I'll be asking the state that are tomorrow, but I want to mention.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be in recess then.
Thank you.
See everyone back at 1 o'clock.
Tomorrow at 1 o'clock Vegas time. Okay. So they are starting a little bit later, which is great for me because, I mean, I'll probably start, an hour before 1 o'clock. Let me drop the link real quick so people can give me a couple of thoughts and opinions that they might have about this whole situation. But before I bring anybody up, I have to give some shout outs, guys. I do apologize. I'm behind on this. I was supposed to do it the first time. Heath, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you, Super, for the treat. Robin, thank you. Pamela, thank you for the flower. Mickey, thank you. Sister Karen became a member. Shout out to Sister Karen. Teresa, thank you so much for the gold coin. Robin, thank you for the jewels. Zoe, thank you so much for the sparkles. Just Joan, thank you. Pika, thank you so much for the sparkles. Stan, thank you so much for the husky jewels. Thank you. Inquisitive, thank you for the sparkles. Ava, thank you for the jewels. Thank you. Deborah, thank you for the goat trophy, love. Shauna, thank you so much for the thumbs up. And Shauna, thank you so much for the silver sword. And Liz, thank you so much for the fortune cookie. I appreciate it. Shoot for the stars. Thank you, my love. I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a minute. Hope everything's going good for you. Thank you so much. Good to see you. All I have to say is R.I.P. Tupac Shakur. Thank you so much, Shoot for the stars. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your 9-month membership, love. Thank you. Shout out to you. All right. So I dropped a link in the chat if anybody wants to come up and give me their thoughts. It sounds like it's over. Is it over? All right. I got Super up here. Vicky, I don't know if you got my message. I was wondering if you wanted to come up. Completely up to you. I know you're a busy lady, so I don't want to bug you. Hey, Super, how are you? What are your thoughts?
All right,
Oh,
let me just say,
uh huh.
whoever
Okay.
called Keffe cute, that had me laughing for like 10 minutes. I know that's off topic, but that had me
Wait,
laughing for like 10 minutes, yo.
what pulled him from where?
No, somebody in chat said that Kefe's kind of cute. Not Keffe. What's the dude that's sitting on the freaking thing, man? I'm
Reggie?
forgetting his. Yeah, they said that Reggie. That made me laugh for like 10 minutes, yo. I was laughing for a long time. I was laughing.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, tell me your
But
thoughts
anyway,
before I propose.
um, this I felt like this got more organized than yesterday.
Okay.
That's just me personally.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I felt like it was more eventful because I seen some people in chat like, "Oh, is this entertaining for you now?" Ugh. Yes, it was. Because we want entertainment, but we also want information. That's the point. That's why we watch your channel. We get information and entertainment. You could do both.
All right.
You know, it's called drawing people in. People listen to you when you're charismatic and you're explaining yourself. If you yawning and farting, nobody's gonna listen to you. So I did like that the OG, he did kind of go up the rails a couple times. Um but you, but you could tell that he knew what he was talking about.
All right.
Um, and somebody came in here before and said that he didn't want Keefe to go to jail, and you could tell he did it because he kept saying he's not in his position. Um, but it kind of felt to me like he was saying something without saying something, if that makes sense. Like he said a whole lot of nothing
Yeah.
basically because he was just covering himself.
Well, I mean, he said he was ready to be a hostile witness, and I don't think he was even. I don't even think he was classified that way. Mob James. I don't think he was classified that way, but he basically said he didn't want anything. He didn't want to be put in a position where somebody else was going to go to jail. Even if he says, even though I don't like this
Yeah,
guy,
yeah, he said it
which I
multiple
thought was
times.
pretty good. Yeah, he said it.
Um,
That's interesting.
But he also said, hey, I have grandkids now, So now I wouldn't be surprised if he disappears because he literally said that. He said, I'm not going to go somewhere and start a new life and go into hiding. He said that. So it's like
Yeah.
you have to consider all the other witnesses that think like that. Like after I speak up, regardless of what I say, my life and my protection after might be different. Not
Yeah.
everybody's at the level of Suge Knight, you know?
It's true. He was
So,
yeah. He said he was ready to leave with his grandkids and evade
yeah.
test, and I really do believe that he would have. At least he kind of gave me that he was ready to. He was done. You know what I mean? Like he didn't want to be in that situation. I think it's a very difficult, situation to be in overall,
Yeah.
But yeah, I got you. So anything else you want to say, Super, before we end this? Because I am going to be ending the stream here pretty soon. I don't see anybody else in the link, and I love y'all, but I mean, I've been up here for 8 hours. I'm exhausted. Almost 9. I'm
Yeah,
exhausted.
shout out to you because you've been
Oh,
covering it
thank you.
and you have like all my hours this week on YouTube. Like I've
Well,
just been
thank
watching
you.
this.
I'm
So
glad I've taken everybody's hours.
shout out to
Thank you.
you and the mods,
Thank
But
you.
yeah, I hope we get justice for him.
Yeah.
I never mean any disrespect when I hope he's alive. That's just in my heart. I want that man to be alive, but clearly he's not. And
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah. You're good. You're good. Okay. Hold up, Super. I got Joe up here. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up? Hi, Junior. How are you? She's at your side.
Oh, she's right here. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
She's ready for me to get off. That's why.
oh, is it I don't want to say it because then she'll want it, but is it is it time to eat?
No. She just wants.
Oh,
She's
okay.
ready for me to go. But anyways, go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just still staying. I still think this trial sucks. I still think this case is weak.
Yeah.
So far, I'm underwhelmed. I don't think I'm the only one. I'm seeing people all up and down the chat saying like, what are we doing here? They haven't gotten to it. And granted, this is week. What is it? Day 3? Are we at day 2 or day
We
3?
are day 2. It's day 2.
All right, so we're only at day 2 of 6 weeks that were reserved for this trial. Yeah, we could get there. Maybe there's something to it. But based on the motions that I read, the testimony that you read from the grand jury that I was able to catch, I'm not catching. I think I'm just still not seeing why this even went to trial yet.
Well,
That's
we'll
just
find
not
out
allowed.
during the week. We'll definitely find out during the week. So we are at, so yesterday was 4 witnesses and now we're at 8. So that's where we're at. Well, okay. Do you guys have any, do you guys have any closing thoughts or opinions or anything before I head out?
Oh, just
Oh, you
go
go
ahead.
first, bro.
Yeah, you first, friend.
I feel like we need. I don't want more development, and what I mean by that is I don't want another witness to say, "Well, this happened," and because I just feel like things keep on getting added, and it's just like we're running in circles, and it's a bunch of, "I didn't hear that. I didn't know that." Like over the past couple of days, I've been hearing a lot of stuff in this case that I didn't hear, and over the past 30 years. So that within itself is just damage control. Like it really feels like there's going to be no justice at all. There's just going to be protection and people being good after the case and people going to jail and not really caring when they're in jail.
It's a great, okay. Joe, what do you think?
Well, like your other guest said, it just these guys aren't really cooperating. It looks like, and whatever they say, apparently these aren't the. Apparently, there's these guys haven't been that truthful to begin with, and so the way this is adding up so far, like I said, I'm just wondering why the hell we shouldn't be here, or excuse me, why the hell this went to trial to begin with is still beyond me right now. But what I did send you in your email address, and if you got to go, you got to go. But I sent you an article by a man that confessed to a crime he didn't commit. And if the government had followed the rules, that wouldn't happen. He got a $900,000 settlement for it. And I just sent that to you just to show you why we don't listen to people just because they said something doesn't mean they did it. We don't take that at face value in our courts. And I just sent that to you just as an example of why, because people were wondering where I was coming from when I'm saying just because Keith said it, just as Keffe D said it, doesn't mean this should be in the court right now. We need something more. And I still, based on what I was reading prior to trial, I just still feel like something's missing.
Yeah.
So I just offered that to you just so you could see what that was like. It's just an article, but like I said, you got to go. You got to go.
Yeah, I gotta head out. Well, thank you guys for coming up. Tomorrow, I'll definitely start an hour early before the hearing. You guys know how I am, just to kind of maybe review what we saw today. And, if you guys want to call back in tomorrow, that's absolutely fine. Or anybody else that might have a different of opinion, I'll definitely drop the link. But I mean, it sounds like tomorrow might even be a short day, so it kind of works out because we're starting later, but also just in general. Yeah, so we'll go from there. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the both of you. And okay, chat, are you guys gonna be joining me tomorrow? Let me know. Thank you guys. I'm gonna drop you, Joe
Thanks for
and
having me.
Super. Thank
Have a
you
good one,
guys. You
guys.
guys are amazing.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate you.
Are you guys gonna be joining me mañana? Let me know. Let me know. You got your Palm Pilots set up and everything. Y'all got your. I see that you guys have everything set up. Okay, hopefully. Sidekicks are set up. Everything. No, I appreciate you guys, y'all. I'm exhausted now. But let me go ahead and let me shout out Morris. Thank you, Morris. One Sweet Potato. Thank you. Thank you. JT, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the jewels. Darcy, thank you. Stellar, thank you so much. One Sweet Potato, thank you. Maria, thank you so much for the jewels. Shoot for the stars. Thank you for becoming a member. We're renewing your membership. Love, shout out to you. Andrew, thank you so much for this. Y'all, I still haven't eaten a full meal, so I gotta go and eat. I'm starving, y'all. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much for joining me. Y'all can be somewhere else, but you're here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You, Vicky, forever and ever and ever. Okay, you tell me forever, ever and ever. But I need you. I wanna hear you. Like I really want. I cannot wait till you hit the link. Can you hit the link mañana? Maybe tomorrow, later, lunch break, in the morning. Let me know. I did message you because I want to hear your perspective on this, and I think you know I respect you. So I'll talk to you guys later. You guys have a great night. Bye, guys. See you mañana. Bye, guys.